Team.
Do you think they're going to start on time, or do you think Goodell's going to do some honorary press conference?
No, they're gonna
No, no.
bullshit.
There'll probably be like 8:30 before the first pick is announced.
Yeah, come on, you know that.
What if it's just like, oh, we're going to cut it to fucking Nikki Sixx's house for him to do a live performance for us?
Yeah, I know. I read your Facebook post.
God, it
This is probably the most entertaining draft party ever.
Oh shit. Why is there a condom on my floor?
I'm really
Times
surprised
are
that
here
you used
today.
condoms.
Dude, it's definitely not mine. I never wear them. Ever.
Table to put that on? Okay.
Excuse me.
Why does DiBlasio get to do shit off top?
He's the man.
Yeah.
I just asked.
Yes, sir.
I'm back.
I'm here. I'm just gonna go grab more tequila. Hold on.
Do your thing, man. Just don't come up too drunk.
We're due.
It would make it entertaining.
Are we all doing the Mel Kiper policy of no peeing the entire show? Yeah, no peeing the whole show. That's what Mel Kiper.
He's like, no, you could pee, you just can't get up to do it.
I'm 42, fat, and I'm drinking water. My prostate's going to make me pee at some point.
Champions.
James Mack is already pissed that we didn't start right at 7:45.
Uh-oh.
Like, I thought your draft thing was starting. Relax, Army Joe.
Yeah.
That's just Sean's face.
Beat me to it.
That one hurt. I'm not gonna lie, that one hurt.
Ready, and we're live.
All
Everybody.
right.
Welcome to Draftvice.
Yay.
We're here at the NFL Draft. Everybody could hear me?
Yes,
Yep.
sir.
All right.
Whoa.
And tonight we are going to be joined by a lovely, beautiful, amazing panel of very funny, very interesting, very odd people. Some of them may or may not be sex offenders, but I will not tell you which one.
I
And
should have
now I'm
shaved
going to
for
bring you your
this.
panel. Here's just 4 of them coming up right now.
I think I'm on mute.
No, we.
Oh, no, I'm not on mute. All right, it's going well.
Is it
Yes.
Did we lose you?
Did we lose Walter? Okay.
Mysterious voice? Hey there,
Ow,
Twitter
God
world.
damn
It's
it.
yours truly.
Shane's already yelling at something.
I went from looking like it's like before this I had no facial hair.
Stop my
I went from looking like a
Oh.
child to a child with pubes glued to his chin.
Are we live?
Hold on.
Hello, everybody. How you doing? You know,
We're live.
quarantining, still DJing, and drinking my water.
Yeah.
Hey, Walter, my bad. I didn't know we were live, dude. I came hauling ass in here because I thought I was going to be late for it, and I like stubbed the shit out of my toe. So,
Oh, ouch.
Hi. Hello, everybody. Welcome. I think I'm.
Walter, I just got a text from a buddy that says can't hear the two dopes in the studio. I would assume.
I have to assume that's Walter, then, right?
Studio.
Yeah, you need to raise that a little bit.
Better you be loud and be quiet. Follow me on Instagram at BigBerry63. Follow my podcast at the Big Berry Podcast. Well, technical hiccups, folks.
It happens. Don't feel bad.
Never will.
No. I just hope War adds enough time.
I guess during this time of who's everybody's.
Okay, cool. Yeah, we can hear you.
I can. I'm just telling you, someone's watching on YouTube and said he couldn't hear you too.
So one guy said that.
was it James Mack?
Put something like that a little bit. There we go.
Is Ricky on, Walter?
Oh,
okay.
womp womp. Look at Joe Burrow in the couch in his crib, just chilling.
Oh, dude, Joe Burrow's fucking sick.
Oh yeah.
Did you hear they sent like a whole kit to 58 prospects, like with lights and a camera, and gave them instructions on how to set it up and everything?
And you got Tua in a 3-piece suit.
Yeah, looking very fresh for what he's not going to get drafted in the top 10.
And you got Chase Young in the crib just chilling with folks.
I can't believe people are trying to say that dude's overrated. I cannot believe it.
Who, Chase?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, no way, bro.
That's
Far
just
from
from
overrated.
make a story to make a story.
No,
Yeah.
just like the headline on him is like, oh, he disappears in big games. Like, okay, go watch any. It's not like one left tackle is just shutting him out. Like they double and triple team him.
Exactly.
He disappears because teams haven't prepared for him.
Yeah.
Exactly. Or they don't even go to his side. So what more can you expect?
And in the NFL, you cannot triple team somebody in the NFL unless they have absolutely no one else on the defensive line.
Right.
Are we hearing me now?
Yeah, we can hear you fine, bro.
A friend of mine just said he couldn't hear you too, but another friend. So I have two people watching said they can't hear you.
Yeah, the only problem is I can't check until the delay is over.
I'm just flabbergasted that DiBlasio has more than one friend.
Shade is gonna bury DiBlasio before this day's over, huh?
Dude, no. Me and him go back and forth incessantly, it seems like.
Now. All right. We should be good on the live stream.
Okay.
All right, everybody. So we're back, and you can hear.
We're
us.
back. I didn't introduce Shane. Shane's the last one. How's it going, Shane?
What's up,
I
Woja?
thought that was Gardner Minshew. I thought we had a special guest.
Right?
Damn.
Hell yeah.
Loving this.
Dude, that's a compliment.
Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah, Minshew's the current starter, isn't he?
Hey, forks up. Go Sun Devils. Yeah, he's the only quarterback on the roster, I think, besides homeboy from Tennessee, Dobbs.
Yeah. I mean, well, the Jacksonville Jaguars are in a complete rebuild at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they have. Dude, they're already trying to trade Ngakoue and Fournette.
But do you see like he was going back and forth with Tony Khan on Twitter the other day?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Tony Khan is like, dude, we're trying to trade you. We want to get some fucking value.
Yeah.
out of you,
Shut up.
bro.
I'm sure you really helped that today.
Yeah.
Well, the Raiders, they were trying to trade for him, but they were offering the 19th pick
Mhm.
and something else. And the Jaguars were like, no, we want the 12th pick. And Mayock was like, all right, go fuck yourself.
Somebody's going to cave in, that's all. Before the days.
I wanted to talk a little bit about the quarterbacks at the top. I just did a little brief research leading into this. First of all, I think all the quarterbacks in this draft this year suck, and I think Tua is going to be a colossal bust.
Really?
I thought that long before his injury.
I want to hear this.
Okay, here's why I think Tua is going to be a colossal bust. Tell me the time you watched him play where he didn't have the superior talent on the field. Never.
Well, that doesn't mean he's a bust. Like,
never.
Just because he went to Bama doesn't mean he's
top quarterback.
Well, when was the last time a Bama quarterback succeeded in the NFL, though?
Quarterbacks drafted in the top 3 in the last 25 years. There were 25 of them total drafted in the top 3 of the draft. 6 of them are what I consider franchise/Hall of Fame worthy. Steve McNair, Peyton Manning, Donovan McNabb, Eli Manning, Cam Newton, Andrew Luck. 7 of them are what I consider quality starters. Michael Vick, Carson Palmer, Alex Smith, Matt Ryan, Matt Stafford, Goff, and Wentz. The other 12 are Leaf, Couch, Achilles Smith, Joey Harrington, David Carr, Vince Young, Robert Griffin, Blake Bortles, Jameis Winston, Marcus Mariota, Mitchell.
Watch your fucking mouth.
Jameis Winston is going to bounce back this year.
Didn't Cam Newton
He's got
make
his
it to the
eyes
Super Bowl?
fixed.
Cam Newton did make it to the
Cam
Super Bowl and was the
DiBlasio?
MVP and led a team to a 15-1 record.
Marcus Mario, nice guy.
Great. My point is, teams reach for these quarterbacks way too high, and it's literally a 50-50 proposition. So anyone trading up to get somebody, I think, is making a colossal mistake.
Bears.
It's just it's all about gambling.
I think it's a bad gamble, is my point.
You say that.
I think he's also a left-handed quarterback, which means if you sit him his rookie, if you basically redshirt him his rookie year and have him sit behind somebody to learn, he's learning from a right-handed quarterback. So as soon as you sit him in, your primary read is going to be coming from an opposite side of what it used to be.
Absolutely.
Your strong side tackle is the predominantly weak side tackle. So everything becomes backwards. So it's like, and if you start him right away, that's just dumb. I think it's dumb to start rookie quarterbacks right away anyway. But
listen, I don't think Joe Burrow's all that great. I think he's going to be Cincinnati has Andy Dalton. I think they're getting another Andy Dalton.
Joe Burrow?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see you say that.
Yeah, I can see that happening.
Yeah, he doesn't have elite arm strength, and when it comes to throwing outside the numbers, like when he can't put the proper zip on it, it's going to be. So, like
It's
for
gonna
the
be what?
same examples you gave for Tua, all those linemen are going to the NFL. He had the belief.
Yeah, but they're not first-round picks.
And Thaddeus Moss.
Those linemen are not that great.
Jefferson's a first-round
Like
pick.
Sadiq
He's
Charles
got
is
3 linemen going
like
to
a
the pros.
great.
Edwards
Is not
Hilaire
that
going to the
great.
pros.
Louis Cushenberry is probably going to be a second or third round pick. At least like 2 or 3 of the old linemen that go over from Alabama are going to be like first round picks.
Mm-hmm. And at Ohio State, he couldn't start over J.T. Barrett or Dwayne Haskins.
Well, that's just sometimes it's coaching too. You know, if the guy fits your system, you're like, you know what, we only have so much time with this guy. We like what these guys can do. This guy seems to work in this. With Ohio State, it was Dwayne Haskins. And there's also Justin Fields. He lost that. Was it Justin Fields at the time?
Justin
Fields was this year, but I know
Justin
he missed
Fields
out because of Dwayne Haskins.
from Georgia. Justin Fields lost out to Jake Fromm at Georgia and transferred
Yeah, there was
to
also
Ohio
the change
State.
with Urban Meyer.
Looks like the draft is getting ready to start.
The Mariota.
What happened?
There we go. Shane, throw it back up again.
They do a montage of all the crying people.
Wojo, again, a buddy of mine just said we're breaking up really bad, all of us.
Are we? Yeah.
He said he can't watch it.
It sounds like more of their fuck. You know what? Give me their number. Let me talk to them.
All right, I'm just letting you know what the listeners. You would care what the listeners.
I mean, I have it coming in right here.
Okay, I'm just telling you.
Yeah.
Again, I'm just letting you know what guys
I
watching.
know.
are
That's
saying.
why I'm trying to check it.
Okay, so we don't sound that good over Boost Mobile service. Got it.
Yeah, I have it playing right here. I came up okay,
Okay.
but it also it depends on how you're watching it too.
Yeah.
Also, if
Okay,
you guys
wait.
are talking at the same time, there's a huge clash. I do hear that.
Yeah, you got when we start
Yeah, we gotta
rolling,
try
when we
not
get
to
with the
talk over
first
each
pick, it's
other.
got to be one at a time, everybody.
No problem.
Okay.
All right, Walter, you just gotta keep queuing us in.
Sounds good. Sounds good. As of right now, we are still waiting though for the first pick. Kris, how about a little bit more? What's your fandom, Kris? What's your favorite team?
I am a fan of the New York Giants and the Green Bay Packers, but I'm a Giants fan first.
And Kev, what's your favorite team?
As I spoke to you earlier, I am a Giants, Jets, and a Peyton Manning lover. Anywhere Peyton goes, I go.
Nice. So pure New York guy, if you will.
Yeah, you can say that.
Sean, what's your favorite team? What's your fandom, if you will?
I am a fan of the New York Football Giants, and that's it. None of this fucking fans of other teams garbage.
None of this
I'm a
alternative
fan of
stuff.
a player. That's nuts. This isn't the NBA.
So Harry, what's your team, man? I know you've been on the podcast a bunch of times. What's
Jets,
your
baby.
fandom?
Jets' favorite player, Jamal Adams, which is why we better not fucking trade him to the Cowboys or I will lose it. But, I'm a big fan of some of the all-time great players, specifically the only running back to run for 2,000 yards and 14 fucking years.
Did you just say O.J. Simpson is his favorite player?
Yes. What's
And
wrong
that
with
is-
him? I mean, the guy murdered defenses throughout the 70s.
Favorite player, not favorite ex-husband. Okay, got it.
Oh, man, this is funny.
Lodge is being a smartass in the chat and wants to know our favorite XFL teams.
What was your favorite
Guardians.
XFL team for the short period that they were around for?
Memphis
Oh, we got
Renegades
Goodell on
from
the
the
screen,
original.
not on this screen though. Unfortunately, if you're watching with us, you're not going to get to see the Goodell tonight or see the booing, but you can watch along. Play this on your computer, watch it on the cable TV if you got a cable TV.
And Bud Light is donating $5 for every hashtag boo the commish, so you can digitally boo the commish this year.
Shane, what's
I
your
heard that.
fandom? I know
I'm hard to,
you
take.
you seem to follow up a little bit. You used to be a Titans fan, right?
Yeah, I am a gigantic Arizona State Sun Devils fan, and if you or someone you know is a senior or junior in high school and wants to play college football, send me your tape and I'll see what I
cool.
can do. But yeah,
This is-
in the NFL, I am now a Raiders fan because before I got this job with Arizona State, I was a massive Oregon Ducks fan. So when Mariota became pro, I became a Titans fan, and then they ruined his career through incompetence. So now I'm a Raiders fan, and the Raiders just so happen to be in my hometown now, so that helps.
Are you from the West Coast?
Yeah, I'm from Vegas.
Oh, sweet, sweet, sweet.
Yeah.
So, who do you guys think is going number one overall tonight?
Unfortunately,
Kris?
Joe Burrow.
You alive, Kris?
Yeah, I was muted so that my sound wasn't bleeding. I mean, it's going to be Joe Burrow. I think the intrigue. Is if anyone trades up to that number 3 pick. I don't think Washington's going to trade out of 2. But if that 3, 4, 5, the trades start to move up there, I think that's when the real intrigue starts.
I agree. Who's going to possibly trade up to number 3?
Well, there's been some talk of the Dolphins moving up. Where are they? And the Lions, I think. There was a tweet.
The Lions are in.
The Lions have the third
Oh no,
pick.
the Lion. Oh no, sorry, it was
Lions
the
have
Lions.
the number 3rd overall pick. Then you got the Dolphins have the 5th overall pick and a ton of extra picks in this draft. You also got
And there was
the
a random-
Chargers at
Couldn't
6.
sleep on the Raiders too either.
Raiders, dude, that actually would be a sleeper show up, right? Like, did the Raiders all of a sudden trade up to 3? They got 2 first-rounders, 3
Yeah, it was
third-rounders.
Move to 3 if they really want to go get Tua.
No.
I'm not saying they will. I'm saying, like, listen, anything could happen.
They might if they move up to 3, they would definitely take Okuda at 3 because they need the cornerback extremely
Because
bad.
they just got rid of Darius.
The only way I see them, the only way I see them trading up is if Simmons somehow drops to 7-ish, and they'll trade up to 7 to get a corner or to get Simmons. But if not, they might sit at 12.
It's very possible there.
It's possible, but not likely. I think if Simmons isn't there by 12, they're going to take the number 1 wide receiver available. But knowing the Raiders, they're probably going to take C.J. Henderson or some shit like that.
Let me ask you a question. Do you guys think that the Patriots are going to jump up and maybe take a quarterback? That's another intriguing.
Well, if one of them falls outside of the top 6. For instance, if they don't take Tua. If Tua doesn't go in the top 6, I could see the Patriots trading up.
No, I think the Patriots will only trade down. That's just not Belichick's style. If they're going to take a quarterback, it'll be Love or like Hurts or somebody in the second round.
And if he does trade up, it
Styles
won't
only
be
been
for a
Tom Brady,
quarterback.
so he's never had to do anything to get a quarterback.
Well, there was Matt Castle.
He would share up and try and do something on the defensive side.
Someone's going to overpick Love in the first round. I can feel it.
That feels like I would look to see the Bears trade into the first round with something, maybe even to the Patriots to try and get Love.
Because they signed
So, Kev,
they traded for Foles.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it doesn't mean anything. The Bears make 1,000 bad decisions
Kev,
a year.
who do you think is going to get taken by the Giants at 4?
You know, that I would love them to get Jerry Jeudy, but knowing the team how they do it, they're gonna pick a lineman in that 4 slot, and then that's all she was after that.
Jerry Jeudy to the Giants is what I was thinking the whole time.
Sean, what do you think?
Yeah, I would love to.
I think they're gonna end up trading out of that 4 spot.
Really, even though it's
like-
never really happened with Dave Gettleman, he's never really traded down when he's had the first pick.
I do, but I feel like they're hoping on somebody making a big decision here. Because they're not like obviously. I hope they would go out and maybe get some like Wilson out of Alabama on the offensive line. Because the line fix needs more than anything. I mean, we have our quarterback now. Now it's if we're going to really go back to just the ground and pound, then it's time to just fix the offensive line.
Okay, I have this question though to counter that. Not necessarily like a rebuttal, but like, so the offensive coordinator is Jason Garrett.
Mm-hmm.
So it's likely that he's not there for long. Should he get a better job opportunity somewhere else? And so, like, would you rather have a star player on defense like Simmons, or build the offensive line when the offensive system might change, or the inconsistency might come from, a third offensive coordinator in 3 years?
I'd rather rebuild the defensive line. I mean, that's the biggest thing. The biggest problem.
Defensive?
The defensive side.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Line. Defensive side, because the Giants' identity of all their Super Bowl runs were this defensive run stop, ground and pound game, and they've gotten away from that in recent years. And they floated towards like the Odell Beckham Jr.'s of the world. So getting back to the Giant way, I think is a big push.
And you have Gettleman there, so he fits that mold.
Yeah.
Shane, I understand your point. I think it's a great counterpoint. And I think, I don't know how to say this. I don't think GMs necessarily do this. I think other people look too much into the future and say, what's the 5-year plan? Well, you know what? In sports nowadays, with free agency and the way things happen, you need to have a 1-year plan. Like, you can't worry about if Jason Garrett's going to get another job next year. You need to protect your quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
That's your biggest weakness right now, is protecting your quarterback. The Giants have plenty of weaknesses. Their biggest weakness is protecting their quarterback, who they used the number 6 pick on last year.
Who also has a fumbling issue when pressured.
Yeah.
So you don't want him pressured.
A beautiful strip sack from Jamal Adams.
He does have a
stripped it.
fumbling
I think he just gave it to him.
It was an issue he had. It was an issue he had in college. It was Baltimore.
Yeah, that's a big
I like how
problem that
Leonard
hopefully we're
Williams
gonna
is
fix.
filing a grievance because he's listed as a defensive tackle, but wants to be listed as a defensive end to make $1.3 million when he is very ineffective at both.
He should just be happy he's getting paid to play football.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, he was drafted by the Jets.
Yeah.
That's
And then they traded him to the
The
Giants.
Giants, then franchise tag him.
Yeah.
So they're really just delaying the hell out of this thing. Huh?
Yeah.
Yes, they are.
Like,
Well,
everyone
yeah,
knows
the
Joe
Bengals
Burrow's gonna
probably
be-
have some issues calling in to head office because they had so much time to think about this pick. Maybe they might lateral and
They're
go
not
Chase
even on
Young.
the clock though, right? They haven't
I
started.
hear it's
I
better.
don't think they started.
Is this it?
It started already.
A better question.
I hate this about sports, dude. I hate this about sports. Like, this is the only thing going on. Why delay it? Like you're fucking the fans over. Like, that's what I hate about, like, because I'm a huge boxing fan. You guys know that. You have a big fight comes on. They want to do like an hour of ceremony.
Well-
Like, oh, let's hear 7 national anthems and then these hour-long walkouts and shit. It's like, dude, nobody cares.
I'm not watching. The broadcast is on, the ESPN broadcast, but
Yeah.
I have it muted. I guarantee you they're explaining, like, everyone's sitting at home on their. We know. Just start the damn thing. Everybody knows that everybody's doing it from home. I guarantee you that's what Trey Wingo's talking about right now.
Okay, they're showing like a bunch of Bengal fans.
It's like the process. I don't care about the process. Just tell me who the pick is. Don't
That
tell me
little
about the
kid is
labor.
actually one of the scouts.
Don't tell me about the labor pains. Just show me the baby.
Yeah, does anybody casually watch the draft like that? I want to know.
No.
I think people are.
I think this year they might.
I mean, again, we're complaining, but what else are we going to watch?
So Shane, who do you think is going to be the first quarterback off the board after Burrow?
It
Is it
should
going to be
That's
Herbert?
me?
Yeah,
I
Shane.
think it's going to be Tua.
Yeah, I think it's going to be Tua.
Because
I really do.
it's also the financial side of this. And there's a lot of dumb football fans who just want to buy a jersey.
Mm-hmm.
But Herbert has personally admitted that on the Pat McAfee show, shout out to them, that the 2 teams that he's talked to the most are Miami and the Chargers. But I still think Miami goes for Tua. Like, they've won the whole time.
Shane, what do you like and what do you not like about Herbert?
Strong arm. He can throw into tight windows. What I don't like is he's got sloppy footwork. Never played under center. I can't trust his decision making because that's an offensive built off of your primary read. So he's going to have the problem that Mariota's had, where he has too much of a tendency to stare down his primary read. And like most quarterbacks with good arm strength, they try too hard to fit balls in that they shouldn't. So he's definitely, like, if I was a GM and a coach, I would draft him in the first round, but I wouldn't draft him to start him. He's a project. He's a developmental type of guy. But he's got good size.
Bengals on the
He's got
clock.
good size and athleticism as well.
You guys, Bengals are on the clock finally after
Okay.
about
15 minutes.
delay. They had a bigger delay than we did.
Yeah, Shane, I agree with you a lot about Herbert. I just the one read guys I struggle with, man, when they come into the pros, when they come out of those spread offenses and they've really done nothing but just that spread system where it's read either the one safety or the one linebacker to make a throw.
Well, here's the thing though, since I'm very intimate with Mariota's career, is like he had the same weaknesses coming in, basically.
Mm-hmm.
But quarterback is the most coaching dependent position in the NFL. So it's like he went from that, and then Wisenhunt put him in a system and says, okay, you have to be this now. Like they were hoping his skills would accentuate the system already in place. They didn't build around his skills, but they also didn't coach him up either. They just threw him out there. So it's kind of, when you can take those guys and you can make them something, but they're going to be a project. They have intangibles and they have a skill set already in place, but that doesn't mean they're necessarily ready to start in the NFL. And, most of the people that draft those teams are teams that need a starting quarterback, so they're going to a situation that's shitty already. That's why Mahomes and Rodgers are so have had such successful careers, because one, they didn't start right away, and two, they went to a team that was already in a good position.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but that's true though. But all top quarterbacks are going to get taken in the first round, and usually, if you're the worst team in the league, it's not just because of your quarterback.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, that plagues every I stand by Mark Sanchez could have had a good career in the NFL.
Who could have had a good year, good
The
time
hottest
in the NFL?
take I've ever had.
Butt fumble.
But
That actually
Sanchez?
wasn't his fault.
No, it wasn't his.
His lineman got blown up.
Yeah.
in
Blown
that
up.
play.
And pushed right back into his lap.
And
yeah.
I'm not a Jets fan at all, even though my boss used to coach them. I am not a Jets fan. But that was not – and I hate USC. Naturally, I hate USC. But that was not his fault. It was bad, but it was not his fault.
Why does they take the full 10 minutes?
Herbert is the classic example. I don't know how old you guys are. I used this back in the 90s when guys first started really coming out early in sports.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a guy by the name of Terrence Morris that played basketball at the University of Maryland. And after his freshman year, he was going to be like a top 5 pick. And he went back for his sophomore year and back for his junior year. And then he wound up being like the 25th pick. Justin Herbert was going to be the number 1 quarterback in the draft last year. And he went back. And when you go back, they see more film on you and they see more games of you and they can find more negatives on you.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you're going to be a top 5 pick, just go, okay?
Yeah, I remember Connor Cook was like that a few years ago.
Who was Harry?
Connor Cook. Remember Michigan State.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Once people want you, go. Get your money. You can get your year later.
Exactly.
I 100% agree with that.
I heard an old basketball coach say this, an old college basketball coach. He said, once you sign a recruit, once he's signed to go to your school, never go watch him play in high school again. Because then all you do is figure out all the things he can't do that you're stuck with.
That's also why, people who analyze the draft, when the year before, they're like, oh, Herbert's going to be number 1. Herbert would have been better last year. Then they get to actually look at the tape, and you get to watch all 22 film, and you watch it and you go, oh, this guy can't make any reads. What are we talking about here? Or this guy is accurate, but he's not, NFL level accurate.
So you end up just overanalyzing, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly, yeah. You might talk yourself out. The amount of overthinking teams do sometimes. I mean, it's crippling.
Mm.
But he's also like a 3.5-year starter. So,
Yeah.
because people try to compare him to Trubisky, and it's like, dude, he started way more than Trubisky.
Trubisky started 10 games in college.
Yeah.
11 games.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Trubisky was a low sample size, and you went, okay, he was pretty, they thought he was good from 13 games. But, that's a lot of the argument that people make with Joe Burrow, right? It's his, he's only been good for 1 year, but he played last year, and he wasn't great. He played decent. But it's sometimes it's just the amount of reps you get on the field.
Yeah.
Which is why I wouldn't draft him number 1. You're making my point for me, Walter.
No, he had one good season for the history books, Joe Burrow.
He had a great season last year.
Yeah. One
He had a
historic
great season in a very hard conference. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I think what he did, it was relatively more impressive. If you watch the games that Joe Burrow was playing, he found ways of escaping pressure really well. He found ways of keeping his eyes downfield, extending the play, throwing to the open guy or throwing guys open. He has skills that translate to the NFL. It's, when you look at Herbert, again, like Shane was saying before, sometimes you're not getting to see all the NFL level throws that they're going to have to do at the next level. With Burrow, he did all that. He did a lot of the things you do in the NFL. They did a lot of 5-man protections. You're going to have that in the NFL. He took it from under center. He took it from the shotgun. They did a lot. They did some play action, but again, it was an NFL style and level of offense. Also, the big question between Tua and Burrow is the ability to make progressions, right? With Tua, usually his first read was always open, so you really didn't get to see him make a second read. with Burrow, you had the ability to extend the play. Between extending the play, making second reads, making his check down, you saw some ability to survive in the NFL. Now, some people have said, like you guys were saying before, he's probably more Andy Dalton. The other end of the spectrum would be maybe Tony Romo, but it's a spectrum of quarterback. But I think he's in that family.
I definitely see that. Yeah.
He's gonna make for a great announcer.
Yeah, no. I think
that's right. I have two Giants fans on the podcast, so comparing him to Tony Romo might be the death nail anyway.
First of all, I hate Tony Romo with every fiber of my being, and he's a terrific announcer.
That's a lot of fiber.
Yeah. But I think that's a good window to put Burrow in. I think he'll be a quality starter in the NFL. I'm not saying that, but is the number one pick overall? You just want a quality player in the NFL?
Yeah. Well, I mean, people shit on Andy Dalton, but Andy Dalton is a quality starter.
Right, but it's the number one pick. Would you go back and redraft Andy Dalton's draft and draft him as the number
I would take Tyrod Taylor above Andy Dalton.
I think the Bengals at one point in time would have said, yeah.
Shit on Andy Dalton. I don't understand that.
I'm not. I'm saying Andy Dalton's a good player, but you wouldn't go back and redraft his draft and take him number one overall.
We're also saying you can win a Super Bowl with a quality starter. Listen, as a Giants fan, I love Eli Manning to death.
You guys, the pick is in. Shocker, it is Mr. Joe Burrow, everybody. Joe Burrow.
Who we're already talking about.
Shocking.
Yeah, exactly. But at least now we know the pick's been finally done. The draft has officially started. And we will.
I don't think they announced it yet. Well, I think
no, it's the pick is in.
Oh,
they haven't. The pick is in now.
Announced it. They're just showing Joe Burrow on the TV,
and they say the pick is in.
Pick is in.
So.
Because we don't know who it's going to be.
The pick has been in since January. Like
pretty much, yeah.
Do something wild to pick Chase Young.
Oh, dude, watch the Redskins draft like Andrew Thomas or something.
They do need offensive line help, but I don't think they're going to go crazy.
Listen, as a Giants fan, the dream scenario is the Redskins and Lions do something fucking stupid.
Well, not out of the realm of
possible. Probability. Like they,
that's.
I know that's what I'm banking on.
As a non-NFC East fan and whatsoever, just like a outside party perspective, the Giants are the worst drafting team in that division.
I think Washington probably.
Washington.
I think Washington's number one.
RG3.
I think Washington's a worse run organization, but they might be better at drafting. Like they do other things. They screw up. They give bad contracts. They have bad medical staff. They just seem to consistently piss off players.
Like absolute shit.
What was that?
Okay, now it's officially official.
Yeah, now it's official.
Oh, okay. Yep. There we go. Joe Burrow is the number one pick in the NFL draft. Everybody, it's official. Let's start with Shane. What's your thoughts on this pick?
Obvious, like we all knew it was coming. That's it. I'm just gonna leave it at that. We all knew it was coming.
All right, Kev. How about you?
I'm not shocked. We knew it was coming. I don't think Joe Burrow's the best player in the draft, but shocking. They need a quarterback, so that's it.
Who do you think's the best player in the draft?
I like Chase Young.
I think a lot of people would agree with you.
And Isaiah Simmons like a 1B to that 1A.
Kris, what's your opinion of this pick? I know you already kind of shit on the quarterbacks, but give like your full analysis of the
my full analysis is I don't think Joe Burrow is the number one pick. I think you have a player who has, again, nobody knows what holds in the future for this, because I'll go back to, someone like Jadeveon Clowney, okay? You have a player in Chase Young that has the ability to be a transcendent player in the league, like people thought Jadeveon Clowney was. Jadeveon Clowney has turned out not to be a transcendent player, be a good player, but he had the transcendent potential, and Chase Young has that potential. And when you have the number one pick, you have to pick a guy you think, the number one overall pick, this guy should be a Hall of Famer or a borderline Hall of Famer. I don't think Joe Burrow is going to sniff Canton. He's going to get in with a ticket just like the rest of us. And I think Chase Young has the ability to wear a gold jacket. So overall, I think it's a bad pick.
I understand that analysis. I think a lot of people might agree with that. But it's also a passing league. It's a quarterback's league, right? So if you think you have a shot of taking a guy number one overall who has that maybe 1 in 10 shot of being elite and at least the potential to be a top 10 or top 15 guy, don't you think you have to take the shot on the potential of the guy being that good?
Yeah, but I don't think the guy has the potential to be that good. That's my point. And I think Chase Young has the potential to be transcendent.
Sean, what's your opinion of this pick? Do you think the Bengals made the right move? Do you think that should have been a different way? Do you think Joe Burrow exotic should have went to a different team? Should have held out?
If I was Joe Burrow, would have held out and not.
Did we lose them? Did we lose everybody?
Want to win a Super Bowl.
Oh, we got
As an NFL franchise, that's horrific to hear. That's awful. Like they're a team that wants to sell some tickets and make some money, and they want to make that wild card weekend every year, and they get knocked out in the first round by the Texans. Like that's,
and they were able to do that with Marvin Lewis
do.
and Andy Dalton. So what do they need Joe Burrow for that for?
Well, again, it's like anything. You see, sometimes you put a fresh coat of paint on something. I do think Burrow is better than now Kris is making him out to be, because you watched him play last year. He showed so much maturity and poise that really just resembled an NFL quarterback. Now, does he have the best arm? No. Does he have the best legs? No. But he's a very quality guy, and teams can make a quality guy into something great with the right coaching and system around him. The bad part is at the Bengals, it's not going to happen. But I salute him. He seems like a cool dude. Drink some beers. Plus, he's an older guy, 23.
Well, that's actually a big risk with him, right? Is that he is an older quarterback. We had this before with Brandon Weeden, where he was like in his late 20s when he started playing.
Yeah. He is a guy who I think is going to win you a couple of surprise games. But he's never going to be, that Pro Bowler, All-Star, guy everyone comes over.
Who is this?
All right.
Good.
Back on.
All right.
Just the computer's struggling. Sorry about that. Kris and Shane, right? We'll go Kris first. You're an NFC East fan, right, Kris? What's your opinion of the Washington Redskins and their potential second pick? And the pick is in, by the way.
Well, again, this is a team that they don't necessarily need pass rush help. I mean, they need more help on their offensive line, but there's no offensive lineman to take here. Again, you're the number 2 pick, and the best player in the entire draft is sitting there. You take him. They don't need a quarterback. So they don't need to reach for Tua or anybody like that. They got all kinds of quarterbacks there that stink. But you just have to take the best player. I mean, there's no argument against taking Chase Young unless you get a great trade where someone's going to give you a bunch of picks and you can trade back into the mid-first round. But I don't think that's going to happen.
Shane, what's your opinion on it? Do you think it would be a good idea to trade down or take Chase Young?
If I was if you're smart, you could use either. But I think Chase Young is such a generational talent. If you use him properly, and yeah, they need help on the offensive side, but let's be honest, the Redskins are not in win now mode. They just fired their coach and their team president. And Ron Rivera is a defensive guy. If you get somebody that disruptive, that talented on the defensive side, especially at pass rusher, to complement Montez Sweat, you're building a foundation for your team. And they do need more help on the offensive side, but they're not an offensively geared team. If you get that really strong defense first and the offense later, you got a lot to work with. So if they trade down, don't trade down far and at least get a lot of compensation for it, like draft capital or what have you. But if not, take Chase Young. By the way, shout out to one of my best friends, Adam Grimm. He's a guy I was in the Navy with. Unfortunately, he's a Charger fan. He's watching us right now.
Awesome. Hello, Adam. Yeah.
Grimm. Don't call him Adam.
My bad. Hey, Adam. I agree with you, Shane. The Redskins are in a power spot here. If there's someone that somebody really wants, they could trade down and ask for a haul if someone really wants to go up and get Chase Young, or they just take the best player in the draft.
Well, they're also missing a lot of pieces and not pass rush, right? They're missing they don't really have a great back end. They don't have great corners. They just signed Fuller in free agency. And then you look at their offensive line, they're going to have to trade Trent Williams, or he's holding out. He said he's going to make sure that they get him out of that building.
Well, sorry, Walt, I didn't mean to interrupt
you.
No,
Kris, go ahead.
The point is, they need everything. So just take the best player in the draft.
Chase Young was picked.
All right, let's see it.
And the pick is in, and they're about to announce it. And it would not be shocking if it is.
On the phone, so.
Big surprise.
And the pick is Chase Young, everybody. Shocker.
Shocker.
Kev, what's your opinion of this pick?
Like I said earlier, man, he's one of the top players in the draft. So you get the talent and you build upon it. So I don't see this as a bad pick at all. This is good. You're going to solidify your defensive front for the next couple of years. So good job for that pick.
And Harry, what's your opinion?
I think it's good. Like
Chase
you know,
Young?
like Kris said, they need pretty much everything. So might as well take the best player in the draft. You know, and he's going to go into the locker room with a lot of familiar faces. They have a lot of Ohio State guys there already. They got Dwayne Haskins. They got what's that receiver they got who had a great rookie
Terry
year, number 17.
Man. Terry F.
McLaurin.
Yes.
Terry, man, my fantasy hero.
Amen
Yeah, so
to
the
that.
Redskins are thinking about changing the logo. Might as well change it to like the Ohio State logo. On the Buckeyes now.
They can change it to like the Washington Sunburns. They could just be a white person with their hand across their chest.
I like it.
Sean, what's your opinion of this pick?
I'm going to echo what everyone else said, man. Like, he's the best player in the draft. The Redskins need everything, basically, as an organization. So you start by taking the best player and maybe trying an identity. On a very defensive mind and coach, so they might be able to establish a good force. I mean, let's see what they do later in the draft to help see if they get Dwayne Haskins some help. Because with Trent Williams, basically, holding the team at gunpoint until he gets to leave, there's going to be a lot more problems out for that team to come.
And we saw last year with Nick Bosa going to San Francisco, that changed their defense. Steve, what's your opinion?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we can. To be honest with you, I was just reading something, but of course I wasn't paying attention the first time he called on me. I mean, no, I believe he's like he was saying 1A, 1B between Chase Young and Isaiah Simmons being the best player in the draft. I thought they were actually going to move when it came down to the wire with it, but they're putting a very important piece that they need onto their team.
I agree. And now we got Detroit on the clock, everybody. And to give you the lead-in on Detroit, Mr. DiBlasio. Or actually, Shane. We'll go with Shane. If Shane is on there. Shane dropped out. You there,
No,
Shane?
I'm right here.
All right. Yeah, so we're now up to Detroit, right? Detroit's been rumored to maybe trade out of the third pick. There was talks earlier today and yesterday about them trading down with Miami. What's your opinion on Detroit? What do they need? What should they be doing here? Or if they're not going to go trade down, who should they take?
They need a lot. If they don't trade down, I would say 80% take Okuda, 20% take Simmons. Gun to my head, Okuda, obviously. But I wouldn't be shocked if they trade down. But if they don't take Okuda, here's the reason I support them taking it down. So 2 years ago, you guys had the number 4 draft pick, and you took Denzel Ward. Cleveland, that is.
Yeah, he's talking about.
And then the next cornerback. Yeah. And the next cornerback taken was Jair Alexander at like 27th by Green Bay.
Yeah.
Like the disparity between those two is not a lot. It wasn't a lot before the draft, and it wasn't a lot in their careers thus far. Both very good players. So it's like, is there really that big of a separation? Huh?
I said I agree. I liked both of them coming out, and I agree with that assessment. So you think they should go Okuda here?
Yeah, but it's like, is there really that big of a separation between Okuda and like a CJ Henderson?
I think it depends on what scheme you're running. That's the big problem with corners, right? Maybe you get 1 or 2 per draft that are like certified. You're going to do really well here. And then there's maybe like a few that are scheme specific, right?
Yeah.
So I think that if you think Okuda is like this universal transition, because again, with Okuda, he's clearly the best, probably fits more schemes than CJ Henderson. So if you think you need this guy to run your scheme and you need a guy who's versatile, which keep in mind, Matt Patricia runs, a lot of different fronts, a lot of different back ends, but typically more man coverage, you can lean either way on that. Because again, C.J. Henderson, great man coverage, but if you're looking for a guy who maybe switches it up a bit, I think you go with Okudah. And then there's always, there's a question as whether even C.J. Henderson is the second best corner in the draft for some people.
Oh, if the pick is in quick, they're either trading or they took Okudah.
They took Okudah. All right. And
what's actually happening is that the picks are coming in and the other team goes on the clock. I think because of the way that they're doing it, it's taking them a little bit longer than normal to print the name, to make the announcement. So if you look, when the Giants are on the clock right now, they're not going to have 10 minutes. They're already at 7 minutes, 50 seconds. So they're having less time, it looks like, on the clock, but they're being notified right away that they're on the clock once that pick is in the team previous.
So Shane, what do you think about this pick? You think that was the right move?
Yeah,
Okay.
I support it. I support taking Okudah because they don't have number one corner, and now they do.
Well, they did. They got rid of him. His name is Darius Slay. Now he's on the Eagles.
So Okudah is a good person to build around on the defensive side, which is what your head coach is. I would definitely not hate having him on my team. I know that much.
And Kev, what's your opinion on this pick?
You already had Slay. You let him go. And now you're bringing in Okudah. For me, I don't know how long Matt Patricia stays for them to make this pick. You know what I'm saying?
I kind of agree with you. I mean, they're pretty much on their last legs. They had to get a definition. They had to get a good talent at that pick, right?
Exactly. So with Okudah, no, I want Okudah, but I still feel like Simmons is better than Okudah. But, we're in a passing lead now, so you got to get somebody to hold the other side of the field. And with those teams in that division, you need a baller for a corner. And you got one.
I agree. Harry, you there?
Yes.
Harry, what do you think about this pick? Do you think they made the right move? Do you think they should have traded down?
I do.
There was a different player on the board that they could have taken? I know there was a little bit of
I do like this move. As you guys mentioned, they needed to replace Darius Slay. Okudah is obviously the best corner in the draft, and again, I think there was really nobody else. I know you said Isaiah Simmons, but again, they have a gap at corner they needed to fill, and now they filled it with Okudah.
Right on. We're gonna get to now Sean Barry. Sean. If you want to give your quick reaction to the Lions pick, and then also if you want to start leading into, I know we're about to come up on the fourth pick on the clock. We're going to talk about the New York Giants.
I'll give my last thoughts. If I was the Lions, if I'm Patricia, I would have tried to be more creative with this pick, because the fact that he's on the hottest of hot seats, because in 2 years now, all he's done is just basically take the Patriots scraps and not turn it into a meal. And by doing so, I mean, it's a team that just truly lacks any sort of passion and pizzazz. So if I was him, I would have taken a gamble on somebody here. But I know Okudah's going to be a good player. But he's a guy I guarantee you'll hear is traded in 2 seasons from now to another team.
And what do you think about the Giants now that they're on the clock? What do you think they're going to do? Do you think they're going to trade down? Do you think they're going to take somebody?
No, I don't think they're going to trade down. I'm starting to think that we're going to see them take an offensive lineman. I think that's the safest bet. I think Gettleman.
If you can find a trade and trade back to 8, 9, 10, I still think you're getting. I think the four big tackles are all fairly comparable. In Wills, Thomas, Wirfs, and Becton. So, I mean, personally, I like Thomas. He's the one I think is the best. I watched a lot of his games this year. But I agree, Sean. It seems like an offensive tackle, even with Simmons' explosiveness on the field.
Oh, my gosh.
So you're leaning towards offensive tackle. Do you know which tackle you guys really think that would be? Or is there any kind of rumors as to what it would be? I think Daniel Jeremiah said maybe it might be Jedrick Wills. I know a lot of people think Tristan Wirfs because of the athleticism. Andrew Thomas because he's played left tackle previously.
Like I said, I'm a Thomas fan. The size, he's strong. He's a good pass blocker. He's also a good run blocker. And he's a good combination of both. Wirfs seems to be like the steady guy. Iowa, They produce a lot of good linemen. I think that's why his name is really high. Becton has kind of shot up the draft board here, but I think he's the least proven on the field. And Wills is a good line.
Because of the format, it's going to fuck with everyone's heads.
I think as you get further down, I think when you get into the teens, there'll be a few more trades.
Mm-hmm.
And they're showing Eli Manning. Too bad he's not announcing it.
Stat that game.
They decided to redraft Eli.
That would not shock me at all.
Are they
I
allowed?
hope they draft like Denzel Mims or some shit.
Yeah.
Watch this.
I hope they
wide
take
receiver
Arch
pick come
Manning
through.
right now. Cheer up the team for 2026.
Like, hey, is one of Philip Rivers' kids playing yet? We'll take him.
Yeah.
And then trade him for Arch Manning.
Yeah.
Arch Manning's going to be the first kid to ever come out his junior year of high school.
Yeah. No pressure.
If that kid plays in the NFL and wins the Super Bowl, that'll be fucking ridiculous.
Oh, he's definitely playing the suit in the NFL. We'll see where it happens.
And now they're showing Joe Judge just sitting alone in his house with a bunch of work lights. Oh, and then there's Gettleman. Oh, I like his setup. He's got a TV.
Like
He's actually got the same setup we got here.
Like an IKEA display.
Yeah,
He looks like he's in like the attic, like the frog, the frog room over the garage, finished room over garage, or something like that. That's what he looks like he's in.
Dude, Jerry Jones is drafting all by himself. Like, no assistant or like, scouting department around him.
Yeah.
When
Jerry
you
Jones is the life we all want to live.
Jerry world, you can do that.
He's going to make some horribly impulsive decision.
No.
Jordan Love, here he comes.
Justin Herbert, number 4 overall.
Don't play with my emotions, please.
It's not unheard of after Arizona did it. The pick is in, the selection is up.
Andrew Thomas,
Andrew
Georgia.
Thomas.
Hey,
No way.
Best tackle in this draft, or at least one of the top 2. Nice.
What do you
Background, both
Andrew
doing
Thomas.
right
Okay.
and left guard, started at Georgia. And Sean, kick it off, man. What do you think about this pick?
I basically summed it up earlier. It's like one of those things where you can't get angry at an offensive line pick sometimes. It's a boring pick. No one's ever excited about an offensive line getting picked. The fact of the matter is, for almost a decade now, the offensive line has been depleted. And this is the step you need to make. It's not a sexy pick, and Isaiah Simmons is going to make a team very happy.
Mm-hmm.
But right here, right now, fix the line, fix the team.
Do you think they're going to play him at right tackle or left tackle, or switch Solder over?
I imagine they're going to play him at right tackle for now. Solder seems pretty dependent on him.
Kris, what's your opinion of this pick?
I said it before. I think that of the tackles, I liked Andrew Thomas the best, and it felt like the Giants were going to take a tackle here. It didn't feel like they were in love with Isaiah Simmons, which is fine. The offensive line is where they need the biggest help. They do need some help at linebacker. They signed Blake Martinez in the offseason, gave him a little help. They had a good rookie season out of David Mayo, or a good first time starting season out of David Mayo at linebacker. Again, like Sean said, you can't argue with an offensive line pick. It's not sexy. They need help. If this was the guy they thought was the best of the 4, then go with it.
Shane, what do you think about this pick? Are you not dressing up like Gardner Minshew? Are you getting like in your outfit for when the Jags pick?
Yeah. No, fucking I personally didn't have him graded as the number 1 tackle. I think even though Gettleman never does it, you could have traded down.
And who would you like? The problem with trading down is you need somebody to trade with.
Team needed the most. You're protecting your quarterback who needs it. And like Sean and Kris both said, offensive lineman isn't sexy, but it's people who only watch football to see big hits and touchdowns don't care about offensive line.
Fantasy
For
people.
all of us, everybody on this Zoom knows how important and vital the offensive line is, and that's why nobody's really mad at it or looking down on it.
Not at all.
Again, I agree with Shane. I said it earlier. I think they could have traded back and got this, but if this was, we can't argue with them picking up a tackle.
I mean, I do think Andrew Thomas probably would have been there around 7 or 8 or 9, maybe hell even 10.
He could have been top 10.
He could have been made 10. But you know, if teams weren't willing to trade and you knew you were going to get a lineman, might as well take the lineman.
I agree.
Yeah. Well, okay, so now we're on to the fifth pick. The I would say the bells of the ball, the one everybody's been talking about for the last 9 months, the Miami Dolphins. Kev, give us a quick hit on your opinion of what the Giants did, and then what also you think about the Miami Dolphins coming up. Who you think they might pick? Who you think they should pick?
Okay, what the Giants did with picking Thompson, like everybody else said in this meeting, in this panel, is not the flashiest pick, but it's the most stable pick, and you need O-line help. But, I guess I'm just stuck in the old school way of superior talent trumps everything, and you got that Simmons kid out there floating around, and somebody's going to be happy that when he falls in their lap.
And the pick is in, everybody. Oh no, it's not in. It's not. They're just cutting to. They just cut to the random ass people. That's what they keep doing. They were showing Tua. I thought. I got excited. Everybody. So Kev, what do you think about Miami? Since we're on Miami's pick, do you think they trade down, maybe accumulate even more picks and double down for next year? Do you think they? Select Tua? Do you think they select Herbert? Do you think they take a tackle like they were saying they were going to do?
Listen, you have Ryan Fitzpatrick as your starting quarterback. You want to get somebody in there to help them get out of there sooner than later. So if I'm them, I go take Tua, man. Don't waste your time. Just go get Tua, let him sit for 2 years or a year, and that's it after that. I'm taking Tua. For that fifth pick. Yeah.
Harry, what do you think the Giants? What do you think the Miami Dolphins should do?
Honestly, I think they should just take it. They should take a tackle and then maybe get Jalen Hurts second round. I think Jalen Hurts is the best quarterback on the board right now. I think Tua is going to be. I think he's going to be a bust. And again, like Ryan Fitzpatrick, he's not like the best quarterback, but he's a pretty good stopgap guy, and we know Miami's not going to go anywhere this year. So honestly, don't waste the first round pick on one of the quarterbacks left.
Dude, I'm starting to see what some of the people's here's like opinions on team building is with Harry and Kris. It's what you just got to take the best guy. You want to get blue chippers. You want to get elite. Build the offensive line. Build everything else around them, and then you find the quarterback. And then there's some of us who are like, you know what? Some of these guys just show enough, like that. You go if there's a little bit of glimmer of hope and a baseline, you might just go ahead and throw the ball on it. The pick is in for the Dolphins. Shane, what do you think about what the Dolphins should do? What do you think they're going to do here? What do you think would be your building strategy going in for the Dolphins?
Dude, their phones are probably blowing up with trade offers because people won't get Simmons. Because I really hope the Chargers don't get Simmons.
Dolphins pick is in,
but
they're not trading.
It might be. It's probably Tua or Herbert.
Tua or Herbert, right? Or a tackle.
But
that was the new rumor this week.
They should get Jedrick Wills.
Wills. Shane, what's your opinion on Jedrick Wills since you bring him up?
Best feet, has good head placement, meaning he knows what level to get. Only thing I don't like is he's got short arms and sometimes he has a hard time sustaining blocks on stronger guys.
Yeah, I think the only issue that was my big issue with him was he had a very wide base, and sometimes that might not help you when you're dealing with some better pass rushers in the NFL. And the pick is in. They're announcing it right now. Miami Dolphins have made their selection.
Tua.
It is Tua. Holy bananas!
I'm reading Kyle's lips.
Damn it, dude!
It is Tua Tagovailoa of Alabama. So Herbert is not going number 5. Tua is. Dolphins stay in. They don't care about the medical evals. They went in for this. They said we believe that this is the chance to have a future at quarterback, right?
Took the guy they probably wanted the whole time.
Pretty much. Kris, what's your reaction to this?
Terrible.
Terrible?
I mean, we went on at the beginning when we first came on. I think Tua is a colossal bust. Before he got hurt, I never liked him. Hurt, I don't like him at all. I think it's a terrible pick. They could have used an offensive lineman. Wills would have been a good pick, and even if you have to move him into guard. Terrible pick. They should have definitely taken a lineman.
And Shane, what's your opinion? You think this was the right move? You think this was the wrong move?
I thought Harry's scenario was very good. Take a tackle and maybe look at a guy like Jalen Hurts in the second round. I actually like that by Harry.
I mean,
Shane, what's your opinion here, man?
Me?
Like, I'm pretty sure we all knew they were taking Tua. Like they had the lowest rated offensive line last year in terms of pass protection. So they could have taken Wills for still. They could have taken Simmons to go along with a really good defense already, especially when they have two other picks, you know. But man, I'm just more concerned about the Chargers taking Simmons right now. Like, I'm actually really scared about that.
Now, as a newfounded Raiders fan, Kev, what's your opinion on this pick? You know, you let us in on the Miami Dolphins. What do you think they did? You think they did right on this pick?
Look, like I said before, you have Ryan Fitzpatrick there. I don't trust Ryan Fitzpatrick for a triple season, so I'd rather go get a quarterback and have him in there and learn for a season and then bring him in. So I have nothing against this pick at all. I think it's a good pick. Now, earlier we're talking about you should get an offensive tackle. Yeah, but I don't trust Ryan Fitzpatrick. Sorry.
It's also a deep tackle draft, everybody. And then the Miami Dolphins have 2 other first-round picks and 2 second-round picks. They have a lot. If they wanted to trade up and get a tackle, I think that if they believe that Tua is the guy and he can make that team that much better, they can trade up and get a tackle. I think there's going to be opportunities to do that. I think when you get close to Carolina, I think when you get close to Arizona, those are the teams that I could see potentially pulling that off. Harry, right?
Yes.
How about you lead us in on the Chargers and also maybe give your opinion on this Miami Dolphins pick?
I think I agree with Kris. I think it's a bad pick. He's been hurt. And again, like when you're playing in Alabama, you look a little bit better than you actually are because you almost always have elite talent with you. And I've mentioned this before. Like, when was the last time a truly great quarterback came out of Alabama? You got to go back to the 70s with like Kenny Stabler or Joe Namath. It's like my main rule for drafting quarterbacks is you don't go to Alabama and you don't go to USC. But enough about that. My pick for the Chargers, I know we've been talking about Isaiah Simmons or maybe potentially getting Justin Herbert. I think the Chargers, they play it safe and just get Tristan Wirfs, boost up their offensive line. The line last year was pretty bad, and Coach Anthony Lynn recently said that he's not looking to like get a quarterback right away. It's like he's worked with Tyrod Taylor before. I've been a big fan of Tyrod pretty much his entire career not really when he was with Baltimore, but when he was in Buffalo. I think see what they got with him, and then maybe like third round or second round they get a guy like Jalen Hurts who's more similar to Tyrod Taylor. And you know, if Tyrod balls out, you keep him. But
also
if not,
out of Alabama.
But I think he's more similar to what you could do with, say, someone like Jalen Hurts is very similar to Tyrod Taylor. I kind of, I'm starting to see Harry's team building philosophy. Like I said before, he thinks like, screw the top 5 guys. I'm going to go for the guy who I think is like the underrated dude who's going to get to the second round. And I'm going to build better. Yeah, fits the system really well. And by the way, I love Tristan Wirfs, man. Tristan Wirfs is one of the most athletic tackles at the combine, but also if you watch his tape, man, this guy's got fast feet. There's a lot of talk right now about maybe kicking him into guard, but honestly, the LA Chargers, who by the way just released their new uniforms, they need both a left guard and a left tackle. You know, they traded for the right guard from Carolina, Trey Turner. They traded away Russell Okung because he did not want to be in LA with the Chargers. And then they also signed Brian Bulaga. I think that was an underrated signing. And they still have Mike Pouncey. So that offensive line is three-fifths good. Now you just got to add up maybe 1 or 2 more pieces, shore up the left side. This is why a lot of people thought maybe they were the team going for Tua Tagovailoa. But I do dig that thought. The Chargers pick is in, everybody. Kev, why don't you give us like a preview of what you think about the Chargers, what they should do?
You know, I might have said it, keep saying it early and early again. You go get Simmons. Don't waste your time. Just
No.
I know that. There's a guy who's a Raiders fan over there who's gonna be crying right now. You got Simmons and you let loose on that defensive side. Let that young man rumble.
Yeah, with
Okay?
Darwin James and Casey Hayward and Joey Bosa and Melvin Ingram. Yeah,
It's not my fault. Hey, this is what's in front of me. If you get to Simmons, you put the cherry on top of that defense and just walk away.
And they also have
Shane, you go. What were you saying since you're responding to Kev's suggestion for the pick?
they just no, like I won't knock any team for taking like if anybody takes Isaiah Simmons, I'm not gonna be like, oh, that's a bad pick. No, like the dude is so versatile and athletic and freakish and actually has a good football IQ to match it, excuse me. But just as a Raider fan, I don't want to see him on the Chargers, but like let's say I'm not a fan of anybody with the Chargers, it would make that defense horrific, horrifying for people. But I also wouldn't knock them for taking Wirfs or Jedrick Wills still on the board. And, if they want to start developing a quarterback for the future and they took Herbert, I would agree with that the least, especially with who's on the board. But Simmons, I would say, is the best option.
Lose everybody?
Wirfs or Wills, I would be happy with that as well.
Did we lose
Wirfs or Wills or Simmons? Yeah, those would all be great picks. I think the only issue with Wills is that he's never played left tackle. He's played right tackle strictly in college and even going back to high school. But like you were saying, man, he's probably my favorite tackle in this draft. I think he can make the transition really well.
Here comes the pick.
The pick is in. The selection is on. And it is... Can you read the lips? Justin Herbert
was wrong.
Is Justin Herbert. So, Harry,
Herbert?
Bring you back up since you introduced them. What's your opinion of this pick?
Well, like I said before, not good. I think Tyrod Taylor has more left in his tank than what Justin Herbert's going to do. And again, I wouldn't waste the first round pick on either Herbert or Love. I think you could get a better quarterback in Jalen Hurts in the second or third round. And again, you could boost up your offensive line. And Isaiah Simmons, he was there for the taking. But hey, what do I know? I'm not running the Chargers. And quick shout out to my boy Joe who's watching at home. I see your text, man.
Kev,
I don't think they're going to start him right away, though.
Shane, we'll get to you, but because I do want to get your opinion on it. But let's listen from Kev, and then we'll get to Shane, and then Sean.
That's a reach, man. I think you could have traded down that pick and got him, Justin Herbert, later on. You can't coach talent, bro. I'm sorry. You should have got Simmons at that pick and had your defense just locked away, rock solid for years to come. It could be a mistake, but with Justin Herbert, it's weird because I don't know. Does he play the same skill set like Tyrod? He's
not like that. He's not that mobile or anything.
Yeah,
He's
so
mobile. He is athletic, and he does have a big arm.
Yeah, he's actually very athletic and mobile.
So
Shane, let's have you talk about it because you're a big Oregon Ducks fan, or you used to be until you switched to a new team. What do you think about this pick?
Like,
give us some details on Justin Herbert. Do you think he went to the right team?
They're not starting him right away. He's not starting right away. They want Tyrod to start. They want Tyrod to play. He's going to be a project. He's developmental. Like, do I like the kid? Yeah. Will he be good eventually? Yeah, if he's coached properly. But with what was left on the board, I wouldn't have done it. With Simmons, Wirfs, and Wills for a big team need, I wouldn't have done it. I honestly would not have. But, like not the best pick, but if coached right, he could end up being pretty good.
And Sean, what's your opinion on this pick? You think this was a good move, bad move, negative move?
I think this is a horrible move. He's like a Brock Osweiler, too tall. He's just a big, tall, white guy that you really just don't need. Like, this was such a mistake. This is hard. Like, he's one of those guys. Just like he looks like a quarterback, so people think he's a great quarterback. He's not. He's too flat-footed, too tall, and like they're gonna hide him up. Like, this is a horrible for the organization of the Chargers. You're moving to a giant new stadium. and you got nothing going for you. Remember, freaking Nick Bosa and the other guy, their contracts are done up in next season. You're only going to be able to retain one of those guys. Why not trade out of this to try and get some real fucking stock here? Or if you're going to suck next year, why not suck for Fields or Trevor Lawrence as opposed to these guys? This guy, I mean, this is just a waste of a pick, in my opinion. Number 6 overall, too.
And by the way, Carolina Panthers are now on the clock.
The
pick is in. Sean, why don't you give us a little bit of insight on the Carolina Panthers?
Well, the Carolina Panthers are a team kind of in flux at the moment because they're big change it from Ron Rivera into what's his fucking name? The guy from Baylor. Matt Rule. So I'm expecting this is where I think the run of wide receivers is going to come in. Because I think they signed Teddy Bridgewater, and they're going to want to go high, some high pressure offense here. I don't think this is the right move for them. That's what I think they're going to do. They definitely need more defensive help than anything else. But I think Matt Rule's a guy who's going to want to air this ball out. So I can see them taking like CD Lamb right here.
Woo! That would be an interesting decision to go CD Lamb.
Well, but they got like some good receivers as it is in Carolina. I think you just go with Isaiah Simmons at this point. Like Luke Kuechly just retired. They have DJ Moore. They just got Robbie Anderson.
Yeah. And outside of Kawan Short, they have no one on their defensive line. Like, I would take Simmons, but if they took Brown or Kinlaw at defensive tackle, I wouldn't be shocked.
Me neither.
I could definitely see them taking Kinlaw. In fact, I remember hearing a beat reporter about a month ago saying they were very interested in Kinlaw. I know they've been pegged a little bit to Derek Brown. They seem to be in rebuild mode. And when you're in this kind of zone where you're rebuilding your team, you just want to get good players. Either you want to trade down and get picks, or you want to go ahead and get blue chip guys. If they believe Isaiah Simmons is a blue chip guy, they can get him used to their system. They can draft him, get him to be, whether they want to play linebacker or safety or free safety or weak side linebacker. If they want to utilize him in the way they want to, they can get him about 2 years in. It also seems to be kind of the trend recently that if you are rebuilding, go defensive line early, and then like let those guys acclimate to the NFL, because defensive linemen usually, especially D tackles, take about 2 years to kind of develop into the NFL and flourish. So, that's why Derek Brown and Kinlaw would probably be very smart moves here. Shane, what's your thoughts on this?
Am I not here anymore?
How about Kris? How about we'll have Kris come up? I don't see where
people who can stop the run. Yeah, I just think it fell right to them.
Well, what's your opinion on the?
I just think the way things have fallen.
Recently did.
Terrific. Have you ever seen Christian McCaffrey play?
Yeah,
I have. Very athletic,
Fine,
very
running
good
back.
pass catcher.
70 billion. Oh boy, one bottle of water down. This pee is coming earlier than we thought.
Peeing.
Does this pee come
You
before
gotta
or
get
after?
one of those catheters.
What's the over/under on before?
Get an adult diaper.
Listen, we can't see your lower half. Just drop trow and do it right in front of us.
In my living room.
Do you
Yeah.
have a Gatorade
Might get
bottle?
kicked off of YouTube for that one, but
They can't see
I'm
it.
not entirely
Yeah, they
Tyler
can't-
against
There's
it. You know what?
on-
Might get
there's
you a little
ISIS
bit of
beheadings
extra
on YouTube. This
infamy,
should
if
be
you will.
okay.
Yeah, Carolina's got an interesting situation. They're sitting there. The pick is in. They're showing Matt Rule, everybody. Matt Rule's wearing a blue suit. I think it's an impressive choice.
Sorry, guys. I think I have a drinking problem.
No.
Yeah, no
Oh,
shit.
you?
No. Next you're going to tell us you have anger management issues.
Hey, shut the fuck up, Kris.
The pick is in, everybody. Carolina Panthers pick's about to be announced.
Finish.
Huge, because if they take Derek Brown, how does Arizona pass up on Simmons instead of taking a tackle?
Well, I mean, they've had guys who have that level of athleticism to be like that quasi. I think Simmons is falling out of the top 10. I'm going to tell you that right now.
Yeah.
At
It
this
is.
rate,
It's Derek Brown, defensive tackle out of Auburn, man. Tough run stopper. Sean,
Hold on, I gotta FaceTime someone.
Sean, what's your opinion on this?
Well, it's the exact opposite of everything I said, so that shows how much I fucking know. No, this is a good pick. I mean, you guys are right. They do need to rebuild their defense here. Yeah, he's a solid run stopper. I mean, like, it's a solid quality pick. again, this is another one that's just not sexy, but it's the right pick, you know?
Right. I think in 3 or 4 years, the Panthers fan is going to be like, man, Derek Brown's really good.
Exactly.
It was the right pick. Yeah.
When he swallows up like fucking, I don't know, somebody next season, you're like, oh shit, there we go. Just a road hog that gets in there.
Yeah, I think he was the safe pick here.
Yeah,
Kev, what's your opinion here?
He looked like he's in Coney's army.
Kev, what's your opinion on the Derek Brown pick?
Oh, no, like you said earlier, it's not the sexiest pick, but it's that hog molly mentality, man. And you need somebody up the middle to plug it up, and he's that guy. He's that guy who's gonna do damage for you. And he got double team, triple team, and he still made production. So hey, look, if you want somebody up front to show up your defensive line in this draft, you got one.
This is so interesting. A buddy of mine who's watching this feed, and we're big football fans. It's amazing how the linebacker has become like invisible nowadays in football. The fact that a guy with Isaiah Simmons' talent is just sliding down a draft. Like linebackers and running backs are not seen as value anymore. Much more value on cornerbacks, tackles, pass rushers. No, it's just, it's a change in football, and that happens, but it's just interesting to see. Again, especially, I'm older than you guys, I think.
Yeah, we can tell.
But you know what? In the 80s, it was all linebackers and running backs. Like, that's what football
and cocaine.
Was. Yeah, that was awesome, too. But you know what I mean? It was Lawrence Taylor and Mike Singletary and Walter Payton and Emmitt Smith. And, everybody had a great linebacker and everybody had a great running back. So it's just an interesting where football has gone. That's all. I understand.
But last year we saw 2 linebackers go in the top 10.
Right.
We saw Devin White and Devin Bush.
But I think that's an outlier, definitely.
Yeah. By the way, Cardinals are on the clock. And the pick is in. Is Shane here? If not,
Shane's still doing.
Probably get more tequila.
I think the issue with Isaiah Simmons is that a lot of coaches are not sure what his position is in the NFL, and if you don't fit what your particular choice is, like, are you getting the most out of him by playing him at linebacker, or are you getting your most out of him by playing him at free safety or strong safety? Is he better as a matchup guy? And by the way, this happens with a lot of safeties. Jamal Adams might have went in the top 10, but Derwin James fell to 17 a couple years ago.
I
see what happened. Shane fell out of the chat.
He said he had to go. He said he had to go FaceTime someone.
All right.
Yeah.
So Shane will be back on. Harry, what's your opinion on this?
I personally would have taken Isaiah Simmons, but I don't think it's a bad move. They're both same side of the ball, and like you said, you don't know where you're going to play Isaiah Simmons, if he's going to be a linebacker or a safety. So I think you need to stack up that defensive line for Carolina, even though Isaiah Simmons may be the better player. So yeah, I think it's a solid pick.
Yeah, and the Cardinals are on the up on the clock right now, and
here comes the pick.
The pick is in. Cardinals had an interesting year with Cliff Kingsbury. They decided last year they were picking number 1 overall. They drafted Kyler Murray. There's a lot of questions what they're going to do with this 8th pick. Offensive tackle. Are they going to go receiver? Are they going to go defense?
They got to get an offensive tackle.
But their defense now is falling apart. They took Isaiah Simmons, the
He's
man
off
we've
the
been
board.
talking about the whole damn night.
There you go,
Cardinals are
baby.
going to be a playoff team this year.
There you go. Shane, are you here or no?
Yeah, I just got back.
All right, Shane. What's your opinion on this pick of Isaiah Simmons to the Arizona Cardinals?
No, it was a smart pick. It was either that or an offensive lineman. But if they took a wide receiver or like another offensive weapon, I would have been upset at them. But they need significant defensive help, and they got one of the most outstanding defensive players, maybe the second best defensive player in the whole draft. So, good move, and I hope the coaching uses him well.
Shane, I just want to say I love your ceiling. I'm sure a lot of women say that to you because I've seen a lot of it tonight in tonight's feed.
But it's also good for me as a Raiders fan, the fact that they didn't draft a wide receiver, then, it still keeps Lamb on board for us.
So hopefully
Yeah,
the
so far
Jaguars.
only one tackle and no receivers off the board. The big deep position is still in this draft right now. Kris, what's your opinion on this pick? You know, we've all been talking about Isaiah Simmons all night, and what's your thoughts on this?
You know, again, you're going with the best available player. They needed a tackle or an offensive line help, but Isaiah Simmons falling to, what is it, the 8th pick?
8th pick, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this was a guy people thought was the top 5 pick. You can get him at 8. You know, again, he's a dynamic playmaker. So if they think they can use him properly in the defense, then, you know, again, you can't argue with picking Isaiah Simmons in a top 10 pick. One thing you talked about the receiver, which we know is a deep position. I think in the teens is when you're going to see that glut of receivers be taken. You know, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, in that range is when you'll start to see those guys really popping off the board.
Well, maybe even now with this next pick with Jacksonville coming up on the board. Because, you know, they have a couple of decent receivers, but no star receivers.
Mm-hmm.
They have needs all over that roster. Maybe getting like an elite guy like a Jerry Jeudy or CeeDee Lamb pair up with DJ Chark would be a good move.
See, I don't see them doing that with how their defense is just basically everybody jumped ship this last season. I see them taking a cornerback or something to replace like Jalen Ramsey.
Like a CJ Henderson or something.
Yeah, exactly. CJ Henderson.
Yeah, a little high for Henderson, you think, Shane, or not?
I'm not a big CJ Henderson fan in general.
Okay.
I don't match the consensus on him, but Jacksonville does need a corner, and and they might realize that. Like, is an all-star receiver really going to be that beneficial with Gardner Minshew and no one else? Probably not.
As they're trying to trade Leonard Fournette at any moment, anyways.
Yeah, but
I mean, it's not like Leonard Fournette's been anything amazing for them. He had a good year his initial year, but the problem is you're taking really a two-down thumper
last year.
Right back.
You're getting a two-down thumper, though, out of Leonard Fournette. So who's going to trade for him on the last year of his contract?
No one.
They also have a second pick in this draft. They could be trading down. I mean, I guess they're not trading down, but they do have that other pick. So whatever they don't get here, Shane? What are the two top needs for Jacksonville?
Corner. Edge now, and wide receiver. I know you asked for two, but
what about quarterback?
Not for their situation. They're not in a position to get to draft a first-round quarterback with what's around them. They're just not in that.
What do you
position.
think about them taking like a second or third round quarterback?
Like who? Like Fromm or something?
Yeah, like a Fromm, the kid from Florida International, somebody like that.
Oh, Morgan.
I think they stick with Minshew.
I honestly don't see them drafting a quarterback because they have Minshew, who's in his second year. I see them more waiting to see how the draft plans out and picking up a free agent quarterback, if anything, like a Dalton or something.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I was just, I think they'll add a quarterback either in the draft or Sunday, Monday, Tuesday in free agency.
Yeah, 'cause there's a lot of guys still hanging out there in free agency. Cam Newton, Jameis Winston. You know, Jameis Winston would be an interesting addition to that team if you're trying to check out a guy who could potentially be your future. Hey, Kev, what's your opinion on what the Jags should do?
You know, you said it earlier about something sexy. Why not add to that wide receiver, man? You got a Jerry Jeudy out there. You got CeeDee Lamb. You got a Henry Ruggs. Like, go get something sexy. Get something flashy out there. You know, I don't mind them picking a receiver in that slot at all whatsoever. Help out Gardner Minshew.
And Kris, what do you think?
I mean, I think their biggest need is secondary, definitely. I think it's maybe a little high for Henderson. Again, like some people have said here too, the receiver, are you drafting a receiver for Gardner Minshew to throw to? I mean, you know, if a tree falls in the woods and no one's around to hear it, does it make a sound? Like, if you don't have anyone to get Jerry Jeudy the ball, what does it matter how good he is?
Well, I think also there's some potential that maybe they're, you want to build up the weapons for maybe if you're taking a quarterback next year, which is going to be a very heavy quarterback draft. Especially at the top where you might want to trade up to try to get Justin Fields or Trevor Lawrence. You have 2 first-rounders next year. You're going to have 2 second-rounders next year. I know they have a couple of fourth-rounders and a couple of extra picks next year from the Ramsey trade. Steve, what do you think what the Jags should do?
I think they're going Isaiah Williams right here.
Isaiah Williams?
I'm sorry. Wow. The screen. No. C.J. Henderson. C.J. Henderson. Sorry, Isaiah Williams was on the screen while I answered. But C.J. Henderson, cornerback.
Yeah, I mean, I think Henderson might be the pick. Like I said, maybe it's 2 or 3 picks too high, but they need corner help, and he's the best corner that's out there.
I'm just excited because if they go C.J. Henderson, Jets are going to get a tackle, and it's not going to be Mekhi Becton.
Well, I definitely think what Henderson does well kind of replaces what A.J. Boye does well. In fact, I think that was kind of a very good comp for him was A.J. Boye. It might take a couple of years for him to get up to speed. Not every corner starts their career being elite coverage corner. Some of them do. You get a Gilmore, you get a Trey White. Some of them are like elite coming right out, especially the Ohio State guys, Okudah. But since you're not taking Okudah, you basically have Fulton and Henderson as maybe like the next 2 guys, maybe maybe Diggs that might be a little bit further down. So if you're trying to build up that defense, recreate what you had a few years ago when you had A.J. Boye and you had Jalen Ramsey. Now you're starting to collect some very good blue chip players and maybe build up the defense again. You already got Josh Allen, not the quarterback, but the defensive end. So there's I wonder what's going on here because they've been on the clock for a very long time.
No, it's been in.
I think it's just
not going to have that much time. They went to commercial break.
Yeah, I have a question though. So, like, let's say they take a wide receiver, and then New York, the Jets take a wide receiver. If you're the Raiders at 12, do you take Ruggs or do you
the pick
take
is in?
like
It is C.J. Henderson, everybody.
Okay.
There we go.
Yo, DiBlasio, we called it.
Yeah, I mean, it was the pick. It was.
I said.
It's a cornerback. That's what they need.
Oh, my bad, Sean.
He's the best one on the board. Don't they have 2 more picks in the first round?
They have 1 more pick. They have pick 20 right after the Raiders.
That's where the Rams are,
sandwich
right?
each other. Kev, what's your opinion here? What do you think about C.J. Henderson?
He's a pick to replace what you lost when you traded away all your cornerbacks. So, and you got rid of your cornerbacks. So, there's nothing wrong with that pick at all. It's a safe bet pick, and there's nothing wrong with it. I like it.
Shane, what do you think? You've been a big fan of Minshew Mania.
Yeah, like I like it. I wouldn't say it's necessarily replacing what you lost because his ball skills and his hips aren't as good as Ramsey, but the guy has elite speed. He's very good at getting hip to hip and has elite speed to cover like the very, very, very fast receivers. And he gets a little handsy at times, like a lot of college corners do, but definitely a top 5 corner in this class and definitely something they needed. So I don't have any complaints about it.
Kris, what do you think? You kind of called it with the C.J. Henderson thing. You think this is a good move?
Yeah, like I said, they needed a corner. They didn't need to chase a receiver. You don't need, like I said, if you don't have a quarterback, what do you draft a receiver for? Again, a friend of mine that I'm texting with back and forth, he's a Bills fan. He said, remember when the Bills didn't have a quarterback and drafted Sammy Watkins? For what purpose? For nobody to throw him the ball? So it's the right pick. They can get a receiver at 20 if they really want a receiver. Or can
even
get,
high in the second.
I'm sorry?
Or even high in the second round. They have a high second-round pick as well.
Exactly. So, it's the move that they wanted to make. It was the guy that most draft experts had slotted there because he was the second best corner behind Okudah for most people. So, but what are the Cleveland Browns going to do here, Wojo? That's the question.
The pick is in. The Cleveland Browns. I thought they were going to trade down. There was so much rumors about them trading down this year. Everybody.
I don't think Abby's
Cleveland needs a left tackle.
I hope they get worse.
I am probably betting it's going to be Tristan Wirfs, given the fact that they need a left tackle. Of the tackles left, he's probably the best one at left tackle as far as an option. He's at least played it a little bit. The other 2 major tackles talked about here are Jedrick Wills and also Mekhi Becton. I'm not a huge fan of Mekhi Becton. I think he's probably more of the end of the first, beginning of the second kind of guy. With Tristan Wirfs, you got a guy with fast feet. He's played in a zone run scheme already, so he's going to go right into the offense pretty easily that Kevin Stefanski wants to run. A lot of outside zone, a lot of play action. I'm still a little shocked though that they're not trading down, because this is a team that has gone back to trade downs and collecting picks. Those are the only options for me. If they were not trading down, it was take a tackle. I like Jedrick Wills, I like Tristan Wirfs, and I think there was a couple of other tackles I wouldn't mind taking later on. But right here, it's got to be a tackle. It's got to be either Tristan Wirfs or unless they trade. Oh, they took Jedrick Wills, man, out of Alabama, a guy who they were never connected with, nobody talked about. Now, is he going to switch to right tackle, left tackle? I have no clue, because they also have Jack Conklin, who's played primarily on the right side in the NFL. They also have Kendall Lamb. They got a lot of pieces on that offensive line. I think they looked at him as a blue-chip player. I think Jedrick Wills was that guy that they went and they looked at him and they said, some people had Jedrick Wills as the top tackle in this class. I know some people had him as a top 5 pick in this class, one of the blue-chip players in this class.
Also, I think whoa, Joe. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No. Actually, I was just about to bounce it to you, Shane.
What's up? The name is slipping my tongue. Jack Conklin played right tackle in college, and he played right tackle in the NFL because that's what he's really good at. Jedrick Wills, he was versatile. He was moved around. He played right tackle at Alabama because the guy that plays left tackle at Alabama is a projected first rounder for next year, and is projected higher than what Wills will be. Wills is still very good. Just like I'm a really big, I always want the Browns to do well. They have so many players that I like, especially Baker. I'm a huge Baker fan. So I knew that they needed to get him some protection. I'm a big fan of this pick. He was my top rated tackle. Even though I could see him playing left tackle to be Baker's, because Jack Conklin's going to do his part on the right side. He's more of a run blocking tackle anyway. That's not who I'd want to be having blocking my quarterback's blind side. But Wills can play left tackle. He's going to go through his adjustment process, but I think it was a good pick, and I highly support it.
Me too. Let's go to Kev. We're going to start talking about the Jets because the Jets are on the clock. Kev, you, Steve, and Harry are all big Jets fans. Their next one's up. What do you think they're going, Kev?
And they fire the head coach right now? That'd be fun.
No, you can't draft head coaches in the draft. I don't think that's an available option.
It'd be so funny if they fired a coach so mid-draft.
Oh, man.
Would be a Jet thing.
They need a lot of help. You know what I'm saying? They need a lot of help. Would you want to go with something flashy, or would you want to go something to solidify your O-line?
Now it's time to go flashy.
Go get that O-line, man. Get the Becton kid.
Mekhi Becton? Oh, we're gonna have fights on this podcast. One guy likes Mekhi Becton. One guy likes Tristan Wirfs.
You got to go Wirfs. Mekhi Becton's on an unsuperior level. Wirfs is there, and you don't have that level of tackle available for you in the second round. Wide receiver is the other question mark here. They have their pick at any of them. They're all on the board, but I still think the wide receiver class is bigger than the tackle class. They got to go Wirfs at Iowa here.
What do you think about that?
Like I said, there's nothing wrong with the O-line pick. Either way, I'm happy with either way. But I say you go O-line and you get wide receivers later on. Unless you can trade out the spot and stack up on picks.
I'm a big believer in that. Harry, what do you think? You're the other Jets fan on this live stream.
I would love to see Jerry Jeudy in a Jet uniform, but I think he got played safe. Darnold's been getting killed his first 2 years. I think he got just played safe. Go with offensive line, like you guys said. And I think that guy's Tristan Wirfs.
Yeah. I'm predicting Jerry Jeudy here.
Oh,
Jerry Jeudy?
I'm predicting it. I would go with the lineman, but I'm predicting Jerry Jeudy.
I'm going to go with CeeDee Lamb just to be unique.
No!
Yeah.
My point is, Sean, they're taking a receiver here. They're saying we're going to get Darnold a number one.
I agree with
Well,
that.
it's like
hey,
Seaver-
something exciting.
Hey, let's go one at a time, okay? Let's go Kris, Sean, and then we'll go back to the Jets fans and Shane.
Sorry
Fuck
about
me, right?
You've given a lot of time.
You're going to get to talk a lot because the next pick is the Oakland Raiders pick.
Oh yeah, that's true. My bad.
So, Kris, what's your opinion? What was give a one line or like two line talk about what you think it's going to be? Do you think it's going to be Jerry Jeudy?
I think it's going to be Jeudy. I think it's a receiver. They want to get Sam Darnold a number one receiver. They want to be able to tell their fans, we have Bell, Darnold, and CeeDee Lamb. We have a big three, and that's what our offense is going to be. Or Jerry Jeudy, whichever receiver.
Either one of them.
Doesn't matter. You just need Lamb to get open.
It's not going to matter when. Yeah.
So, Sean, what's your opinion here? What's your thoughts?
No, I agree. I think they're going to go wide receiver here. I think they want to appease the fan base a little bit and just get somebody kind of flashy and exciting. I mean, he's saying Jerry Jeudy. I'm just going to say CeeDee Lamb just to be different and a little unique here. Man, it's just the Jets. They never make the right fucking decision. They're a loser organization for loser fans.
Well, okay, so respond to the three Jets fans on the thing. Let's go with Harry first. What's your response to that? What's your thoughts on this?
Well, my first thought is go fuck yourself, Sean. And second thought, yes, I'd love to have somebody flashy like Jerry Jeudy on the Jets, but like I said, Darnold's main problem, it's not so much that he doesn't have weapons. Like, he's done all right with what he has. It's that he's been getting killed both times, like both years he's been here, and you just gotta go offensive line. It's like
maybe you get a shot at grabbing Jalen Reagor as he falls, a Michael Pittman Jr. There's going to be a lot of opportunity in the second round of this draft, the third round of this draft, where there's going to be a lot of good receivers, a lot of also good variations of receiver. They might be able to go after this, just go straight receiver for the rest of the draft and hope they win at one of them, which it could be an
two best receivers from last year came in the second round. Metcalf and AJ
unrelated,
Brown.
But oh, I'm sorry.
What was that, Shane? Go ahead.
Slightly unrelated, but a guy projected to go much later who I think is actually a very good receiver is Tyler Johnson out of Minnesota.
Yeah, I like him too. What are you showing? Why are you just playing Herm Edwards as your icon here, Shane? I mean, I know you like why are you? I didn't know we were plugging books on this.
Because the Jets are on the clock. This is my new boss.
Oh, so the pick is in, everybody. And it is Henry Ruggs III.
No, it's not. No, they're just showing Ruggs. Oh, Jesus. I have reports of what the pick is. I'm not happy, but I want Wirfs, and it doesn't look like they took him.
Ooh. So, Steve, what do you think right now? What do you want? You wanted Wirfs.
I want Wirfs. I'm pretty sure they just took Mekhi Becton.
All right, I'll give you a little bit of hope on Mekhi Becton when the pick is revealed, if it is Mekhi Becton. Because Mekhi Becton, while not one of my top four tackles, Mekhi Becton
are you fucking kidding?
Screw it up.
All right. But don't worry, because Mekhi Becton is not as bad as some people make it sound. I just don't have him in my top four. He's my fifth tackle. I like Josh Jones better.
What are they doing?
But Steve, why don't you go ahead and respond to this? What do you think?
I think that, Joe Douglas, hopefully he saw something that I didn't see. I just don't understand. I get it. He's more of a tackle maybe than Wirfs, but I don't know. Becton did not look on the same level as these guys. He's playing for Louisville. I get it, but, I mean, it's just...
We'll let you calm down. Harry, are you there? Because I just see a lamp right now.
Yeah, I think he's going to do the same thing.
I just see a lamp. And not even the magical lamp with the genies in it. All right, how about Kev? Why don't you give us your thoughts on this?
It's an offensive line. You needed some help with that. The sexy pick would have been Jerry Jeudy, but you got O-line help, and O-line is hard to come by. So get it while you can.
This is the type of loser move the Jets always make.
See what you made me do.
Is that although Mekhi Becton did not play in a lot of pro pass sets, he He has great bend. He has good feet. If he gets with the right O-line coach, and keep in mind, Joe Douglas was an O-lineman. So honestly, if you're gonna rely on somebody to vet a player, preferably it's somebody who plays that position. So he probably sees something, and I've heard a lot of O-linemen brag about how much they like Mekhi Becton, even when they all know that the college offense that he was in does not translate very well. He's going to be a run mauler for sure. His pass blocking is going to be a little questionable. Harry, are you alive? What have you been downing the whole night?
This is Evan Williams.
Nice pick.
Evan Williams.
All right, Harry, what's
Thank
your
you,
thoughts on
Shane.
this, Mr. Fellow Jets fan?
Why? You had Tristan Wirfs on the board. You get Mekhi Becton, somebody who wasn't projected to go till like late first set. I mean, they got the position right, but come on, man.
I can tell you
I'll
why.
give you this. Some teams look at Tristan Wirfs as a guard. They do not think he can play tackle in the NFL. I've heard of plenty of former offensive tackles who played recently say they look at him as a guard, that his movement and his foot style better fits guard because he's more of a wrestler, whereas like when you want guards, you want guys who are maybe former wrestlers, and when you're trying to get tackles, you want guys who maybe were more former basketball players, former power forwards, guys who know how to just get in people's faces. There's different use of body, if you will.
The only thing I can't be mad at is thank God they took a tackle. They realized that they need offensive line, that the wide receiver class is deep. So, I mean, second round comes, we'll see. Hopefully they go that route. And I don't disagree with anything you said about Becton, but I just think that everything you said is valid if Tristan Wirfs isn't on the board there.
Gotcha. All right, let's go to Shane. Let's talk a little bit about the Raiders, because the Raiders are on the clock. Shane, what do you think? What do you think the Raiders are going to do now? Pick 12. All the receivers that are available are on the board.
Ugh. Well, here's the thing, though. I wasn't expecting Javon Kinlaw to be on the board by the time it came to us. And with a very, if we take CeeDee Lamb, I'm really happy. If we take Javon Kinlaw, I'm really happy. And then get somebody like fucking, I don't know, Denzel Mims at 19 or even Justin Jefferson. But if I had to pick between the three receivers, when they're all available, CeeDee Lamb all day. And CJ Henderson is no longer on the board, so I don't have to worry about them taking him. But right now, if they take anybody that's not named CeeDee Lamb or Javon Kinlaw, I'm going to be upset.
Sean, what do you think? What do you think the Raiders are going to do?
I see a CeeDee Lamb pick here. They really need a top number one wide receiver since Antonio Brown happened to them. Plus, they are moving into a new stadium, and you have to think about the financial part of this too. And they want some guys that they're just going to sell some fucking jerseys of. And I think CeeDee Lamb or even Jerry Jeudy could be one of those guys for them. Just, you see those giant-ass posters of guys like, yeah, this is the fucking Las Vegas Raiders. So
and also, if you get a guy like Jerry Jeudy, he replaces what you lost when you traded Amari Cooper all those years ago.
Exactly. So they're legit number one threats. Derek Carr and Marcus Mariota or whoever their quarterback's going to be is going to need somebody
Henry Ruggs
to really.
The selection is in, and it is Henry Ruggs the third. Shane, are you here?
Who's that little guy next to Gruden right now? I was looking at that.
Sean, what's your thoughts on this selection for the Raiders at 12? Henry Ruggs.
They actually picked Henry Ruggs?
I didn't just jump the selection this time. It is actually Henry Ruggs that they selected.
Oh, damn.
42740.
I'm on an absolute delay right now, so I'm a little bit behind everything. Hello?
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 Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yep. I can hear you. Oh, yeah, Henry Ruggs. I mean, this is a good pick. I mean, it's an unconventional pick, right? He's not the guy I ever thought would be the first wide receiver taken in this draft.
Because he shouldn't be.
Because he should be.
We'll get to you, Shane. Sorry.
Shane
did not agree with this pick at all.
I don't know. I liked how Gruden's drafted so far since coming back. And maybe he's seen something in Henry Ruggs we don't know about. But I mean, like, you know, it's a choice. That's for certain.
Pray for the drywall in Shane's apartment right now.
Shane, what's your opinion on this, Shane? Let's hear the full. The full.
I don't want to say it's dumb, but it's just like you just wasted it. Like you could have had, like I would have been less upset with Judy. You could have taken Judy or Lamb, or if you wanted to go defense and take Kinlaw, you could have done either of those things. But you go Henry Ruggs, and the only reason is they want to copy what Kansas City's doing because they think Ruggs is the next Tyreek Hill. They're like, oh, if we're going to keep up with them, we got to get what they fail to realize is you need a quarterback with a huge arm to go along with somebody that has speed like that. And they
Great for Chad Kelly.
They don't have that with Carr or Mariota. Neither one of them have a huge arm. So if they draft Jordan Love at number 19, dude, I'm done being a fan. Like after tonight, it's that.
Been a Raiders fan for a solid 2 months.
Dude, I'm fucking not kidding.
Sean, what's your thoughts? How about Kris? Kris, what's your thoughts on Henry Ruggs being the first receiver off the board and also the receiver for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers?
What? What do you mean the Tampa Bay Buccaneers?
Not Tampa Bay. I'm sorry, the Oakland Raiders.
The other eye patch team.
Eye patch. I saw Tampa's at 14. I'm sorry.
This is the ghost of Al Davis, who always drafted the fastest wide receiver. That was always his thing. He always loved speed. He would always draft the fastest wide receiver, and that's what Henry Ruggs is in this draft. And I think it was Al Davis's ghost that made the pick to draft the speedy guy instead of the two guys that are just really, really good at football, CeeDee Lamb and Jerry Jeudy. But I will say this. The 49ers have to be salivating over being able to get Jeudy or CeeDee. Like, how they haven't turned in their pick yet is beyond me. Another team that needs a wide receiver more than anything, and the two best receivers are still there.
In your lap.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. I want to give the defense of the Henry Ruggs pick, right? There's a lot of people, a lot of like good wide receiver coaches, a lot of people who, basically the thought of taking Ruggs first is that Ruggs changes what defenses do. This guy runs a 4.27. He is fast. He's great at going up and getting the ball. He can get vertical. He's got breakaway speed. He's going to make defenses he's going to have to. The offense is going to dictate the defense here. They're not going to be able to cheat coverages. Also, keep in mind, the Oakland Raiders, they've got a lot of speed now on their offense at receiver. They've got Tyrell Williams. They've got Henry Ruggs. And they might even get another receiver later on in this draft, given how deep it is. They need guys on the outside. They need guys who are going to go ahead and preferably free up the box for a guy like Josh Jacobs and an offensive line. This is kind of what Gruden likes, right? Isn't this what Gruden wants in his offense? Is to be able to play action. Either make the linebackers cheat up and then go ahead and throw the ball, or they have to play back. This is kind of what he wanted. Kris,
though, they don't have a quarterback to throw that ball.
Well, as of right now,
Mariota. They got Mariota.
They have Mariota. There's still James Winston out on the market, and maybe you hope Derek Carr wakes up and learns how to throw a deep ball.
Well, listen, Ruggs is a good receiver, and I like what you said about him. He can take the top off of defense. He can go up and get the ball, but he's a deep threat receiver, and they don't have someone that can throw that ball.
Well, we saw Tyrell Williams be able to be the deep threat receiver with them when he was healthy. He got a lot of deep balls from Carr. The problem is Carr's not always willing to rip the ball loose. So now you have two deep threat receivers, and now you open up the middle of the field for guys like Waller and Jacobs. Kris, the San Francisco 49ers are on the clock, but they just traded the pick to the Buccaneers. They literally moved a pick back.
Really? I don't know if they did, though, because Tampa Bay is still listed at 14.
So apparently the San Francisco just got a pick traded. Kris, originally we were going to have you talk about San Francisco's team, the 49ers. and give us the lead in. But now we got the Bucks on the clock. Do you know anything about the Bucks, or should we switch to somebody else?
No. Again, offensive line.
Offensive line.
Protect Tom Brady. They have weapons. Listen, Gronkowski comes out of retirement. They already had weapons on the outside. Some people thought maybe they need a slot receiver, but I think Gronkowski kind of fills that role a little bit over the middle. But you have Tom Brady. You have a 40. What is he? 59. How old is Tom Brady now? I don't know what.
40.
He's very old. So
too old to be kissing 12-year-olds.
Okay.
Tom Brady.
So again, I think you go offensive line here. You're not going to take any of the receivers. You don't need to take any of those guys. I mean, the next best player on the board, unless you go Javon Kinlaw, unless they really saw something in Kinlaw. But I mean, the next best players on the board are the offensive tackles still in Wirfs. I'm sorry, he's the only tackle left on the board, big time.
It would be so funny though right now if the Buccaneers traded Brady to the Niners.
But I'm ready to.
What do you think the Tampa Bay is going to do here?
They're going offensive line or defensive line, I think, right here. Because they're a pretty well-rounded team at this point. I mean, they have some dynamic receivers with Gronk coming back, boss tight end. If Tom Brady doesn't turn into dust, I mean, he should still be a top 10 quarterback. So,
System QB.
So, yeah, offensive line makes the most sense of just freaking protecting this old sack of shit.
Harry, what do you think about the
Bucks?
About the trade back for the San Francisco 49ers? You think that would? I mean, they just moved back one pick. We don't know what the trade was yet. But what do you think about Tampa Bay? What Tampa Bay is going to do here? You think they're all agreeing it's all going to be O-line here?
Offensive line. They had a bad offensive line last year. They're going to need to protect Brady. They're obviously not taking receiver because they already got Godwin, Evans, and they're loaded at the tight end. So I think they take Wirfs or at tight end as an offensive tackle. But again, they're going to take offensive line. I'd be shocked if they took anything else.
Well, here's the thing: they traded up to San Francisco. Now, San Francisco's been known for doing this in the past, right? We saw it before with Chicago, right? They called up Chicago.
Yeah,
so
with Trubisky and Solomon Thomas.
You give us 2 third-rounders, we'll trade down, or a third and a fourth. Is that what happened here? Did they call up Tampa Bay and they do what they did to Chicago and it was like, hey, we got some calls on the line. Some people want to get either a receiver or an lineman. You want to come up.
When you make a team move up one pick, you have fleeced them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And John Lynch doing this twice now is very impressive.
Right? Like, dude, that is pretty cool, man.
I mean, granted, picking on the Bears is like picking on your sister.
And to be fair, Jason Light, the GM for Tampa Bay, is not much better than Ryan Pace. I think those are probably the guys who we don't think of them very highly as far as GMs go. They've had some good picks. They've had some negative picks. Kev, what's your opinion on this? What do you think they're doing here? What do you think about this trade up?
I am shocked that San Fran got this off because it's not like you're trading, 5 or 3 or 4 slots. It's right after you. So what did
we lost him again. Gotcha.
I talked to the
There we go.
There we go. Well, you lost me? Oh, yeah, you fleeced him for that trade,
Tampa
and
Bay
good job.
Tristan Wirfs, everybody.
Tristan Wirfs?
Wirfs, yep.
Yeah, Tristan Wirfs.
Yeah, I mean, makes sense. Best
line.
Best lineman left.
That was their number one.
To give you guys an update, they got the 14th pick, and San Francisco also receives the 117 Tampa Bay has.
So an extra 4th round pick they got. Harry, what's your response to what the Tampa Bay Buccaneers just did?
Good pick. Would like to see him in jet green, but obviously did not happen. And, we knew that the Bucs were going to take an offensive lineman. They have no reason to take a skill player. So they take the best guy off the board, and that's what they did.
They have somebody to block on the right side for Tom Brady. They already got Donovan Smith. They lost their right tackle to free agency, who happened to be like 35 years old, so that's kind of getting long in the tooth. Sean, what's your opinion on this?
Just a good quality pick. I mean, he was the best offensive lineman left on the board, basically. And then, it's like anything. You just got to protect your quarterback at the end of the day. And now that they have a very precious, special little boy of a quarterback, they really got to keep him safe. So,
Precious little boy who's got a lot of weapons now and a good offensive line. This is going to be scary, right? It's going to be kind of relatively impressive if they can put it all together. If Tom Brady is not falling apart.
Yeah, all this depends on if Brady's going to have Peyton's last season or if Brady truly is inhuman.
Kev, what do you think about this pick? You're a big fan of digging into drafting trench players, right?
Yeah, it makes sense, man. Show up that O-line, help keep Tom Brady alive for a year or two. You know what I'm saying? So it's not a bad pick at all. I'm just trying to figure out, like, did John Lynch call me like, hey, I got that picture of you in the shower. You better trade this picture with me. And that's it. Like, I don't know how he did it. It's not like it's a couple spots away. It's only one spot.
Yeah.
So, what did you do?
Clearly, they called him up and said somebody else was calling him up. Kris, what do you think here?
Yeah, again, we've talked about it. San Francisco did a great job. And Tampa took the player they needed.
And now San Francisco's on the clock. What do you think
but
about
San Francisco, I would actually say San Francisco might take this entire 10 minutes because their two needs are wide receiver and safety. And literally the three first round safeties, Delpit, Winfield, and McKinney are on the board. And the two best receivers are still on the board. So now it's just which one, what do you want more? Do you want a safety more or a wide receiver more for San Francisco?
They also have a slight hole at defensive tackle with the loss of Buckner.
And Kinlaw's there. So again, this is actually a really good debate in the San Francisco, Zoom war room.
Shane, what do you think?
I just don't know how you draft Ruggs.
Ruggs, man, come on, bro.
I explained with you. It's the ghost of
Shane, just crack open a bottle of something harder and get over it.
The ghost of Al.
What do you think the San Francisco 49ers are going to do?
This is a hard pick. I kind of see them. I see them taking Judy right here at 14, taking a wide receiver. We went over this on the mock draft episode that defensive tackle is light at the position, but with you having really a pick at Judy here at 14, I don't see them passing up a wide receiver number one guy.
And while a lot's been pointed out that they're light at defensive tackle, they don't have a star at defensive tackle anymore.
Exactly.
They have got good guys at D tackle there that are outside of Eric Armistead, but they don't have like what they lost in trading DeForest Buckner. I think that's what people are trying to get past is that Javon Kinlaw can kind of be the replacement for DeForest Buckner. They've got a lot of guys there that in depth as far as D tackles that they believe can be good replacements for DeForest Buckner because they probably didn't believe they were going to have a lot of the options that are here. Also, though, I think that it's got to be receiver, right? Anybody else think that's going to be receiver?
Yeah, it's got
again,
Kris, you go first.
You just said it. They have options here. They also have the 31st pick. Okay.
Yes.
And again, their two needs, wide receiver and safety. So they really can play it any way here. I don't think all three safeties will be off the board by 30. And we've already talked about how many receivers there are. So you can still get a quality receiver at 31. So I think that's kind of where the debate comes in their war room right now is, do we take the safety we want and we can get a receiver at 31? Or do we take a receiver now and we can still get one of the top safeties that we want?
I think the difference is at least with the receivers here, right? You've got CeeDee Lamb and Jerry Jeudy still available. Those guys are like a different measure of good compared to the rest of the receivers in this draft class. Whereas the safeties that are the top safeties, they're not like in other draft classes, they still would probably be like where they're getting picked or might even be second round picks. Like there are guys that I like Delpit, but Delpit's had issues with tackling. Ashton Davis is going to probably go a bit later. Antoine Winfield, is he playing a safety spot that you think is going to be valuable to you? I think with receiver, there's going to be other receivers there, but I don't think they're going to add the value at receiver that say you wait till 31, they're not going to have either of these two guys there. So their options could be like a Jalen Reagor or LaVisca Chenault or a Justin Jefferson, guys who are going to be good, but maybe don't do what these two guys do. So that, in my opinion, I think that's where I would go if I was the San Francisco 49ers, because you saw they lost Emmanuel Sanders, and Emmanuel Sanders did a lot for that offense last year when he came in mid-season. That totally changed that offense.
And let's not forget they have the 31st pick because they were in the Super Bowl. This is a team that could be a wide receiver, rookie, number one wide receiver away from winning the Super Bowl.
Well, Joe, that's my point. I think the back and forth you and I just had is exactly what.
If I'm the Bucks, I'll go take Judy, man. Don't waste your time. Just run on stage and to say we take Jimmy Judy and we'll walk away.
I agree. Sean, are you here or no?
I gotta go, Judy.
I just got back.
Sean, what do you think? The pick is not in. Sorry, I keep doing this to everybody.
It's still not in.
When Goodell pops up and he doesn't, I don't know if he's there booing. Is anybody booing? We should just boo when
I'm
the
booing
pick
in my
comes
head.
up.
Can someone check on Shane?
I think he killed himself.
Yeah, because that scene looks kind of great. Oh, okay, all right.
Sean, what do you think though about what San Francisco should do here?
I don't know. I feel like they gotta go get a wide receiver here. Just like something like, if you really think Jimmy Garoppolo's your guy, you gotta start letting him be a quarterback. You know, their offense was fun last year, but this is the passing league, plain and simple. Teams are going to
lost. They lost Emmanuel Sanders, so they're going to replace him.
Exactly. And it's time to start some mix this big run of receivers. I say go get Jerry Jeudy.
Why is it taking the 49ers so long to make their pick? That is my big question. I feel like the 49ers have been on the clock for literally the last year.
They also bought themselves some time with the trade.
The pick is in.
The pick's been in. I don't. But apparently now Goodell's just confirming it. They probably did it in triplicate, right? They don't want Bill Belichick hacking the feeds to go ahead and be like, "Yo, we want the CeeDee Lamb and Jerry Jeudy to fall even further," right? That was the big worry. Everybody's worried about their hacking in the feeds. Like, they're going to hack our feeds.
Only John Harbaugh was. He was the only guy that said anything about it. Dope. Harbaugh's our asshole.
Wow. You guys, the pick is in.
Wow.
It is Javon Kinlaw.
Really?
Yeah.
Ooh.
They went D-tackle. They replaced
Wow.
Buckner with the exact. They got a lot out of that trade, man. Kris,
Yeah,
you go
man.
first. What do you think about this pick?
Yeah, I mean, it was their third need, I think. But again, Kinlaw is a guy with probably a top 10 grade, and he's a pass rushing defensive tackle, and we know they can get after the quarterback. So, this is the type of guy that's going to free up Bosa even more on the outside, and he's a home wrecker. All right, Bosa causes divorces, man.
Sean, what do you think?
Oh, wrong.
Okay, sorry. Sean's eating. I wasn't prepared for there to be something in Sean's mouth.
Yeah,
that went wrong. Sean,
I didn't see this coming.
Let's go to Kev. Kev, what do you think? What do you think about this pick for the San Francisco 49ers picking up Javon Kinlaw, D-tackle? Yeah, he had some injury questions coming into this draft night. And that might be why he fell to the spot.
This is strength on strength. Now you're gonna. If Patrick Mahomes thought he had a tough time in Super Bowl last year, if they run it back again, woo! Lord have mercy. Good luck.
I like that. I like that mindset. Strength on strength. I don't get why a lot more teams don't follow through with that. Strength on strength. That's what the Washington team did when they drafted Chase Young. Their D-line's already good. You got better. That's what San Francisco did last year when they drafted Bosa. Now they've drafted another D-lineman. I like that. Harry, what do you think here?
Personally, I probably would have taken Jerry Jeudy, but like you said, strength on strength. It's like you take what you lost with DeForest Buckner and you got better. So personally, I wouldn't have done it, but hard to argue with this pick.
Yeah, this does seem like iron sharpens iron right pick for them, man. What's our strength? Let's double our strengths and make teams really try to, how the fuck are you going to get any time to throw the ball next year?
Yeah.
Who needs a corner when you have 4 defensive linemen just eating your offensive line? 4 very athletic, young defensive linemen who are just going to keep going and playing hard. Originally, we were supposed to have a call-in tonight for the Denver Broncos. That guy had to work. So, Kev, you want to take it here for the Denver Broncos?
If I'm Denver right now, a lot of play with out there. Hey, look, your quarterback. Why don't you get him, bro? Get him. Get Judy.
You don't believe in Drew Lock? I mean, I wouldn't believe in Drew Lock either. That's kind of my big problem with him. I personally don't believe the hype.
Huh?
Sean, what were you saying?
I'm saying Drew Lock's the latest in a long line of John Elway's tall white guy quarterbacks he loves.
True. Yeah, Sean is right.
Like that's all he picks. He gets hard every time he sees a white guy that's
and can't throw or run.
I don't say can't throw, can't or run. I will say Drew Lock has played better than most of them so far, but I don't believe in him. But I mean,
Sean,
if you're going to commit to him,
the guys who were too tall white guys. Yeah, you brought up. This is kind of true. There's like Brock Osweiler, Joe Flacco, Ryan Mallett, guys who happen to be like 6'6", 6'7", don't seem to continue to do well in the NFL, even if they've shown they've done well maybe for like a year or so. Like, I thought that was an interesting thing you brought up earlier. I just wanted to, and now you got that was this thing you brought up with Herbert. Drew Lock isn't as tall as those guys, but we didn't get to see a lot with Drew Lock. I know there's a lot of questions as far as Denver maybe going receiver here, right? Maybe they take Jerry Jeudy or CeeDee Lamb. There's questions whether they would trade up into the top 10 to take one of these guys because they felt so comfortable with Drew Lock. Kris, what do you think? What do you think Denver's going to do here?
I sound like a broken record, man. Wide receiver. They need wide receiver help. And again, the 2 best wide receivers are still out there. It's an interesting slide for these 2 guys. I don't think these 2 guys really thought they'd still be here on the board. Denver, there's not a quarterback here for Denver to take. I think Denver takes a quarterback in later rounds somewhere, but you're not going to take a quarterback now.
I like that. I kind of like that thought that they'll take a quarterback later because they've been doing that, right? They've been taking all those second shots, the second round, third round shots on quarterback.
Listen,
maybe they've got Jake Fromm or Jalen Hurts. Or even that. Honestly, this is the spot where, like, second round, third round, I can see that's where Jordan Love goes to the Denver Broncos because that's exactly what Elway would do, right?
They've got 3 third-round picks, the 13th, the 19th, and the 31st pick in the third round. They're drafting a quarterback with one of those picks.
Sure.
Shane, what do you think? What do you think the Broncos are going to do here, Mr. Oakland Raiders fan?
Las Vegas Raiders. Show Sin City some
sorry.
respect. But I think they take receiver to pair with Sutton, who is, I think, a fucking really, really good receiver already in the NFL. Get somebody on the other side, Noah Fant. They already have a running game. But if they don't do that, I honestly wouldn't be surprised if they took somebody. They took him already?
Yep.
Yeah.
The pick is in, everybody. It is Jerry Jeudy. So, Shane, you want to continue your thought? And, how about what do you think about this pick for Jerry Jeudy? I kind of like the idea because honestly, I didn't see Lamb fit what they wanted to do because they already have Cortland Sutton on the outside.
Yeah. No, they have a very solid receiving core because a lot of people forget that they have Noah Fant coming into his second year. They already have an established running game. I think if Drew Lock takes a step forward in year 2, it's actually it's a good offense. Not a great one, but a good one.
All right. They also got Philip Lindsay running the ball. You can't forget about that.
Philip Lindsay and Melvin Gordon, who they signed in free agency.
And Freeman.
They had Melvin
And
Gordon.
Freeman.
And yes, and I thought they would trade Freeman at this point because they already have 2 good running backs. Why do you need the third? Maybe you can get like a spare day 3 pick for Freeman. Kev, what do you think about this Denver Broncos pick?
I like it. Okay, you know, Jerry Jeudy's one. I think to me he's one of the best receivers in this whole entire draft. The way how this guy runs routes and everything, he's phenomenal. So you got a top 5 talent in the 15th pick. Where can you go wrong with that? You can't.
Kris,
How
what do you
did we
think?
draft Ruggs, man? God damn it.
Man. It's funny because Shane will be a big fan of these teams, and then like But he's not. He hasn't been a fan of the Las Vegas Raiders for super long. But
Tried
then,
being a
he
Jets
takes
fan
it to
for
heart, man.
13
He takes,
years.
the teams that Shane likes, he takes it to heart what they do. I dig it. We're also at Atlanta, by the way. Atlanta's on the clock now that Denver just picked. Kris, what do you think here? What do you think about Denver? What do you think about Atlanta?
Again, Denver, it's perfect. It's the perfect pick for them. Like we said, they get a top 10 talent at the number 15 pick. Fell right in their lap. You saw they didn't take a lot of time with it. They were like, "Hey, Jerry Jeudy's here. Let's take him."
Listen, sorry to interrupt. I hate how they always show like the highlights against Ole Miss. You guys suck. Yeah, no shit. Thanks for reminding me, Shane.
That's never a good sign when your team's always the highlight team.
Yeah, well, we beat Bama 2 years in a row, and then we fell off because our coach decided to bang a few hookers, and we decided to pay a few players. Like, who doesn't do that?
You also provided 2 of the best receivers last year.
We did do that. But, like, honestly, in college, Laquan Treadwell was better than both of those guys. He ended up being a bust.
Yes, he did. Atlanta here's interesting. They could use some help in the defensive backfield.
They need a lot of defensive help back there.
They need a lot of defensive help. They could use a pass rusher. And this guy is a guy
Who, Chase
I
on?
watched a bunch of games. No, Peneza, the guy from Iowa. I don't know what the hell his name is.
Epinesa?
I watched the guy play like 3 games last year, and I just saw him destroy everybody. Like,
Watch the
just
USC
watching
game.
the
Another
game.
guy that's mentioned in this draft is USC
Austin
tackle
Jackson.
Austin Jackson. He beat up Austin Jackson quite a bit. Austin Jackson started out pretty well, but when he got to the second half of that game, AJ Epinesa was just eating at a certain point. There's another pass rusher who went up against Austin Jackson, and he destroyed him as well. We'll talk about him if he comes up tonight. I don't think he will.
He's one of those guys. I don't care what his combine was, what people think about him. When you watched him play on the field, he destroyed.
There's no way
people.
you take him over Chase on, though.
Well, they did just
I'm just saying, me personally.
Just to address something, they did just cut cornerback Trufant, and there were a lot of rumors that they trade up into the top 10 for Henderson. Anybody here out of the panel think that they would take a corner here, maybe a Fulton or a Diggs or a Gladney?
I think if they stay here, they might. If they don't, they take one of those or Chase on. I would not be surprised if they trade out of this pick with a guy like CeeDee Lamb still on the board to a receiver-hungry team, and then get somebody like Terrell, Fulton, Diggs later on, depending on who they trade with. But if they stick with this pick, I wouldn't be surprised if they take a corner or K'Lavon Chase on.
Pick is in, so they're going to take the pick.
Sean, what do you think here?
I can see them taking a K'Lavon Chase on right now. I think they want to get some of that defense. He's a pretty quick guy. You know, can bend that edge. Like this is an older team. Like they have so many former first round picks now. When they acquired who's the fucking running back? Todd Gurley.
Todd Gurley.
Oh yeah, their offense is a full 11 first-round picks. Everybody, 11.
Yeah, 11 first-round picks. So
That's
I think
on
they're
offense.
going to
Defense, not so much.
Yeah, on defense, they're going to try and balance it out, and they definitely use some guy with some speed. You know, Dan Quinn, he used to like that. Have a nice, that solid defensive line from back in the Seattle Seahawks days. Because really, I don't think there's any cornerbacks left now that I think he would really want to get in there. They're going to really apply pressure.
Okay,
But they
what
do
you
have new uniforms.
Oh, dude, the new uniforms are. I'm not a fan. Atlanta already had good uniforms. They could have just stuck with what they had. I get that there's money in the new uniform.
What they should have done is
start
they
selling you make new sales and everything. Dear God, just I don't know.
I like the new uniforms personally. I'm just throwing that out there.
What?
No, what they should just went with the '90s throwbacks full time. Like those black '90s uniforms are my favorite jerseys in all the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
They should have just went with the white old helmet. Called it a day.
I think Atlanta needs a lot of help, and if you can trade out and stack up some picks for later, why not?
Do it,
yeah. Because there's nobody in this right here is like woo for defensive wise.
Well, no, they picked.
Oh, they picked. Oh shit! Well, then you better get defensive help. You need some defense out there, Atlanta. I'm on a delay.
The thing is, that's what Quinn's known for, right? He came out of Seattle. He came out of managing that defense. And it was an elite level defense when he was there. You would think that they would have been playing better, but again, they've dealt with a lot of injuries, especially 2 years ago. The entire defense was decimated with injuries. Last year, just didn't seem like anybody was playing up to snuff. They let Vic Beasley walk. They signed Dante Fowler, and they have I don't know. I think they gotta get either unfortunately the top two D tackles aren't there.
my God.
I would think either it's linebacker or corner here, you guys, because again, I think that they haven't been able to cover anybody. They let Trufant walk. You need to get some time with some of these guys. You need to be able to cover on the back end while your pass rushers are getting at the quarterback. You know, you got a decent defensive line with Grady Jarrett, Dante Fowler, who's the guy they drafted 2 years ago, Tack McKinley. So hopefully Tack McKinley develops, and then eventually, and then you hope Dante Fowler plays to a good level. And then no matter what, you still have Grady Jarrett, who's probably been the best part of their defense for the last 3 years or longer. What do you think, Sean?
I agree with all that. I mean, really got to wait and see. I mean, this pick feel like it's been in for 10 minutes now.
Yeah, they're really.
I'm
Like,
tired
really
of
milk-
these teams in red. All these red teams, they take forever to make their damn picks, right? We should just ban the red teams.
Colors.
And the pick is in, everybody. It is A.J. Terrell.
The Falcons are primarily a black team now, so that's like their alternate uniform. The red, they're like all black now.
Yeah.
A.J. Terrell out of Clemson. This is an interesting spot. Not a lot. Corner, like I said before, is very weird. Different teams value him differently.
Yeah, he's kind of a small guy. I mean, he's tall, but he's lanky. I can see I think it's might be a little bit of a reach here in the first round with him, but I mean they might have seen something we didn't see.
Well, I will say this: one, he's versatile. He can play slot. He can play outside. He's also one of the few guys that held up, and they're showing it right now on NFL Network. Him holding up against Jamar Chase pretty well in the championship or in the college football playoffs. And with AJ Terrell, he's not really at the catch point, so you saw Jamar Chase get a little bit on him, but he always stayed in phase with him. Shane, what do you think about this pick?
I think he was the best corner available, personally, but yeah, I would have preferred Chiason or traded down. I don't know why they didn't try to do that, especially with somebody like CeeDee Lamb on the board. But I like Terrell. Terrell's got elite speed. He does have good coverage abilities. It's unfair to throw him out there as a number one corner right away because unfortunately that's where he's going to have to be in Atlanta. But I was hoping that was somebody the Raiders could get at 19, so it was a good pick for the most part.
Kris,
I'm just really
thoughts
mad
on
that
this?
we could have fucking goddamn it.
Did you ask me, Woad?
Yeah, Kris, what's your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think this is a good pick. You were big on saying the Falcons needed help on the back end, and they do. I mean, like we said, they need help all over their defense. A lot of people had Terrell as one of the better corners behind what's the kid that got drafted in ninth pick? Henderson, the kid from Florida. Terrell's lanky, got good speed, can play both sides. Got good fluid hips. So I mean, this is a guy that, like Shane said, I don't know if he's the number one corner right away, but he's going to get trial by fire and
Unfortunately.
land in the corner. So.
Hopefully the defensive line with Tack McKinley, with Dante Fowler, with Grady Jarrett helps give him some time to acclimate as well. Kev, what do you think
It's
about
a
the
good
Atlanta
pick.
pick?
They needed help on the back end, man. Like you said earlier, they needed a lot of help. So this helps them out. But it's unfortunate they're going to put him out there to be the starting number one corner and trial by fire. So good luck, especially in that division too. Whew, Lord have mercy. I feel sorry for these Atlanta corners, man.
Yeah, it might be rebuild time for Atlanta. Sean, why don't you give us the run, your thoughts on Atlanta, and then maybe give us a little bit of a rundown of the next pick in the draft, the Dallas Cowboys, or the Dallas Cowgirls that you might refer to them as a Giants fan.
I'm not a sexist. I would never refer to women in a derogatory sense. So this is the last cap on the Falcons. This is the team that why they didn't fire Dan Quinn last year still perplexes me. I think this year is the end of the Matt Ryan. I think when they lost 28-3 after that was the death knell. It's gonna be a complete rebuild after this season. But the Dallas Cow losers is how I refer to them. Boom, roasted.
I try not to presume their identity.
Exactly. You should never judge them what pronoun they prefer. This is a team because they finally fired Jason Garrett and basically replaced him with another Jason Garrett and Mike McCarthy.
Damn.
I mean, who knows how it's going to shake up with the Dak Prescott contract negotiation, but he'll be back next season. They're pretty sure up on offense. So I can see them going back to looking at getting an edge rusher right here. Someone who can kind of come fire off. So I think K'Lavon Chaisson might be their guy. Just someone to really kind of get in there and really fucking ruin days for quarterbacks. Get back to the good old days of what's his fucking name? He used to drive me nuts. He eventually played
DeMarcus Ware.
Yes, DeMarcus Ware. Thank you.
Do you think there's any way Jerry Jones can say K'Lavon Chaisson's name correctly?
I was just thinking the same thing in my head. No way.
Jerry Jones would only refer to him as boy.
You're probably right.
By the way, have you guys seen what Jerry Jones is fucking drafting from?
No.
He looks like he's at the fucking Reality Kings casting couch.
Yeah.
He's drafting from the set of Minority Report, too.
Bang Bros.
I think, I know the Cowboys.
K'Lavon is a great ball player, and we like K'Lavon.
Kev, what do you think about the Cowboys? Well, give us a little bit of a run-up for them while the picks is coming down the pike.
I can't stand them. I hate them. I hate the Dallas Cowboys as a whole entirety. So if they can mess us up here, that'd be great for me. It can go.
You guys, right? There's still CeeDee Lamb. You guys mentioned K'Lavon Chaisson, AJ Epinesa.
I think they're good at receiver. I see them.
Receiver, go defense. There's a lot of ways you can go about this pick right here. I'd rather go deep receiver if I'm them.
Hey, Mike, we're going to pick K'Lavon. That's who we're going to pick.
I think is in.
Harry, what do you think?
I think they're
what do you
good.
think they're going to do here?
I think they're going to take Xavier McKinney. They've inquired about Jamal Adams, who they're not going to freaking get. So might as well get a good safety from Alabama, Xavier. That's who I would pick if I were Jerry Jones and the Cowboys. See?
Shane, what do you think?
Chaisson
coming in.
Jesus, Jerry's room.
K'Lavon Chaisson or CeeDee Lamb?
CeeDee Lamb?
They went CeeDee Lamb, paired him up with Amari Cooper. Wow. This is going to be electric, everybody.
That's the team to beat in the NFC East. I don't care what any Giant fan or
Eagles.
Yeah, but the Eagles don't have wide receivers, and Dallas just took that guy right from them.
Yeah.
Sean, what's your opinion on this pick?
Me?
Yeah.
That's actually a good pick.
Dallas.
I actually think it's a really good pick. Fuck. I'm pissed as a Giants fan right now. Because now you got two deep threats with CeeDee Lamb and Amari Cooper. Plus, that covers them for the future now. The contract negotiations start stalling out later on in the seasons to come. This is a good pick. I mean, it's also one of those cases where I think they might have just taken the best guy off the board because they didn't know what else to do.
And it fucks with the Eagles, too. So.
And it does fuck the Eagles pretty hard.
Yeah, it screws over the Eagles. He's also probably one of the most dominant receivers in this draft. He's physical. He's a good route runner. He goes up and gets the catch at the catch point. He knows how to get vertical, and he's good at run after catch, man. Between him and Amari Cooper and Michael Gallup, it's going to be a painful time being a defense in the NFC East or just in the NFC in general, presuming they can figure out their quarterback situation with Dak Prescott on the franchise tag. Harry, what do you think here? Is Harry not here? Kris, what do you think? Since we'll talk to the people who don't care for the team.
No, I mean, obviously they're in my team's division, so I pay a lot of attention to them. this is definitely a Jerry Jones pick.
Mm-hmm.
He likes offense. He likes flash. You know, he's going to plug him in there with Cooper and Elliott and Dak Prescott, and we're going to get CD Lamb up in there to catch the ball for us. I mean, this is so quintessential Jerry Jones. He saw one of the best receivers still out there, and he said, that's who we're picking, regardless of what our needs are. That's the way Jones operates.
And I really like the way he uses 2 E's instead of a period.
He's
Kevin and Shane, and we're going to go into the Miami pick with Shane. Because Miami's on the clock. So, Kev, what do you think about this pick?
This pick just screwed over the Eagles, worldly right here. Jerry Jones stuck it to them because of what the Eagles did to him with drafting the tight end. Now, another thing, this is going to make it very difficult for the NFC East defenses now because it's going to be hard to guard these receivers that Dallas has now. And don't forget their tight end with Blake Jarwin was pretty good too. So it's like, woo, strength on strength right here, man. Wow, good pick. One of the best receivers falls to your laps. You take him. Best player available. Take it.
Blake Jarwin only catches touchdowns against the New York Giants.
Shane, what do you think here, man?
Touchdown.
Shane, you alive?
Yeah.
What do you think here with the pick of CeeDee Lamb at 17 by the Dallas Cowboys?
I mean, he's the best player on the board at that time. Why not? Like, you got to take the best player available. Like, and it's also a good bargaining chip, too, to get Dak Prescott to sign his contract as well. It's like, look, we gave you Cooper, we gave you Zeke, we gave you Lamb. Come on.
You got an impressive offensive
So I think
line,
that,
even though they lost
Yeah.
Frederick to retirement.
yeah, so it's not what they needed the most. It's more filling a need. It's a big luxury to have. And it also still keeps people on the board for Miami for what they need and other teams coming down the line.
Yeah, it's there's a lot of players left on the board. Unfortunately, I think Miami would have loved to get CeeDee Lamb here. Kris, what do you think about Miami's potential pick here?
Well,
coming in at 18.
Yeah, this is interesting. Again, you have a pretty good value in Chase on the board. They need some help on the offensive line, but I don't think there's an offensive lineman you would draft here. The next guy on the board, a lot of people have is Ezra Cleveland out of Boise, but
I mean, I would have Josh Jones here.
Okay, maybe Jones, but again, is he a top 20? Is he a top 20 pick?
I had him at 14, so I could see it.
Okay.
Yeah, dude, I liked his tape, man. As far as the offensive line goes, I actually had him above Becton. I think he's and he's what people think Ezra Cleveland is. Like the way when you look at Ezra Cleveland's draft profile, right? How he did at the combine, and then you watch his tape, you go, all right, he's athletic, but he's not a hardcore mauler in the run game. He's okay. He's pretty decent in pass protection. Josh Jones, man. They were pulling him all the way from the left side of the line to the right side of the line. He's playing left tackle, but he's making blocks on the right side of the field. And he did it really well, really athletically. I honestly think that, like, if there's a guy in this draft that's going to end up has a high ceiling as an offensive tackle, it's actually probably Josh Jones. He's shown quite a bit on tape. He's also quite athletic.
I don't disagree with you. I'm just saying I think it's offensive line here for them. Unless you just the value of Chase on is higher than you had everybody else.
Well, that's true too. Like again, they have a lot of picks in this draft. There's going to be a lot of opportunity to take some other tackles, especially if you feel better about Ezra Cleveland. You're probably not playing. You're probably not playing Tua right away because you have Fitzpatrick on the board. You have Fitzpatrick playing for you. You got Josh Rosen there, so you're not pushed to play him. So I think it's got to either be O-line, D-line. I guess he's going on defense much more than pass rusher. I could see a receiver, though. A Justin Jefferson, a Jalen Reagor. I think there's a lot of opportunity there for them.
They have a pick 8 picks later, and then they have 2 in the second round. So
yeah, I feel like the second round is when they pick up a wide receiver at this point.
Or the 26th pick.
And the pick is in,
they got
but
one
they
more
haven't
first round
announced
pick.
it yet. Sean, what do you think they're going to go here?
I'm feeling on offensive line. Something you just risked a lot on a guy who's often injury prone. Even though Tua's probably not going to start right away. I mean, he's going to be starting by at least week 10. You figure.
I wouldn't even put him in there.
Fitzpatrick has a ceiling. So
Okay,
I mean, you don't draft Tua that.
I'm not putting Tua to start this season at all. If I'm Miami, I'd just go and get some more help then on that O-line. If you can grab an offensive tackle and build them up for later on, do that. Because you have a lot of luxuries. You can always go back and get a receiver later on. In Miami has a 26th pick. Go then get a receiver. Right now, build up everything else. Unless you want to get the safety.
I could see safety. Grant Delpit, if they felt like this was a good spot for him. Isaiah McKinney, they do have to replace what they lost with Minka Fitzpatrick. Although Eric Rowe played pretty well for them at safety. Shockingly well, to be honest. Harry, what do you think here?
I'm going to just go with Xavier McKinney. I said he should have went to Dallas, but he's available. Like you said, they just traded away Minka Fitzpatrick. So I think that's what they got to do here.
And right before the Dolphins come in, I'm bringing back in Shane, but I'm also bringing on a friend of ours, a Mr. Ryan Lodge. He for the next couple of picks.
Hey, Ryan.
Ryan.
Fuck him.
Damn it, Shane.
He'll be in for the next few picks. The Dolphins pick is in, everybody. They're reading it out loud, although, to be honest, I cannot hear him. Selection is Austin Jackson out of USC. Wow. Let me give you an idea on this, folks. I had about 5 tackles between Austin Jackson and my next tackle on the board.
I know. Wow.
Reach.
Yeah, they could have got him with their fucking 3rd first-round pick.
Yeah, I honestly did not like this guy. I was talking before. I saw AJ Epinesa eat his lunch. I also saw Bradley Anai, a guy who might go in the 3rd or 4th round, destroy him, beat him up, take him out to the backyard, and just totally abused him. Honestly, I'm very shocked by Austin Jackson being the pick here.
Yo, Thibodeau destroyed him, who was a true freshman.
Yeah, I was about to say. They say guys often leave too late. He went too early. Like he should have stayed another year and refined himself. He's like, I mean, he has a raw tangibility to him, with just size and kind of movement, but he's not.
Sean, he donated bone marrow to his sister. That's why he sucked this year. So he sucked because he's a hero.
Fucking pussy,
dude.
But that's actually, I think, important to talk about with offensive linemen and with quarterbacks, is that they need time to develop, but they also need reps at the position, even at the quarterback level. I just don't think Austin Jackson is the right pick here. But when you're Miami, you're trying to develop a guy. Maybe you look at him as a high upside guy. Maybe your O-line coach is like, listen, you know what, we'll put him on the left side. We'll get him some, maybe they're looking at a guy in the 2nd or 3rd round who they get pick up as well, who maybe will end up playing for them in the future.
But they also could have, if they really wanted him that bad, I honestly believe they could have got him with their 3rd first-round draft pick as well.
I think they could have got him in the 2nd round easily.
Yeah, he could have fell that far or later on.
Easily.
So, guys, the Raiders are on the clock. I just wanted to introduce to the people who haven't been really to somebody who's calling in, joining up on the podcast. Ryan Lodge, everybody. Ryan Lodge.
Hey, Mr. Ryan, what's going on, man?
Instagram for all those funny videos.
You named this baby after me.
Let's go.
What's up, baby daddy?
We're drafting Air Bud in the 1st round, baby. Can't wait.
Woo. All right, Shane, we're now back to the Raiders. You weren't very happy with their 1st pick. What do you think you're going to do here? The pick is in.
It's Henry Ruggs again.
Yeah, or Zach Bond or something. That would be I would take K'Le'Veon Chason or
Xavier McKinney.
No. If it's McKinney, no.
He might jump out the window. Be careful.
Dude, I'm just looking
on the ground.
Got a lot of safeties there. Not for nothing. The Raiders do have quite a bit of safety with LaMarcus Joyner, and did they just sign a slot corner as well? They signed Demarius Randall. another guy who could play free safety and play in the slot as well. So I
Jeff
don't see
Heath.
them going safety, and they signed a bunch of guys for linebackers. So those are two positions they're covered at. I think they need corner, you guys.
Corner and edge.
Corner and edge. And you're right. I think Caleb on Chason would be a good pick here. AJ Epinesa. But AJ Epinesa fits kind of what Cleveland Farrell is. So I don't know if I really buy him being the best pick here for them. Kris, what do you think? I don't see Kris. Kev, what do you think about the Raiders? What do you think they should do?
If I'm the Raiders, man, go get some edge rushers and go ahead and get after it. You know what I'm saying? Let these quarterbacks on their ass. So get an edge rusher.
Gary, what do you think?
Chase on right now. I mean, I think he's I think he's like one of the best guys left on the board.
Caleb on Chason?
Yeah.
I don't disagree with that. I think the only thing is with Caleb on Chason, I don't think he showed some good at the end of the year, but he hasn't had the longevity of his career. Like, we started seeing him come on. He came off an ACL. He started playing a little bit better towards the end. He got a couple more sacks. We saw him play really well in the college football playoffs. But I don't know. For me, in this draft, pass rusher, I feel like there was literally two guys who I felt really comfortable. One guy I really felt comfortable with as pass rusher, Chase Young, and then everybody else to me was basically a second-round pick. But I get that. I honestly think Fulton might be the pick here, or another corner that maybe fell to this spot. The selection is in.
They're probably going to
Really
take
quick
Diggs.
before it comes in. They might take quarterback here.
Can they take Henry Ruggs again?
If they take quarterback here, dude, that Domino's guy's lucky he got here before the pick, because I would have killed him.
Quarterback, Damon Arnett, Ohio State, Jeffrey Okudah's teammate.
Wow, they took the other Ohio State corner. This is like what they did when they drafted Gary and Conley. Because Marshawn Lattimore and Gary and Conley came out in the same draft one year, and they had a pick later in the first round. Marshawn Lattimore went earlier, and they took Gary and Conley. He didn't pan out.
Yeah,
they
who's
only
not
had
on
Ohio
the
State
team
corners there. So,
anymore?
Shane, what do you think here, man?
What do you? Oh my God!
Shane's getting blown right now.
Tell us how you feel, Shane.
Why didn't we just have a camera strapped to Shane at all times?
Please.
Next time I'll send him a camera to that way we'll have a good view of what's going on in his apartment as these picks are coming in, what he does to the apartment while it's all going on.
He had a mid-second round grade. You could have taken Fulton, Diggs, freaking Gladney over him, homeboy out of Utah. They were all rated over him. If you wanted him that bad, why didn't you just trade back and acquire a second-round pick? Why waste the 19th pick on him? Nobody else was going to take him.
Well, heck, man, I just see some of that the guy. Heck,
Sean, what do you think?
this just feels so Gruden-y, like where he probably met him at a combine or something. It was like, that guy's got moxie. I like him. I like him a lot. I don't know about that, but I like him.
That guy's a Sagittarius. I'm going to take him.
Yeah.
Aaron, what do you think, man?
Well, I don't know where.
I feel like Gruden just let his wife make a pick.
I really don't know much about it.
This is what they did last year. They took a Clemson corner in the second round, at the top of the second round. Now they went for the first round Clemson corner. This is what John Gruden likes. He likes big name schools. You know what, Ryan Lodge, how you doing, man? Welcome to the pod.
I'm still pissed
Welcome to the
off
live show.
when he lost out on CD.
What?
Yo, Ryan, the Cowboys definitely did that to screw with the Eagles. They didn't need another receiver, so might as well just hurt your division rival.
100%. It sucks because we're going against what's his face, Chase Young, and then we now we have to guard CD. Tonight isn't ideal for our division, at least for the Eagles. It sucks. I don't know who we're gonna. We need a receiver.
Well, it's this receiver deep draft, so there's
Yeah,
that.
I mean, they could take a Jalen Rager. They could trade down. They could get, I heard a lot of Justin Jefferson to them. Problem with Justin
Brandon
Jefferson, if you
Ayuk.
didn't like Nelson Aguilar, that's what Justin Jefferson is he's basically
Exactly.
Nelson Aguilar on steroids. He's a
He's
good
an
Nelson
upgraded
Aguilar, so
Justin
I'll give you that.
Jefferson. Yeah, but that's not what we need. Jeffrey is hurt all the time. we need somebody to replace him. And then Deshaun's not going to last, So I don't know, man. I might just start watching competitive ping pong in Russia. Fuck football.
What do you think about the Raiders pick before we get down to the Jaguars?
Hey, fuck you, Walter.
I just wanted to hear Mr. Lodge's opinion on it, and then I was going to go ahead and bounce it to you guys for Jacksonville.
The pick's in for
the Raiders pick?
Let's talk about Jacksonville then. How about that? We'll jump to Jacksonville since apparently it's rubbing salt in the wounds of Shane McMurdo by talking about the Raiders anymore. Yeah, Shane, let's talk about the Jaguars. What do you think they'll do with this pick? Their second pick in this draft.
I could see them picking Le'Veon Chase on since he's still on the board. They need an edge rusher if they're getting rid of Ngakoue and Calais Campbell. If they don't do that, I could see them taking maybe Patrick Queen or even a receiver like fucking Jefferson or Mims.
I could see Mims being a good pick for receiver. A big dude, fast dude, blew up the combine very well. Jefferson would be an interesting one, mainly because they already he kind of would be a weird mix into their receiving core. Just because they have DJ Chark, good outside guy, but the rest of the guys on their roster are mainly slot guys. And Justin Jefferson mainly played in the slot when he was at LSU. He played 3 snaps outside, and honestly was not a huge fan of what he did on the outside. Any other? Kris, you're back. Kris, what do you think about Jacksonville? What do you think they're going to do here at this pick?
Yeah, I don't know. Again, it's they need. I don't know if they need receivers, but there's still a bevy of receivers out.
They don't need receivers.
That's what I'm saying. They don't really need receivers. Again,
shouldn't take them.
Clavion Chason's out there. Or Clavion. It's one of these things where again. It's a guy is probably below where he thought he would get drafted a little bit, maybe a couple picks. So, do they surprise and take a quarterback?
Ooh, Jordan Love time?
That would be interesting. Kev, what do you think?
I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility.
Jordan Love's the sleeper guy.
I don't think Jordan Love goes in the first round, you guys.
I don't think he does, but I'm saying, if there was a guy who would rock it up there, it would be him.
I really think they're going defense again. They're going to take Jason or a Patrick Queen or maybe even an Xavier McKinney that needs safety help.
Oh, I like that. The Patrick Queen pick is the one I kind of like for this as well because Patrick Queen replaced what they lost in Telvin Smith. Sean, what do you think?
I think Patrick Queen's actually a great pick because I really think they are going to – with the way Doug Marrone likes coaching, he's really going to refocus on that defense. Try and get back to how.
Yeah, you know what else does? Henry Ruggs III, that stupid fuck.
I feel like you're going to take that to your grave.
Probably.
Bro, I'm as a 2-month-long Oakland Raiders fan, I'm very upset by this decision.
So, Shane, what's your opinion of the Jacksonville selection?
No, they got the second best edge rusher, in my opinion, on their team when they desperately need it because they traded Calais Campbell. They're not going to have Yannick Ngakoue, so edge rusher is something that they needed. They got a young guy, a strong character guy too, because I don't know if a lot of people know this. The number he wore at LSU, number 18, is a special number on that team. They designate it for strong character captain. So anybody who ever wears the number 7 or 18 at LSU is somebody they trust in for leadership abilities.
It's like the number 38 for Ole Miss.
Yeah. Well, I did not know that actually. But
Owens, baby.
Yes, I'm glad you got that, Kris.
But yeah, so he's strong character. He's very athletic. He feels the need, and that team is in major need of a culture shift. There's a reason their first round picks from 7 of the last 8 years have either demanded trades or got released. So they need somebody in there. They need a culture shift big time.
And they've gotten two very talented players. They've gotten the second best corner and second best pass rusher in the draft. And for the value that they got him at, I think, I give it a good grade.
Nice. Ryan, what's your opinion of this pick? And then give us a little bit of insight on the Philadelphia Eagles, if you will.
Well, to be honest, with this pick, I give zero shits about the Jaguars. I can tell you that I feel like I've been talking to their quarterback the entire night with Shane Minshew. But I think the Eagles, I don't know what we're going to do. I mean, we could get, like you said, Justin Jefferson, who's a Aguilar 2.0. He's a little bit, I don't know, faster, stronger. But we could go linebacker, and we honestly could get what's his name out of Kenneth Murray.
Kenneth Murray. You think the Eagles are going to go
Oklahoma.
linebacker in the first round? That doesn't seem like a Howie Roseman kind of trick.
I know, but linebacker is actually one of the biggest positions that we need. Like safety and cornerbacks, we suck at, but we kind of have a little bit of a stopgap. I think right now we're either going to go Jefferson or Murray. I don't think we'll go Higgins, the Clemson receiver.
What about if I sell you a guy from TCU, a Mr. Jalen Rager?
You've been saying his name since the second pick of the fucking draft, Wojo.
I have been naming it. I have been dropping his name because I think that's the next best guy on this board as far as fit.
I think
for what the Eagles need for what a good fast guy who, when they don't have Deshaun Jackson, at least they have somebody with speed on the roster. Guy who has a good bit of run after catch, who also can catch off-target balls like crazy, which he's not going to need because Carson Wentz is actually kind of accurate. But good at getting up and going and getting the ball.
He's handsome too. The guy's the most handsome quarterback in the NFL.
Who's the most quarterback?
Jimmy
Carson Wentz, without a doubt.
Oh,
You're telling me he's more handsome than Jimmy Garoppolo? Why are we arguing about this?
No,
I don't.
Carson Wentz
We will argue about
harder
it.
than his face at all times.
Remember this?
Jimmy Garoppolo.
I remember it because of Tom Brady. That's why I remember it.
Is that the
That's
team
all
that
I have.
the people at their parade ate horse poop?
Yeah, it's delicious and nutritious. A lot of protein.
And it's better than a bunch of people in Boston yelling racial slurs all day while beating their wives.
All day.
Sorry, that's where you fit in best and you know it.
Hey, to be honest, yelling racial slurs and beating women is legit, but yeah, fuck Boston.
Jesus.
I agree with that, Shane.
Recorded, right, Shane?
Kev, what do you think about what the Eagles are going to do?
Disavow.
Say what you want about Nick Foles, but he doesn't kiss kids on the lips.
Yeah, but he makes women not be able to walk for a week with his huge cock.
All right, one at a time. Let's go Sean Barry. Let's go Sean Barry, then we'll go Kev, and then we'll go Kris, okay? What do you think the Eagles are going to do while we're waiting for the pick?
I
Sean.
mean, you got to think they're going to pick a wide receiver or something at this point, right? Like, they've been kind of sitting around. All their guys, I think their thoughts, like, CeeDee Lamb might even fall to them until fucking the Cowboys took them.
Fucking Cowboys.
Fucking Cowboys. I don't know. Is Henry Ruggs still available? Oh, wait, no, he's not.
They do have one other problem on their team. They do have the back end, right? They did just trade for Darius Slade, but they don't have somebody across from them, right? Like, they just signed Jalen Mills for $1 million. Is that really going to do you really well? They also kind of, they let a safety walk away in free agency. They actually released him.
I could
Malcolm
also
Jenkins.
see another offensive lineman for them because, Wentz is so injury-prone. It really wouldn't hurt them at this point.
Yeah, but
What are they going to do? Replace Andre Dillard?
I guess.
A year after they drafted him? The pick is in. The Eagles have selected.
Better to take a safe.
It's Jefferson.
It was Justin Jefferson?
I don't want to argue.
Jalen Rager, TCU.
There he goes.
Jalen Rager?
Yeah. Jalen Rager, TCU. I mean, I've been a big fan of this guy. He's clearly, actually for me, he's my wide receiver 4 in this draft.
No way.
No way?
Well, he just went wide receiver 4. So
yeah,
he
Henry
is the
Ruggs
number
went
4
wide receiver 1. So what the fuck is that?
All right, let's go. Ryan Lodge, what do you think about the pick? Since you are the big fan, the Eagles fan that we have.
Wait, I just get it now.
It just got announced. It's Jalen Rager.
Yeah. Wow.
Hold on.
Are we that much faster than you? What are you watching this on? ABC?
It is. Hold on. 2020 NFL Draft is.
We just told you.
It's Jalen Rager.
I didn't hear it.
Just watching on TV. Just listen to Wojo. He's announcing all the fucking things.
It was breaking up. I couldn't hear anything. I couldn't hear. I was disconnected for like 20 seconds. To be honest, I don't know much about him. I don't know. What do you guys think?
What insight from the handsome guy who doesn't have to think for a living?
Wojo like.
Dude,
yes, I like him.
I mean,
we knew they were going to go receiver, right? Kris, what do you think here? Go with you, Mr. DiBlasio.
You were higher on him probably a little bit than I was. I think he's a little bit small, but we've seen small receivers be plenty successful in this league. He's a good, solid receiver. I think you could play him on the outside and the inside both. And they needed a receiver. So, I think these receivers, again, kind of are all bunched up when you talk about, Jefferson and Higgins and Mim, Rager, Pittman. I don't think there's a lot of separation in there. So it's whichever one you thought would fit best with what you want to do.
Yeah, and I think this fits the flavor of football that they want to play, right? Like they already have two split ends on their team. Hopefully, you already have Alshon Jeffrey. Maybe you trade him, but you also got J.J. Arcega-Whiteside, who again another guy who plays split end most likely on their team, unless they try him out in the slot. But again, you have two guys on the team already who play split end, who play the X receiver position. Rager's probably going to play flanker or slot on that team. You need a guy to replace what Deshaun Jackson does when Deshaun Jackson goes down, because he's going to go down. And this is probably, if you weren't looking at Handler, like this is probably the other really fast receiver out of the top three speediest guys.
I'm just going to add that he's now my new favorite wide receiver because they just showed that he's from his hometown, Waxahachie, Texas.
Waxahachie.
Who doesn't like Waxahachie,
I would rather have the Harry Hoochie, which is, I think, where CD is from. But, no, he looks quick. I mean, he's tiny, but I guess, fuck it, I'll take it. Why not?
I mean, he reminds me of Stephon Diggs a little bit. Like, I had him in there as kind of like, some of the stuff he does reminds me a lot of, like, those kind of receivers. Diggs, Odell, Jarvis Landry. He's not as refined of a route runner as those guys, but he does the other things that those guys does well, like run after catch, good extension for the ball, good hands. Even though he had a lot of drop balls, a lot of his drop balls are because the quarterback was, basically, one of the next guys working at the bank down the block. Sean, what do you think here, man?
Again, this seems just kind of like not like a punt of a pick, but just like a pick they took where they're just like, you know what I mean?
They were filling a need, and they needed, they needed receiver, they needed corner. This is what they had next on the board.
Yeah, like
Carson Wentz won the division with garbage.
Picks are like where you really see teams kind of be like, no, they really they don't feel that strong about any of these guys. They're just more of like, we have a hole. Let's see if this guy works. Because now we're really starting to get into gamble picks.
Mm-hmm. Shane, what do you think here? You weren't as big of a fan of Jalen Rager as I was. Who would you have picked?
Jefferson, who plays the same position and is better. Rager, he's athletic. He's good, but he doesn't finish his routes. He's horrible against press coverage. He's not very good in 50-50 situations. In plays where he's not the primary read, he doesn't give 100% effort, so it's kind of obvious that he's not the primary read, which is easy to disguise against. I don't, especially at that pick, I wouldn't have taken him.
Really quick, guys. The Vikings pick is in. Patriots were supposed to be on the clock. They've traded back. The LA Chargers are back on the clock.
At 23?
Wow.
So, Sean, give us a little bit of insight on the Minnesota Vikings. They're coming up. What do you want to talk about as far as they go?
Well, the
they
Minnesota
traded.
Vikings,
Go ahead.
the Minnesota Vikings these last few years have basically just been the ultimate bridesmaid, never a bride, where they've been a very competent team. Like, they're just very consistently pretty good, but they haven't been able to make any real impact. Mainly infighting. Stephon Diggs left, and that means that they need Adam Thielen to get some help. So I wouldn't be surprised for a wide receiver, but also a cornerback. I mean, those are like the two biggest weaknesses ever. That means Everson Griffin has moved on. And, yeah, I could definitely see them going out maybe taking – I'm trying to think who's really – maybe A.J. Terrell.
A.J. Terrell's off the board.
Yeah, he got picked.
Yep.
The Raiders. That was when Shane walked off the second time.
That's right. Okay.
I hope they take Trevon Diggs.
If they take Trevon Diggs, that's weird as hell.
I hope
Trevon Diggs
but it's okay. We'll employ your brother.
Ooh,
Yeah,
that
they
would be
probably
interesting.
will. That could be funny.
Chris, what do you think here with the Minnesota Vikings?
I think corner. I think cornerback here, but they're not going to go with Trayvon Diggs, right? I mean, we just said. So maybe a Jalen Johnson, a Jeff Gladney. I think it's a glaring need for them.
Yeah, I think it's a corner or pass rusher or receiver because, again, they traded away Stephon Diggs. They lost a lot this free agency, right? They lost basically half their starting or all their starting corners are pretty much gone. They still have Hughes and Hilton, but Hilton's had some suspension issues. Like you were saying before, they lost Everson Griffin. They also lost Linval Joseph. They don't have the opportunity to really, unless they wanted to go A.J. Epinesa here, they don't really have another pass rusher on the board. All the good D tackles are pretty much gone.
McKinney's still out there.
There's still McKinney, but I don't think they need a safety right now.
They can convert it.
But I think right here, I think this is where I would go Fulton or one of the other corners. This is, I agree with you guys. I think it's either pass rusher or defensive line. And they also have another pick coming up, so it's probably the one they feel like they have an easier time getting will probably be the next pick. Or Josh Jones hasn't gone yet, and they do. They have been looking at offensive line. They have been connected with Josh Jones in the draft process. That's the other player I could see them going at here is offensive line. Harry, what do you think? Is Harry still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Joey
Jefferson.
They go Justin Jefferson.
Yep. So Shane, they went with your receiver that was left on the board, Justin Jefferson, man. Who actually, to me, reminded me a little bit of Thielen and Victor Cruz. So I think that's an interesting pick. Shane, why don't you give us your thoughts on Justin Jefferson?
I mean, I think he's a very good player. Doesn't necessarily pick the team or fit the team, rather, but it was a need that for them. I'm kind of surprised they traded up for it. I wonder what they gave up for it, but it fills a need, and they definitely didn't reach for him. I know that much.
Sean, what do you think about this pick? Sean?
I think I'm cutting out here. What'd you say?
Sean, what do you think about the Minnesota Vikings pick of Justin Jefferson?
Again, it's a good pick. I mean, basically that's just replacing Stephon Diggs right here. Solid, fast guy. I mean, he was great in LSU for that final year with that run, but I don't know how great he is with that if he doesn't, Kirk Cousins is still Kirk Cousins. And I feel like he needs a dynamic quarterback to really help him excel.
Yeah, I mean, again, they need to replace Diggs. This is probably one of the better receivers left, and definitely one of the ones that had at least a good level of competition that he went up against. Played in the SEC. You saw him play well with Joe Burrow. He was a big target of Joe Burrow's early in the season too.
Mm-hmm.
Again, he's playing. He was that offense had a lot of good players in it. The receiving core was great. The running back Clyde Edwards-Helaire is really good. I think this was a very good pick. And again, I think they probably said, okay, what receiver do we have left that we could play here? Thielen has played well on the outside. So again, maybe they're thinking, hey, maybe Jefferson will play him in the slot in the beginning, see if he could play out at flanker as well. Kris, what do you think about this pick?
I think it's a pretty good pick. They needed a receiver. Jefferson's one of these guys that, people find fault with him, but his production was there in that offense. And again, a lot of guys' production was there in that offense. But they needed a receiver again, and now you're starting to get down to, and like Sean said, you're really getting down to the 50-50 picks. It's when you imagine your offense, do you imagine T. Higgins in it or Justin Jefferson or Brendan Mims, or so it's it's more of a feel of what you think can match up with what you want to do.
Okay, I agree with you on that. Kev, so the Chargers are on the clock. Originally, you were speaking for the New England Patriots here, but the Chargers are coming up. They traded up with the Patriots. I think this actually kind of goes to what everybody was saying, that we're now hitting the 50-50 area of the draft, and that's why you see a lot of teams trade out of the first round into the second round, where they'll have the ability to get an extra pick later on, and in addition to that, they go ahead and they don't really lose the hit probability of going back. From what the guy who goes at 23 has about the same hit probability as the guy who goes at 43. So, Kev, what do you think about the Chargers here? What do you think why they traded up? They traded a second-round pick and a third-round pick to go up to 23rd overall, help replace some of the missing pieces for the Patriots.
I think they're gonna. Huh? Hello?
My fucking chair just broke, dude. I just fell on my ass.
What's going on?
Chargers are on the clock. Cavs are.
The Chargers might go offense with this pick, and why not gamble? Get one of those quarterbacks that you want to get your hands on or something like that.
Cornerback?
I think Kenneth Murray's a good pick here.
Yeah.
I think offensive line. I think this is where, one of the major offensive linemen that they didn't take in the top 10, this is where the guys are trading up to get one of the falling offensive linemen who are maybe not in the top tier, but in the next tier, and they also get the fifth-year option on them. Harry, you talked about the Chargers before. What do you think they might do here? They went with Herbert before. Are they getting the guy to pass protect for Herbert, trying to build out that line? Do you think maybe they're going defense?
Then maybe.
Josh Jones. That's a good one.
Probably Josh Jones.
Yeah, Josh Jones, man. I liked him more than Becton. I don't, I'm shocked.
Yeah.
But
Don't tell
me. This is
me.
probably about that spot where those kind of players go. He's athletic. He's actually a pretty good pass protector. He's had multiple offensive line coaches in his tenure at Houston. Every year they seem to change over the coaching staff, at least some portion of it. So this year he's finally come on, and a lot of people still remember that he hasn't played well for the last 4 years, and they still have that stuck in their head. The selection is in, by the way, for the Chargers, and it is...
I think a linebacker is a good call. I'm just saying, like Patrick Queen or Kenneth Murray.
Oh, and guess what? Shane got it right here, you guys. Kenneth Murray.
Kenneth Murray.
I literally just said that before Shane did.
All right, so Kris got it as well.
I said it a few minutes ago before my chair broke.
He did. I do remember him saying that
Why are you
before.
wearing a tie?
Well, when I heard somebody's chair broke, I thought it was Sean's, not Shane's.
Wow.
Dude, no, I'm so happy I'm drunk because my ass is going to hurt in the morning.
That's not the first time.
It's not the first time he said that.
I'm in the Navy. You're goddamn right it's not the first time I said that.
He is in the Navy.
Hey, yeah. Shane is the top.
All right.
That's not what Jason's
about him.
Kev, what do you think about this pick?
You're building that defense to wreak havoc, man. And I know that guy's a Raiders fan over there. He's crying right now because you get some lumps coming up soon for yourself, man. Good luck.
Yeah, they did just cut Shaq Thompson, right? They had a 59-year-old linebacker, former of Carolina. Now he's going back to the Washington team to go hang out with Rivera. Mm-hmm. So they do, they do still have Perriman, but that's been mainly their weakness, right, for the Chargers, is the second level, the linebackers. So I think Shane called it really well here. Shane, are you still on the line?
Yeah, you just can't see me.
All right, I'll jump to Kris then when you pop back on. So Kris, what do you think about this pick?
Yeah, no, I think linebacker's a good pick for them. I think it's what they needed on their defense. They have edge rushers in Bosa and Ingram and guys that can get to the quarterback. You fill in a middle linebacker, a guy like Murray. He's got good size. He's a tackler. He's a big linebacker, so he fits well in the middle there. Good
blitzer as well. Get downhill really well. They're there has been some questions as to him playing off a little bit more, but he's good going sideline to sideline. Shane, now that you're back on, what's your thoughts on Kenneth Murray?
He was my second graded line. I had him graded higher than Patrick Queen. Like you just said, he's very good sideline to sideline, quick lateral movement, but he's also like a very good like locker room presence, team leader. He's a guy who works extremely hard. He's aggressive. He's aggressive towards the ball, but not the like the pass catcher. So it's like he doesn't get flagged for like defensive holding or PI or anything, but he goes after the ball a lot. Great fundamentals. He's a type of linebacker that wears that green dot on the back of his helmet, meaning like the captain of the defense. Like that's the type of player they're getting, and that's like that's like an A+ pick, especially for the value they got him at. Because they traded down for him, so they get another draft pick and Kenneth Murray. Like I'm a very big fan.
They traded up.
Yeah, they traded up from the second round. They gave up a third round pick.
Second and a third.
Yeah. No worries. Kris, what do you think about it? Or no, we already talked to Kris. Sean, what do you think about this pick? And also, the New Orleans Saints are coming up. What do you think they might do?
I think it's a good pick. Really shores up the middle linebacking core for them. Not really too much else to say. I think the Chargers. I mean, they have a lot of holes, and this helps fill a hole.
And I think I know why they trade up to this spot because I'm pretty sure New Orleans is probably going to take a linebacker. But
yes, I think New Orleans is probably going to take Patrick Queen here because New Orleans really doesn't have too many issues. I mean, they're just a competent team or an organization overall. I mean, so basically just. Kiko Alonso's coming off that ACL tear. So having the middle linebacker there would really help, shore up that defense for them.
Kris, what do you think? What do you think New Orleans is going to do here?
Sean's 100% correct, and that's why the Chargers made that move. They wanted Murray. I think the Saints would have settled for Murray or Queen. I think they're going to take Queen here. Like, again, Sean said everything. They're a good organization.
Yeah, I did.
It's a good organization. They're solid at all positions. Get another linebacker to help fill in there in the middle for them with Patrick Queen. I mean, maybe they could go cornerback.
Yeah, I mean, surprised maybe Jordan Love.
Later on. Well, they have Taysom Hill, who they think is going to be a quarterback.
Yeah, but it's still Taysom Hill. You know?
I don't know. I think that's a false flag they throw out there to try to convince people that Taysom Hill is going to be the future so that nobody takes the guy that they want.
I feel like if Taysom Hill was the guy, then we'd already know if he was the guy.
I don't disagree with you, but all what's-his-face does is talk about how great he is.
Well, yeah,
you want people to believe that he's good. You gave him a first-round tender because you wanted people to really think he was a first-round pick. I mean, I think there was a better way to sell that. I think he's a good offensive weapon for them. He's really more of a good tight end. He's not a good quarterback. He's a tight end.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm telling you what Sean Payton says. I'm not.
That's true. Is there another position, maybe receiver, maybe running back? Now that Kamara's coming off, Kamara's going to be in the last year of his deal coming up. I know you said corner. I actually kind of like what you said about corner, to be honest, because they could probably use a slot corner, right? They lost Eli Apple, but they got Jackrabbit Jenkins. They got Marshawn Lattimore on the other side. I think
they're also trying to trade this pick at the moment.
The pick's in. They have made the pick.
Oh, is it? I'd say I got the delay.
Yeah, COVID boy.
Sean Payton.
COVID, he can survive anything.
Too soon?
He did get the Rona.
I like the idea, actually, of them going receiver here, taking someone like Mims just to put on the other side of Thomas. That gives you a dual threat. Makes you,
They could definitely use another receiver because Michael Thomas, he is the truck of that offense. But there's a lot of guys, especially where they're at, that could maybe help clear out some of that, some of the defensive traffic. I mean, you know what? It feels like no matter what, if you have Thomas on your team, you're going to win. Or at least you have somebody to throw to because he's open even when he's not open.
Basically,
he caught literally everything last year.
Dude, 2 years in a row, he was leading the NFL in catches at some point during the season.
It's astonishing he hasn't caught COVID yet.
Well, especially because his coach caught it. It's the one thing he hasn't caught. Harry, what do you think New Orleans is going to do here?
Oh, he's chugging a beer.
All right, Kev, what do you think that New Orleans is going to do here?
Get a linebacker. Go get McQueen.
Linebacker?
Yeah, go get
McQueen. Yeah, I think McQueen is probably a good pick.
Lightning McQueen? Or...
I was going to say Steve McQueen. Lightning McQueen, man. Yo, I hear he's fast. He runs a good 40. No hands, though. Can't catch.
Yeah, you don't have... The Raiders are going to pick Lightning McQueen because no one's faster.
God damn it.
Shane, what do you think the Saints are going to do since the Saints have been on the board forever? They're like the one non-red team that's been on forever.
Patrick Queen, possibly even like Xavier McKinney and Antonio Winfield Jr. I could see them doing as well.
Antoine Winfield Jr. is a good one. I kind of like his. Why are the Vikings now on the clock?
Because they're doing the Saints pick now.
Oh, they're doing the Saints pick.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Here it is. The 24th pick in the NFL draft. The New Orleans Saints select somebody. A player. Hopefully.
Damn it, I had... Okay, Cesar Ruiz. Not a bad pick.
Yep, solid offensive lineman.
Isn't he?
I had him going to Miami.
They selected Cesar Ruiz?
Yeah.
Cesar Ruiz, that's what you guys said.
Yep. So they go center.
They went center, which is weird because they drafted a center last year in the second round. They traded up to get a center. Maybe they're looking to play him at guard, though?
Yeah, he can play guard. He started some games at guard during his career.
Damn, dude, they just love building up that offensive line.
It's good to have him
keep
in
Drew
both.
Brees protected. Run the ball. That's why, you saw Latavius Murray do well there. You see Alvin Kamara do well there. I like their philosophy, building the trenches, and they always seem to go ahead and get an offensive line at some point. If they're drafting in the first round, they're taking offensive line, it seems like. At least the last few years. That or defense. And there wasn't defense to take here. Shane, what do you think?
Well, I'm kind of perplexed by it because it doesn't it helps their offensive line, but not the position they need it at. I honestly thought they were going defense, but especially because they're the type of team that they're in win now mode since Brees is in the last year of his career most likely. So I'm kind of confused as to what Ruiz is going to feel for that. I'm not going to say it's good or bad. It's just confusing.
My guess is he's playing right guard. Kris, what do you think about this pick?
Yeah, I think, like you said, when the Saints make a pick, if it seems a little unorthodox, there's probably some meaning behind it that we don't see. Again, when you get a center, a guy who started a lot of games at center, you get the smartest offensive lineman, usually someone who's got leadership skills. So when you move him to another position, he has that selflessness about him and probably knows what to do. So you slide him over to right guard. It's not a big transition. I mean, he did play a little guard in college. So, again, it's, one of these teams that you don't really openly question their picks because they have a solid history of draft.
Yeah, they're one of the few teams that even though they usually have less picks, they always just seem to hit on their picks, right?
That narrow man and who couldn't fucking read.
Okay, but the rest of their team could.
They could, yeah.
And the one smart thing Colin Cowherd's ever said is the farther you get away from the ball, the less intelligent you have to be. So you're at the snap of the ball. So the guys that are closest to the ball at the snap of the ball have to be the smartest.
Yeah.
The farther you get away, your cornerbacks and your receivers, they don't got to be that smart.
True.
But your center, your quarterback, your middle linebacker, those are your smartest players.
That sucks.
No one touches the ball more than your center.
Right. Did we lose Walter?
Sorry about that.
Vikings have traded the pick to the 49ers.
Ooh, what are the 49ers going to do here? This is another team when they go for something in the first round, right? And they trade up, it means that they like somebody really well. We saw a few years ago with Reuben Foster. This is an interesting one. What do you guys think the 49ers are taking at 25?
Definitely going defense.
You think defense again?
Right? They have to go something offense.
They have 25 and 31 now.
Yeah, they have 2 more first.
Unless they traded 31 to get to 25.
No, they didn't. They didn't.
Oh, okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Really? They might take mids.
Already, so.
Again,
they might be trading picks for next year's draft too.
Receiver and safety. They could still get a quality receiver and still get one of the best safeties on the board here in these next 6 picks.
Yeah, that'd be big.
They gotta get McKinney now.
And come out with Kinlaw. This could be the best first round of the whole thing right here.
I think maybe it might be corner. You know, I know Emmanuel Mosley played well, but you know, you have Richard Sherman on the other side. He's going to get long in the tooth at some point. Like, there's got to be a point where you find his replacement, and Mosley and Akila Witherspoon just have not been playing to such a degree that you go, okay, these guys are irreplaceable. Like, they're not. You don't avoid great players by only you don't not draft great players because you have good players. You need, if you see an opportunity to do better here, picking a guy maybe like one of the remaining corners on the board might be why they jumped up.
And they did trade the 31st, the 117th, and the 176 to Minnesota.
Oh, they did trade.
Okay.
Minnesota's got a lot of picks this year too. Now, again, they're probably looking to restock. That's why they traded Diggs. Now they're looking to fill out some of the corner room. So probably, you know, when they pick at 31 and when they pick in the second round, we'll probably see them go for...
They take wide receiver, Brandon Ayuk.
Arizona
It's your
State.
guy, Shane.
They took Ayuk?
Yes, they did.
Forks up, baby.
What do you think about that, Shane? What's your
I
opinion
had
about
him going to Miami, but...
Mm-hmm. No, he's super fast. He's actually got very good hands. Not the strongest, like when it comes to bodying receivers, but definitely something to work on. But he gives them a very good deep threat. He's a better router than he gets credit for. I'm kind of worried about the surgery he just had on his core muscle, but he's with the type of system that he's a team first type guy, and the type of system they're running with like Samuel and stuff like that. Like he fits in perfectly. And he's got speed.
Shane, does Herm Edwards have a gun to your head right now?
No.
Chris, what do you think about the pick?
I think it's a good pick. He, like Shane said, he's got good speed. He's got pretty good hands. He also is a guy who can help you in the return game a little bit. And I mean, I know they have with that too, but if a guy can be versatile, that always helps. So, I mean, this is a guy that's gonna get on the field right away and be in their mix. They needed a receiver. They obviously liked Kinlaw, and they knew they could still get a good receiver here in the back end of the first round.
This seems like a very San Francisco pick. San Francisco likes guys who can play, all 3 spots. I know they didn't get really to see him where he's played in the NFL, where he's played in college, playing what they probably want to do. But given the open field ability, they now they have somebody else to go along with Deebo Samuel. Maybe if they see year 3 a jump in Dante Pettis. I know they've been talking about trading Marquise Goodwin. Sean, what do you think about it?
I think this is a good pick. I like, really gives them some speed on offense that they definitely needed. Wink, wink. No, they didn't. But no, I think that it finally gives Jimmy Garoppolo a good pick to replace Emmanuel Sanders with.
Can I make another point, Wojo?
Absolutely.
This kind of gives them, again, they saw it up close and personal in the Super Bowl. You get another guy with speed in there with what's the tight end? Why can't I get the tight end's name?
Kittle.
And Deebo Samuel. Now you can start to really get creative with your offense like Kansas City does, right? With all those different formations and all those different wacky things. So I think this speed gives them a third guy on offense with really good speed and versatility, and you can start to be creative or imaginative with your offense like Kansas City.
I agree. They do like using a lot of the jet motion on offense. And, when you do that, you're setting the defense off a little bit. You're able to tell if they're in man coverage or zone coverage sometime, unless they're playing matchup zone. But even still, you're kind of getting a good feel for what they're doing when you do that. And there's actually some evidence that when you go ahead and run the more motion you have pre-snap, the harder it is on a defense.
Kev, what do you think about this pick? And then we're going to talk about Miami because they're on the clock with their third pick in the first round.
I'm going to be right back.
This is an excellent move for them. I believe that he was added to what they need on the receiver side, and Jimmy G's not going to have some options to throw the ball to now more than ever. I really think San Fran's trying to run back that table to run it back and prove that, they can get a chip from that with this move right here. So I like it. I really like it. I enjoy it.
I do too. What do you think Miami might do here?
Miami's in a weird
Another bad pick.
There's a lot you can do right here.
Do you think they also go offensive line again? Maybe they go for one of the linebackers. AJ Epinesa at this point. They could go for one of the other tackles at this point. Because again, they probably need two anyway.
Jones is still there.
Shane, what do you think about Miami and what they should do here?
They don't take it. I say Jones, Epinesa, or one of the top two safeties like Winfield or McKinney, or even Queen. Even Queen at linebacker.
They can still pick anybody because they can still improving the team no matter where they go.
What about Delta?
I think
have that single high free safety. You have those 2-man corners on the outside who are actually two of the highest paid corners in the NFL. I think that would be an interesting addition to them.
Yeah, but I wouldn't be surprised if they did. But personally, he's like my 4th graded safety in this class. But
yeah, he seems to be a flavor guy. If you're playing single high free safety and you're not worrying about his tackling, I think he fits your team. Safety is one of those things. It's the most scheme specific, I think, of all the players, maybe outside of offensive linemen, and it's definitely the most scheme specific on defense. And sometimes you'll see safeties that you never thought were going to go in the first round just sneak up in there. Harry, what do you think about Miami here? I know another AFC East player, another AFC.
Well,
East
originally I thought they were going to take Ayuk, but obviously that's out the door right now. But I think they're going to take McKinney because he's probably the best player left in the draft, and they're left with a big gap after Minka Fitzpatrick was traded. So I think that's the route they're going to go right now.
That makes a lot of sense. But I think the thing you brought up right now, when you brought up Ayuk, they do need receiver. And although a lot of the receivers, the first-round receivers, are kind of off the board at this point, I wouldn't be shocked if they take a receiver here. Chris, what do you think?
Yeah,
I like you're talking me into Delpit. Now I'm a Delpit guy. He does miss a lot of tackles, but he's sort of got that. And he's a little lesser than this guy, but he's got that Tyrone Matthew, ball hawking ability, run stopping, safety. So he has a lot of those qualities. I mean, I think Miami's had a terrible draft so far in drafting Tua and Austin Jackson with the 18th pick.
Actually, they had a great draft.
But I think Tua's the most overrated player.
Not a great draft, but a solid draft.
It depends on how you feel. If you
like
feel like Austin can gain a little bit more junk in the trunk and play tackle a little bit better, hold up against speed rushers.
But again, that pick at 18 was way too high.
Well, that's the thing too, though. Is I think the league's going so much, faster and thinner. I feel like Austin Jackson would be a good pick.
And they do want to.
Miami just trade the pick to the Packers.
To the Packers. Oh, who are the Packers going to take? This is exciting. This is another team I think could go receiver, safety. I don't see them going defense. I think it's either linebacker or receiver. But what do you guys think? Chris, let's start off with you. What do you think the Packers might be doing here?
Linebacker is not a bad play, I don't think, for them. Receiver, they could definitely use a receiver, but like you said, I think most of the first-round receivers are off the board here, or, the top-end receivers. But again, when you trade up, you're trading up to get someone specific. So they believe in whoever this is. They believe a lot in it, whether it's a linebacker like Patrick Queen or a wide receiver. I don't even know what wide receivers. Who could they be looking at wide receiver? Pittman,
Denzel Mims?
Denzel Mims still out
or
there.
Pittman. Pittman's
or Pittman.
Pittman reminds me of Mike Williams. He's like an elk. Just muscles through people. Kev, what do you think they might do here?
Anybody's ball game. You can get a receiver with Pittman's and Mims. I don't know. I don't know that they reach, so they gotta find somebody that they really like that they want to. So we're gonna see.
What if they're moving up to get a quarterback?
Ooh,
The replacement for Aaron Rodgers.
That would be wild, but I
don't see it.
Nah.
I just thought I'd throw it out there. They showed Jordan Love's family, so I think that was one of the reasons why I was thinking about it. I'm like, all right, maybe that's a reason why they're doing it.
Don't be surprised if they moved up to get somebody like Neville Gallimore out of Oklahoma.
Defensive tackle, yeah.
Okay.
Because
they got ran on a lot.
They got destroyed. 186 yards before contact in the NFC Championship. Or like Patrick Queen was mentioned, receiver was mentioned, like Mims or something. But I could also see them getting like maybe like if they're it's a reach for sure.
Jordan Love, quarterback.
Jordan Love.
Wow.
You
called
that, bro. Clock is on for Aaron Rodgers, everybody.
Wow, Jordan.
Wow.
Wojo, I told you at the beginning of the draft, Jordan Love wasn't getting out of the first round.
Damn, but I did not think it was going to be the Packers. Even if
I didn't think it'd be the Packers either. I thought somebody would take him like 31 or something, trade in for that.
Well, the Packers had 30. They traded to move up to 26. I don't see why, because Seattle, Baltimore, these are teams with quarterbacks.
Yeah, but they might get jumped by a team in the second round.
Yeah.
So, Kris, what do you think about this, man?
The clock is on for Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, Aaron Rodgers is older than you think. You know? And
he's a GOAT. I don't care. He's a GOAT number 12.
Okay, great.
As Harry cries to himself in his house. He's great.
One at a time. Let's go Kris, Kev, Sean, then Harry, and then Shane. You'll get to talk about your bit about your reaction to this into the next one as well. But start with Kris and then we'll go with Kev.
I'm not high on Love, and I don't know who just said it, but someone said, like, were any of the teams that they just traded above really going to pick Love? Maybe Tennessee, but Seattle's not, Baltimore's not, Miami's not, Minnesota's not, and Kansas City's not.
Yeah, Miami might have been getting calls from someone else, though, trying to trade into that spot. Remember, right? No, I get what first-round picks as well.
Oh yeah,
Steelers might have been trying to trade in for all we know, or that's what I was just listening to. Is that they might have been trying to get back in to get Love.
That would make sense because you got Ben Roethlisberger kind of aging out, and
Roethlisberger's older than what's his face, Rodgers.
And then not only that, dude, that would have probably been a healthy haul. Whoever's trading out of the first round to where the Steelers are picking. Kev, what do you think about this pick?
Well, man, I guess you were in the war room because you said about quarterbacks, and I was like, no way. And Jordan Love, Aaron Rodgers, that clock is ticking, bro. So
still the GOAT. I don't care. Still the GOAT.
It is the GOAT. No, I'm not saying nothing that he's not the GOAT. We know he's the GOAT, but after a time, your birth certificate collect a little dust, man. So this is a future right here. This is a future pick. You let him learn for a couple of years.
But are you going to see Aaron Rodgers on a team that's not Green Bay Packers at this point?
Jets, baby, Jets.
Imagine if a year ago I told you Brady would be on the Buccaneers. Nothing's out of the question now.
Yeah, that's a good point, Shane.
Or even the Broncos. That was weird for a while.
Yeah.
Dude, 2 years from now, Aaron Rodgers on the Broncos. There you go.
I got a little bit of a take on it. Yeah, I was listening in on it. So Rodgers is the same age Favre was when they took Rodgers. So it kind of makes sense. They want the next 15-year quarterback. And you figure they got at least 2 more years out of Rodgers. So let Jordan Love just sit there and really develop.
Yeah.
This is just a smart play. It's one of those, like, you have to rip off the Band-Aid early, and that's what they just did.
Well, it depends on your evaluation of Jordan Love.
I like that he plays with his legs, but I don't like that he throws a lot of picks. I'm a big, if you know me, you know that I love quarterbacks that could run for first downs, touchdowns with their legs, but I'm also not a big fan of interceptions.
You're a Jets fan. You love watching interceptions.
Yeah,
Jordan Love's comp for me was probably Deshaun Kaiser, or he's on the Josh Allen, Deshaun Kaiser spectrum. guys who are athletic, but probably have a big arm. You could see where they could develop. I know a lot of people compare him to Patrick Mahomes as his top end. I don't see that happening. Shane, what do you think about this?
I was never a big fan of his. Yeah, he throws a lot of picks, but he also didn't have a lot of help. And his offensive scheme was super simple and predictable, so it's not entirely his fault. It was him trying to make, like, at that level of play, when you're the best player, your coaches basically tell you, like, hey, go make something happen. And that's kind of the situation he was thrown in. He's not starting caliber ready right now. He's definitely going to have to sit behind Rodgers. And Rodgers has addressed, like, he's like, yeah, they're going to have to get, somebody to replace me eventually. But they also know they're not going to have him replaced anytime soon either. Like, they're giving this guy plenty of time to learn the system behind a quarterback. It's not like the Raiders drafted him when they had Derek Carr. It's an older quarterback with a few years left on his contract. But, no, Mahomes is not his ceiling. I think more of like a I think he's better than Josh Allen, even if he's not as strong armed. But you never know. I'm not a big fan of trading up for quarterbacks unless they're a franchise type quarterback, which I don't think Love is.
Did you think Lamar Jackson was a franchise quarterback when the Baltimore
I
traded
did.
up to
I
get him?
did.
I did.
think
You
that was a
could
good
check
move.
my Twitter, and I literally
I
said,
thought Lamar Jackson was a
no,
franchise.
I love
quarterback.
Lamar.
I still don't think he is.
All right, so you guys are on to the
Fuck
Seahawks,
you, Kris.
right? We'll get to
Fuck
talk a little
you,
bit at the
Kris.
end of the night about this craziness that is Green Bay picking the heir apparent, supposedly. But let's talk about the Seahawks coming up. I'm shocked they haven't traded out of this pick. Kris, what do you think about this? The Seahawks are on the clock. What do you think about them going into this pick?
You always think of defense when you think with the Seahawks. So, I think maybe they're looking defense here. Pass rusher is something they could use. I've already said I'm high on Epinesa.
He's their kind of guy. He's definitely their kind of player.
Interesting. There's a lot of things saying they could use a running back. And I think you're down at the part of the draft where you could see one of the running backs here late first round, a Swift, Edwards-Helaire maybe, J.K. Dobbins.
I think people are saying that because they took Rashad Penny 2 years ago in the first round, then he tore his ACL this last year.
Yeah.
I mean, if you remember, they had to re-sign Marshawn Lynch with the playoffs.
Well, that's my point.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little. Here's the thing: you never really want to take a running back in the first round. As much as I love Saquon Barkley, but I don't know. Maybe just.
I think you're at a point in the first round where if you took one, you could buy it.
It's definitely a better gamble to take it now. But I don't know. Maybe I would show up maybe with an edge rusher, offensive line.
Yeah, they could use offensive line. Again, there's a lot of guys who kind of fall into this spot that, I know a lot of teams were high on. Isaiah Wilson, Josh Jones, Ezra Cleveland, some athletic, guys. Again, there's guys that are going to fall to day 2 and day 3 because of injury profiles like Lucas Niang. Kev, what do you think about the Seahawks? What do you think they might do here?
If I'm the Seahawks, go get Epinesa. You just lost David Clowney. You might as well get somebody to fill the slot in. I like him.
What about Patrick Queen? Do you think this is where he stops sliding? They just got back Bruce Irvin.
Someone's a pick these guys. I'm surprised that McKinney's not off the board yet. He's still out there floating around.
McKinney would be an interesting one for the Seahawks because they do value safety really high in their scheme.
So
I'm telling you, don't be mad. Don't be surprised if they get Antoine Winfield Jr. His dad played there, and his dad's a huge Seahawks fan still.
I didn't realize being a big fan of a team could get me drafted.
Bloodlines,
his dad
man,
played there.
Shane, what do you think about this pick? Where do you think the Seahawks might go other than Anton Winfield Jr., although I think that's probably your high end on this?
Yeah, but I could also see him taking Jones because they still need offensive line help.
Yeah, I was going to say Josh Jones or Bo Callahan.
Or they might, you know what? It's also the Seahawks, and they always do weird picks at the end of the first. I wouldn't be surprised if they draft like Cole Kmet here from Notre Dame.
Oh, the tight end, yeah. Sean, what do you think?
If they did that,
What was
So let
that?
Shane finish up and then.
All right, on to me.
No, go ahead.
I'm getting Epinesa.
Here it comes.
You there?
Selection is up. You there, Sean? You guys hear us?
Oh yeah, I'm here.
All right.
Oh, yeah, I can hear. Who's the pick? I can't.
Oh, it is a linebacker. The pick is in. It is Jordan Brooks out of Texas Tech. Wow. This was a shocker. Although I heard a little bit of rumors that they might go that one of the linebackers, he might sneak up. I wasn't expecting first round. He's more of a third round guy to me. But
Talking about him over Queen as well. Queen's available.
Wow, Patrick Queen's still available. He is dropped.
Patrick Queen, a lot of people weren't high on coming in because coming into the year, right? And then they heard his announcement. They saw him in the bowl games, and they said, "Well, you know what? Actually, he played really well." And then like his stock went up, when he declared. I don't think people expected him to declare. So
no, he
so
just had a good
people start
playoff.
getting big on him. Jordan Brooks is a whole different kind of player, though. I'm a little shocked by that. What do you think? What do you think, Sean?
It's an odd pick, but this is where I think again we were talking about this is the safe time to take a gamble, and I think that's what they're doing right now. I think they probably saw something on a pro day or maybe on some tape, that they think
the online pro days.
The online pro days. Well, I meant that draft. They might have just seen something on tape somewhere and been like, okay, we can take a risk here. Maybe he fits in what they're playing out for their scheme for the next year.
Shane, you called it, man. I want to bounce to you on this because you called it. You said they were going to do something weird or freaky, and they did. Somebody snuck up there.
You know what's so funny? This Brooks kid came up on Baldy's report, and Baldy was bigging him up big time. So I'm not surprised at all.
Oh, Brian Baldinger?
Yeah, Baldy was bigging up this kid. Last time I'm like Jordan Brooks, and I'm like, that's where I remember him from. So he said he loved his intangibles, man. He was a tackling machine, so why not?
If you think that he could be the middle of the defense, and I was saying before, they do need a linebacker, I think that if they think that he could be the next best linebacker on their team, that's a good move. Kris, what do you think about this move?
Yeah, I think it's. I think, like you said, Shane said it pretty good. But this is a team that has drafted safeties and linebackers sometimes that people don't necessarily know, and they fit right into what Pete Carroll wants to do. And is Ken Norton Jr. the defensive coordinator, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean that system of defense has been there. Pete Carroll's been there. Brooks can play a little bit inside, a little bit outside. He's got some versatility. So, that fits in what Seattle wants to be able to do, move people around and play them in different spots.
Harry, I'm going to have you touch on Seattle a little bit, but also we're going into Baltimore. They're up on the clock.
Yes.
Give us a little bit of a rundown of what you think about Baltimore going into this year. But you could also touch on a little bit of what you think about the Seahawks if you have an opinion on that pick as well.
Yes. Well, I think obviously Baltimore has a great defense, but I think they're going to take Patrick Queen because they're a great franchise that's known for having great linebackers: Ray Lewis, Terrell Suggs, C.J. Mosley, and I think they've been liking that the past couple this last year. So I think Patrick Queen's going to go to Baltimore.
You think Patrick Queen's going to go to Baltimore? Yeah, I guess they did. Yeah, they did lose C.J. Mosley.
Yeah.
Shane, I don't see Shane.
Thank you, Baltimore, for that.
Kris, what do you think about Baltimore?
Yeah, I think Harry nailed it on the head. Again, we've talked about Patrick Queen for the last 10 picks, it feels like, right?
Yeah, because he seems to be like one of the two major defensive players that everybody's thinking about right now that are still first-round prospects outside of corner. Thinking of, since their scheme is so built on corner, imagine they take a corner here. Like, that would be the interesting pick for them right here is because they do have 2 second-round picks. If they want to build out like the D-line a little bit, but they've been winning off of coverage and blitzing. That's why I was thinking Kenneth Murray for them and not Patrick Queen early on, but apparently, because Kenneth Murray went off the board. But again, they might look at a guy who's a good blitzer or a good linebacker, can play, kind of set the middle of the field.
I can see him taking Bond out of Wisconsin.
Dude, that's a good idea, man.
That's a good pick.
Mm-hmm.
That's a very good pick.
Or Josh Uche.
Out
of Michigan, who I think he's probably one of the oddly fast. Like, he didn't test at the combine, but There's a tape of him trying to cover Denzel Mims, and he's staying stride for stride with Denzel Mims down the field on a long ball. That was
No, I like Uche.
On an unrelated note, the new black Jake from State Farm looks just like Jordan Love.
Uh-oh. Taking his commercials, too.
all the commercials, man. They're trying to sell you a Honda right now or a Volkswagen.
Yeah, you know how much everybody wants to go out and buy a car right now.
Yeah.
all that extra money everybody has.
Sean, what do you think about what Baltimore might do here?
I'm thinking Patrick Queen, man. Like in terms of, they've had a history of picking great linebackers over the entire franchise. Plus, he's like on the big board. He's like probably one of the top 3 guys left.
Yes, he is.
I feel like we've been talking about him like all night here, and he still continues to slide, which makes me think maybe the team's doing something we don't know. But at the same time, yeah, I really feel like or maybe McKinney if we're gonna go cornerback.
Cornerback, slot corner, safety. Yeah, again, they have Earl Thomas. Earl Thomas is getting a little bit long in the tooth. They signed him to a deal last year. He changed their defense. They might be able to use McKinney as like a matchup guy, kind of play him a little bit at corner, slot corner, safety, and utilize him. They do a lot of mix and match on that defense on the back end. That is a defense that's built on the back end. They love blitzing. I'm also thinking maybe D-line if they go Epinesa. Because, again, Epinesa's here. I know they just traded for Calais Campbell, a 5th rounder. They gave him a little bit of an extension. The TV showing Anton Winfield Jr., this was Shane's guy that he was talking about before. Shane, what do you think? Delpit's on the screen. Apparently they think they're going to go safety. At least that's what NFL Network thinks.
They need defense. They need to be able to stop the run because that was what their big weakness was last year.
Well, they were able to stop all the run except for Derrick Henry.
And Nick Chubb.
Nick Chubb.
I got a Nick Chubb.
I got half a Nick Chubb right now.
Pounded it with Johnson and Chubb.
Kev, what do you think about the Baltimore Ravens and what they might do?
They have a lot of luxuries, man. I don't mind. Patrick McQueen's right there. Just take him.
Yeah.
There's no point. Like this, you get another linebacker, build up your squad. I can't see why not. He's one of the top 3 players that's left over. Take him. What you waiting for?
I'm not.
I got a question. Is there anybody that, like, in the last 27 picks that you guys were shocked by the most?
Jordan Love's up there.
Yeah. I think the Regan kid.
Rager?
I
wasn't shocked by him, but that's my big shock. I think was Austin Jackson. I know people were talking about him in the first round.
A fair amount of people were predicting that. I was just looking at on Twitter and stuff that they were calling that the Dolphins really liked him.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of people who called it. Like, but sometimes you don't want to believe it, right? Like, I personally, if I don't think a player's good, I want to think better about these teams going into it. I think the Chargers trading up for Kenneth Murray was a big shocker too.
Patrick Queen. There we go.
He's an inside linebacker. LSU to the Baltimore Ravens.
Oh, here's a good one. Henry Ruggs. That one I was surprised by.
I wasn't. I really wasn't, not at all. I'm sad. I feel bad for Shane that he didn't like that pick. But I was not shocked that they did that. That just seems so much like what they would do. Alabama guy with legit wheels. Harry, what do you think about this Baltimore Ravens pick? We've been talking about Patrick Queen all night. Harry,
again, it makes sense. The last 2 picks here, the linebackers going to these 2 teams with Baltimore and Seattle. Guys that pride themselves on having good linebackers, like Harry said. Go back to Ray Lewis, to Bart Scott, to C.J. Mosley, who they lost previous to last season to the New York Jets. So this gives them another big play guy at linebacker.
I dig it. Sean, what do you think?
For the Titans or still on the Patrick Queen?
We'll talk a bit about Patrick Queen, then we'll go into the Titans a little bit, and we can talk about both at some point for everybody. But yeah, what do you think about Patrick Queen pick, and then talk about the Titans, what they might do?
I kind of feel like he was one of the last really decent defensive players left on the board, and I kind of feel like that's where the Ravens picked him. They're like, we just need a guy who's a sure thing. Maybe he may not be like a Pro Bowler or like an All Star, but he's the guy who you're going to plug in and not have to worry about. With that said, I feel like again we're really at the point of the draft now where it's just like we're fairly competent, but no one's confident.
It's a lot of second round, like guys who might be second rounders, might be first rounders on your board. There's not a guy left at this point that's like you really roll a true blue chipper.
Yeah, this is where you can really roll the die on things. For the Titans, I don't really know what they're really looking for. I mean, you could see them potentially maybe going cornerback here with McKinney, but at the same time, I don't know. Maybe an edge rusher. I truly don't know for the Titans.
I could see them getting Epinesa.
Epinesa is up there. Maybe even Gross Matos.
Oh yeah, that's a good one from Penn
Yeah, those
State.
guys could probably help replace Jarrell Casey, who they just traded away to the Broncos. Also, maybe tackle. I know they're talking about getting a tackle in one of the rounds of this draft.
I mean, that's the thing, though. Is the Titans' entire strategy is just hand the ball to Derrick Henry and win the game 10-8,
or 3-3, or 6-3.
I can still see them taking a guy like Quandre Diggs or Fulton too at corner.
Yeah,
Fulton. That's right. They did lose Logan Ryan in free agency.
Which I don't know why they did.
What's up?
I don't know why they did.
Butler also sucks.
They should have kept him.
Jeff Gladney's still on the board.
I could definitely see him taking Jeff Gladney. He could play inside and out. They kind of need a guy to replace what Logan Ryan did. Also, they can kick Adoree Jackson to the inside if they don't think Jeff Gladney would be good as a slot corner. So they have a lot of options between Gladney and Fulton here as far as corner goes. Kev, what do you think? Both about Baltimore's previous pick and about Tennessee's potential pick.
I love the Baltimore pick, man. With Queen over there, be thumping around and headhunting people. So I don't mind that. I think to think outside the box. Why not you get a running back?
No, I think that too. Actually,
why not? There's plenty of talent. Just get one.
Iron sharpens iron,
Yeah.
Well, also, they franchise tag Derrick Henry. You're not going to keep on franchise tagging him. You're not going to give him an extension. So you might as well get the guy who's going to eventually replace him in the building. I don't know if I see that right now, but then again, you take a Jonathan Taylor, guy ran 4.39, fits that kind of scheme. Just take the ball.
Or a Dobbins.
Or Dobbins, yeah.
Should give some Swift some love, man. Why not, man?
Shane, what do you think about the Baltimore pick, and what do you think maybe Tennessee might do here?
I like the Baltimore pick. They needed to go defense. They needed to go interior defense as well, which they did with Queen. I hope Tennessee absolutely fucks this pick up because I hate that franchise. I want them to plummet. So I hope they draft like a kicker or something. No, but I like the point he made. He could see them going running back to not only groom the next running back, but preserve Henry. But I think they're going defensive side of the ball to replace either help like Harold Landry with pass rushing and get Epinesa, or I don't think they're going to take a D tackle because they took Simmons last year. But I could see them adding to the secondary because they lost Logan Ryan. Kenny Vaccaro's not young.
That's true. Kenny Vaccaro is literally his name tag says he's not young.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Go ahead, sir.
How come every living room or everything I see there's like 1,000 people in? I thought we're supposed to be social distancing.
That's families, man.
Except for Joe Burrow. It's just him and his
Joe Burrow has two parents, and that's it.
That's it. Everybody else they're like
Ohio.
8, 9.
He's southeastern Ohio. There's nobody else around him.
More about you guys see Vrabel's office though?
No.
He had a guy dressed up as Frozone from The Incredibles standing behind him.
That's what I'm saying. Like, who is that guy?
Why?
Well, he was white, so it's cultural appropriation for him to be dressing up like Frozone.
Vrabel's a fucking idiot.
I'm going offensive tackle here.
Josh Jones.
Look at it now.
Josh Jones.
They do need to replace. They do think highly of Dennis Kelly. Yeah, they do think highly of Dennis Kelly though. They basically went to him and said that he's going to be the starter this year. I can imagine them taking a tackle maybe in the second or third round if they don't take one here. The pick is in, and the Tennessee Titans select with the 29th pick of the NFL Draft. Isaiah Wilson, Georgia.
There's your tackle.
Right tackle out of Georgia.
I believe if that guy just said they were going to take a tackle. But
Yeah. Yes, Kris, you did say that. Kris, let's talk about this real quick. So what made you think about them taking a tackle? You there?
Sorry, I just muted myself to cough. It's Mike Vrabel. I mean, he's old school, run the football. Like we said, they've lost Conklin. They're going to want to feed Henry while they've got him on this franchise tag. It just makes sense for the type of football they want to play. I think Sean said it before. They want to win the game 10-8, right?
Yep.
They're going to make sure they have a road grading offensive line.
And that's what Isaiah Wilson is. He's a road grader. He is powerful. He's powerful at the point of attack. I don't think I'm a big fan of him in pass protection, but they're used to a right tackle maybe not being the best in pass protection and kind of covering him up by scheme. The only thing is I don't see him being a great outside zone blocker, which is kind of the scheme that Arthur Smith runs. I see him more as a guy who would fit better in a gap power scheme. But the good thing with Isaiah Wilson is you know where he's going to win and you know where he's going to lose. You know where he's going to lose as far as like outside rushers, speed rushers, guys who can get to the corner on him. And you know where he's going to be well. He's going to hold up against the bull rush really well. He's going to attack the point of attack really well. Sean, what's your thoughts on this pick?
Isaiah Wilson is a big man.
He is.
He has a size 18 shoe. And he's exactly what Vrabel wants, though. He's a guy. He's going to be beat. He probably will get beat on a hard pass rush. But in terms of just a road hog, let me get in there. Let's fucking jam it down your throat. I mean, he's a good choice.
Shane, you used to be a fan of the Tennessee Titans. What's your thoughts on this pick?
It's an awful pick, and I'm happy about it because
I kind of had him more pegged as a day 2 guy myself.
Yeah,
but not bad. I just think that he was more of a mid-second round guy. And there were rumors he was going to eke it into the first round. I just didn't think that was a good spot for him.
But to your point, when you said he's more of a power gap instead of an outside zone, the only reason Arthur Smith ran an outside zone last year was because he had just been promoted from tight ends coach. So he was basically running the same exact thing that Matt LaFleur had been running the year before, only to keep continuity for Marcus Mariota. So there was consistency there for Marcus Mariota. But since they ended up going from Mariota to Tannehill in week 6 against Denver, they might change it up a little bit. They might have something in their mind to change it up a little bit to go from outside zone to more power gap because that fits Henry better as well as their wide receivers. So,
and not only that, but like, we've seen teams adapt and change. Like Shanahan, everybody thinks Shanahan runs all outside zone, and he usually does. But then, like, towards the end of last year, you had guys in that scheme for, for the 49ers who have been in that scheme for 2 or 3 years. So they start running counters and gap power, and they were really catching teams off guard. They were able to run the ball with barely passing it a lot of games. So sometimes when you get, you might be changing up the scheme slightly, and you think that this is where this guy might fit better. They might be looking to change it, or they might be looking to mix it up a bit and go both ways. I'm not saying he's going to be a total liability in an outside zone scheme. I just think he fits better in a gap power scheme.
And they've played Dennis Kelly at every spot on that line except center. So they kind of use him all over the place.
Yeah, they might switch him into guard. They've had some issues. I know they drafted a guard last year. Actually, they got some pretty good play. They had Saffold, who they signed in free agency.
And Nate Davis.
And, Nate Davis, who they drafted last year. I actually did like Nate Davis coming out. I remember you and I were talking about that last year on this podcast. See, Kev, what's your thoughts on the Tennessee Titans?
I like the pick. Like you said earlier, he puts me to shame, and I'm 325, 6 foot. So he's talk about massive dude, wide load. There you go.
You're not going to get through him, that's for sure. You got to go around him.
No, you got to go around him.
Kev, we're now at pick 30. It was going to be the Packers. Now it's the Miami Dolphins. What do you think the Miami Dolphins are going to do here? We saw them already kind of play around with some of these picks.
I think they're in a luxury slot, and you can get Epinesa, and why not get McKinney? Have fun with it.
Exactly. So I've been saying for the past 15 picks.
McKinney is still out there. He's a solid player. I don't see why not. Or you get
replacing what you've lost with Minka Fitzpatrick.
Yeah. So I get McKinney. And
Safety would be a good move
ball
here. They've done a lot on the outside of that defense. Now it's time to build up the middle. Eric Rowe played pretty well at safety for him, but you still need other pieces. Running back could be an option, although they have a high second-round pick as well if they really are eager about a particular running back.
The 7th pick in the 2nd round.
Yeah, so
they gave up 30 and 136 for 26.
So they moved back for a 4th rounder. So the Dolphins also got a 4th rounder out of this trade back. So again, they're just accumulating picks, filling out this roster. They've already drafted Austin Jackson. They the only interior offensive lineman I saw going up here was Cesar Ruiz. He's off the board. Maybe they go tackle again, back-to-back tackles in this draft. They go Josh Jones, maybe make everybody feel better about the first pick. Although I know people who aren't high on Josh Jones either.
This other guy, Hennessy, is available now.
Also, receiver could be an option here.
Yeah. I don't like that. Seeing Pittman Jr. there.
Kris, what do you think about it? What do you think Miami should do here?
I like what Harry's been saying, Xavier McKinney. I mean, again, it feels like the Patrick Queen thing about a half hour ago, right? We just kept saying this guy is a value pick. He's a much higher, or not a much higher grade, but he's a higher grade than the number 30 pick for most people. I don't see Miami going receiver, and I don't see him going tackle again. Epinesa, again, you guys know I'm high on him. Late 1st round, I think that's a perfect slot for him, but I think McKinney is a good option as well.
Yeah, he kind of reminds me of the defensive lineman that used to be in New England. Is it Trey Flowers, who's now in Detroit. Flores has some experience with those kind of defensive linemen. They also went on free agency and signed Shaq Thompson and signed Emmanuel Ogba, guys who have kind of been okay spot starters, but not truly great pass rushers. If they did go Epinesa, that would give them a nice little cycle to their defensive line that, you could cycle through Shaq Lawson and Emmanuel Ogba. You'd have maybe be able to kick one of those guys inside with a pass rush package.
And maybe you could slowly bring Epinesa in as just a pass rusher early on rather than a 3-down lineman.
Ogba, guys who've kind of been okay spot. Sean, what do you think about it? What do you think about Miami? What do you think Miami should do?
I like Xavier McKinney. I think it's the most competent cornerback left on the board at this point. That or they should just trade out and see if they can get another pick, maybe 2nd or 3rd round.
I have 16 picks.
They will have a lot of picks if they do that. Although I don't hate that idea. They that roster was jank, and they still got a lot. They got a decent amount of wins for a team that, for the first 2 weeks, was allowing other teams to put up 40, 50 points on them.
Exactly. Brian Flores should have won Coach of the Year last year. He did an incredible job, which is absolute garbage.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, we have 2 AFC East fans who are agreeing with you on that. Shane, what do you think Miami's going to do here? What do you think they should do?
I like the McKinney pick or Winfield Jr. I'm high on Winfield Jr. Corner they obviously don't need. I could who was the tackle they took earlier?
Austin
Jackson, right? If they take another tackle, it's going to help because if they really do believe it's the face of their franchise moving forward, they need to know that the right tackle is going to be his blind side. So they need to heavily invest in a right tackle. If they're not going to do that now, maybe next year. I think all the first-round talent at wide receiver is gone unless they're big believers in Denzel Mims.
That's a good idea. Again, receiver, they could probably utilize receiver. I could see
Watch
maybe Michael Pittman, although they had a lot of big receivers on the offense. There's not guys who complement what they already have.
Yeah,
And
they
the
might take
selection is in for
Higgins
Miami.
or Hamler.
Hamler. I think Hamler's more of a second-round guy. I don't know if they would take him here, especially when they have a pick like in 8 picks.
Whoa.
They went corner again, you guys. After signing 2 corners, they went with Noah Igbahogany out of Auburn. Noah Igbahogany.
That's weird.
That's I kind of like that pick, man. I like Noah Igbahogany. Harry, what do you think here, man? They're building up that defense. They got Xavier Howard. They got Byron Jones. They got Noah, not Noah Dankner. Shout out Noah.
Fuck Noah. No, I probably would have taken.
I love Noah.
McKinney,
Don't hate on Noah. Igbahogany.
We're allowed to hate on whoever we want to hate.
Yeah, exactly, Sean. I appreciate your supporting my hate for him.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, like, guy Xavier Howard might as well just build up like 2 shutdown cornerbacks. But preferably, I would have taken McKinney. I've been hyping McKinney up since like mid-first round, and I mentioned before they lost Minka Fitzpatrick, so might as well replace him. But again, this isn't a terrible pick.
We might get out of this first round without a safety, right?
Yeah.
Has a safety
running
gone
back.
yet?
Yeah.
Damn, that's crazy.
No safety.
There might be no running backs taken in the first round this year.
I'm less shocked about that. Although, to be honest,
I mean, I can see the
those
Chiefs
2 positions
taking
are very
running back.
devalued.
I could see the Chiefs taking Edwards-Helaire, to be honest.
Why
At
not?
32.
And we're on to the Vikings pick right now. Pick 31. This is the pick they traded back with San Francisco. Kris, you want to give a little bit of a lead-in on this? You want to talk about what Minnesota needs?
Can I talk about how terrible I think Miami's draft is?
Oh boy!
You don't like Noah Igbahogany?
Chris, do
I
it.
love that last name, Igbahogany.
Yeah, great. It's a great last name. Does that help you play football? I mean,
He's played pretty well. He was one of those guys that's probably
It's
great at
common
day
knowledge.
2.
The better your last name, the better you are at football.
oh, okay.
Unless you're Aaron Donald.
Although I did get mad at my parents because my name is Kris, spelled K-R-I-S, and I told them if they would have put an apostrophe in my first name, I clearly would have made the NFL. If I was like K''RIS, like K-Ris,
Dude, if I was
I
Deshaun
dig that.
Berry, I would be fucking starting for the Jets right now.
right? K-Ris is definitely an NFL name.
Yeah.
K-Riz.
KRIS1.
What did Minnesota do with their first pick? I forget.
They traded it.
No, the earlier pick, they took Justin
They took
Jefferson.
Justin Jefferson,
Yeah.
so they could still use help at the corner position.
Gladney. They're going to take Gladney.
Gladney, yeah, it's not a bad one.
Fulton.
Fulton, Jalen Johnson, someone like that. I could definitely see a corner coming off the board here for them.
I hope they take Diggs. I'm actually like kind of praying that
It'd be really funny if they took Diggs.
They can't take Diggs.
I hope
If they
they
called him up, we're drafting you. He'd be like, no.
So they take Diggs and allow defensive backs to wear like numbers in the teens. So like Viking fans won't need to get new jerseys if they have Diggs.
I really hope they take Diggs, but like I think Gladney fits their body type and preference more than it because he's like big and long and everything. I just don't like TCU cornerbacks all that much.
Yeah, I can't remember what it was. I think Mike Zimmer's been quoted. If he's under 5'10", I don't want to hear from him.
Yeah, pretty much.
But he also said that when
And
Captain
Mike
Munnerlyn
Zimmer's
was
an
on
old
the
school
roster.
Mike
So
Zimmer doesn't know how a laptop works.
what's up?
Mike Zimmer's an old school guy. If he has a belief, he's not fucking changing it now.
Mike Zimmer thinks we're using
Well,
witchcraft.
guess what?
to-
The
to-
pick is in, and they
Dude,
picked
he
Jeff
has-
Gladney, cornerback of TCU.
There we go.
Wow,
Mike
good
Zimmer.
call.
So much for him not. If you're, he just makes the mark at 5'10", 5'10 and a quarter.
Listen, that extra quarter gets people a long way sometimes.
Hey,
Kev, what do
listen,
you think about this pick?
I thought it would have been funny when it got Diggs, but hey, you need some help on the corner, so why not? I'm just surprised that Bazir McKinney is still sitting out there and no one's taking him.
Yeah, we'll see if
Maybe.
he slides day 2 or if it's if he's going to be a Chief.
Yeah, that's the last hope. Hopefully, well, who knows?
Sean, what do you think about this pick?
Yeah, like you said, he's a competent cornerback here. I don't know too much about him, but I mean, I assume at this point, I mean, all these guys are basically the same.
Well, this area of the corner class, there's like 5 guys who kind of like it's corners again. One of those positions that depends on the scheme you're running, and if you're more versatile, one team might like it. If you play more man coverage, another team might like it. If you play more press, then another team might like it. But most of the teams now are playing press man coverage, so if you know how to play that, they look at you as gold. They did lose Xavier Rhodes. They cut him. They also God, who's they lost also Trey Waynes to the Bengals, and then they lost their slot corner as well, Mackenzie Alexander. So they lost 3 corners. This was a big need for them. I think they think highly of Mike Hughes. They still have Holton Hill on the roster. He's played pretty well in the times that he's played.
I love how Andy Reid's wearing a Hawaiian shirt.
Yeah, Andy Reid is perfect.
He is. He's the ideal male figure.
Kris, you got anything to say about Minnesota before we move on to Kansas City?
Well, no, like we said, it's a good pick. It's what they need. It's a need that they had. But I think you made a good point. Like at this point in the draft, when you get a position that's sort of deep or you get it clustered, like all those corners are kind of the same on what system you run, but overall grades, they're all about the same 4 or 5 guys all clustered together.
Yeah, it's a flavor thing, if you will. Shane, what do you think?
I don't like I like Gladney. The only thing I don't like about TCU defensive backs is it's a well-known fact that Gary Patterson, the head coach down there, he teaches the defensive backs not to turn and face the ball because in college you can. Mm-hmm. He just has you chase down your guy and keep your eyes on the receiver's eyes and to just jump up, to never turn and face the ball.
Does anybody else notice the creepy Mahomes figure behind Andy Reid? What the fuck is that? What was that?
Guys, we are on the 32nd pick of the NFL draft. The Kansas City Chiefs.
How many
Super Bowl
champions?
Andy Reid? And
Edwards-Helaire.
You think it's going to be Edwards-Helaire? All right, so we'll go. We're going to do a rundown. Everybody can give their. We're going to go Shane, then we're going to go Sean, Kris, and then Harry. Give your thoughts about what you think KC might do. What you think they could utilize here, and then hopefully by then the picks come out. So Shane, give your thoughts on it. You said Edwards-Helaire. Why do you think Edwards-Helaire would be a good pick here? I mean, I agree with you, but hello.
Just another fast weapon to add to offense. Running back by committee, he'd be an immediate improvement on their best side of the ball already.
Kev, what do you think? What do you think the reigning Super Bowl champs should do here? You think they should?
You can't go wrong with Clyde Edwards-Helaire. McKinney's still sitting out there. Unless you can go back and get him second in the next round, but it's either McKinney or Edwards-Helaire is my pick for this pick.
Good versatile safety. They could definitely use it. They have a couple of guys already on the roster who are like that. But when you have multiple guys like that, you can use them as matchup weapons on your defense. They have Tyler Matthew. They have a safety hybrid slot corner that they drafted last year in the second round. And I think Xavier McKinney would be a good addition to those 2 guys. Sean, what do you think?
I think Xavier McKinney is I think it might be the most logical choice. But if we're going outside the box, I think they might go running back here and go get Jonathan Taylor.
Ooh, Jonathan Taylor, man.
He was an electric back. The biggest problem with Jonathan Taylor, though, is just how much tread is on those tires at this point, because he ran for a lot of yards in college.
And he fumbles a lot.
But on the upside, he's a Nick Chubb type, which would really, talk about it, if you want to make that offense even better. That would be the way to go.
Kris, you're up next. What about outside corner? Because, again, this team lost a couple of guys to free agency, Mo Claiborne, Rashad Breeland. They're still out there, but again, this team seems to be kind of recycling defensive backs. We've heard Xavier McKinney. What do you think, Kris?
I like what everyone said about the running back. I could definitely see the Chiefs doing that, but I'm going to go. They're going to go inside linebacker. I'm going to go with what's his face, the kid from Wyoming.
Bond?
No, Wilson, Logan Wilson.
Oh,
Whoa, that would be I would be shocked, man. But that would be cool, dude. He's fast. Did well at the combine.
Yeah,
I'd be impressed.
speed.
That would be way
Like
higher than I thought he'd be going. But he had a couple of off-field issues that there were some red flags going into the draft, but they weren't probably not big enough for teams to go ahead and completely write them off his board. Just there was a little bit of inter-team conflict, if you will. Harry, what do you think as far as KC goes?
I think they're just going to go with the best player available and go with McKinney.
Watch him shock everybody and take like Jeremy Chin or Kyle Duggar.
They might take Henry Rugg.
God damn it. I
You're
hope
never going to let this go, Sean.
I really won't.
What if they went receiver?
I would die to have Henry Ruggs race Tyreek Hill. I'd watch the shit out of that.
You know, there were some talk maybe they would go receiver here because, you know, they have Watkins and Robinson coming up at the end of their contracts at the end of this year. You know, they got, you know, you never know what's going to happen with Tyreek Hill. McCole Hardman's been a good role player, but he's not been a true number 2 receiver. I could also see him again one of the corners that are still here. By the way, the pick is in, everybody. And the Kansas City Chiefs, with the 32nd pick in the NFL draft, select
Shane O'Mac,
Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
Here we go.
Wow.
Damn, man. Good call, Shane. I like this guy too. He was my top running back. I love this guy. Runs option routes out of the backfield. I think he adds so much to the passing game that putting him in an Andy Reid offense would be kind of impressive. I'm not always big for running backs in the first round, but if Andy Reid takes you, you know you're good. Shane, why don't you talk about it? You're the guy who pitched Helaire here. You clearly saw something with him potentially landing at this spot.
Well, yeah, he's fast and he's versatile. Just like you said, you can run him, you can pass him, or use him in the passing game. Like, he's quick. He's got very like Darren Sproles type ball skills when he's got the ball in his hands. Not the greatest blocker, but he's not a bad blocker by any means. But also, yeah, they drafted him in the first round. But the way that offense works, they go by a committee. He's not going to be a bell cow. And it's not like he's replacing Damian Williams. They're going to split carries. They're going to split touches. So you can preserve both of them, use both of them. And also, not just adding another weapons for Mahomes, you're adding more plays for Andy Reid to create. They just got scarier.
They did.
Iron sharpens iron.
Kris, what do you think? What do you think about this pick?
I loved watching him play. I love his passion. I love the way he runs with the ball, the way he finishes. And again, like Shane just said, it's just another weapon. I mean, it's just Andy Reid's playground, right? And we're all trying to, you know, find a space in it. You know, he gets a guy like this. They go 2 backs with him and Williams. They, you know, then they'll option Williams out, or he'll run a route out of the backfield. Like you said, he adds dynamics to the passing game. But I just think he's like a winning player. He's just one of those guys that I think when he's on your team, it's just a positive thing. He just plays hard, runs hard.
He's fun to watch.
There's a reason the Chiefs, you know, are doing well.
And
or have
honestly,
done well
if you
under
look at that
Andy Reid
LSU
the last
offense,
5
he was
years.
the driver of that offense. He was one of the 3 major drivers. I think it was Jamar Chase, Joe Burrow, and Clyde Edwards-Helaire. Sean, what's your thoughts on Clyde Edwards-Helaire going 32?
I think a great pick. Great steal at the end of the draft here. I mean, this guy's basically a young Maurice Jones-Drew 2.0. You know? Like, he's a short, kind of stocky back. And like anything, like the one thing the Chiefs didn't need was another weapon, and they got themselves like a bazooka.
Harry, what'd you think?
Good pick. I do.
Kev, what's your thoughts?
It's a lightning in a bottle. So you struck gold. You added something more to what Andy can play with.
All right, so I'm going to be the contrarian here, or do you want to talk?
I don't understand. I mean, I don't like the pick. I mean, he's the 4th rated running back when you look at it. There's 3 guys above him, no matter how you look. Like every big board had 3 running backs in front of him. I also think that they probably could have got him at the end of the second round. I think Xavier McKinney being on the board going into round 2. I mean, everyone's saying like they need another weapon. They got another weapon. But imagine if the Super Bowl champions drafted the number 1 safety in the draft, who was projected in some cases to go like 10 or 11, and they could have gotten him at 32. I think they could have got this guy at 64.
Well, again, so this is where I can kind of I love Allaire. Like I've already established this. I love the player. And he was my number 1 running back. That being said, when you look at the running backs, the differential between RB1 and like RB3, which would be like, for me, I had 3 guys grouped together where it was Allaire, Swift, and Dobbins. And then you look at the next group of guys where it was Cam Akers and Jonathan Taylor, but those guys are more scheme specific. Those guys, the top 3 guys affect the passing game, can all catch passes out of the backfield, or and also good. They're either elite route runners like Allaire or amazing pass blockers like Dobbins. They're also good runners. Allaire is more shifty. He's not long speed quick like Taylor is. So, but when you say that, and I say I love the player, the value of running back at pick 32, where you look at the differential for the other guys, like they could have probably traded up in the second round and maybe got him at pick 50 or something. So I like the player. Might have been a little high. I don't agree he was necessarily RB5. I think it depends on how you evaluate. Some people athletic scout, where they look at the combine score and they say that's why he's rated this way. I like the player. I think he's going to be amazing on that offense. You know, between the option routes he can run. You know, think about if you took James White from the Patriots and gave him the body of Ray Rice, like the ability to run option routes out of the backfield.
Throws a nasty left hook.
I think Allaire could probably do that too. So,
Tyreek Killer about to fuck bitches up.
Dude, it's gonna be crazy, man. It's gonna be a crazy passing game. So I like it, but again, one of the things that you have to look at is that defense. You still need to be able to stop people in the NFL, even though you have Pat Mahomes, even though you have all these good weapons. I think there is a value to being able to slow down the other offenses in your division and in your conference. But you know what? They're the Super Bowl champs. They're the Super Bowl champs for a reason. You guys, thanks for coming on. You want to do a quick rundown what your favorite picks were? We'll go in order. We'll go Kris, Kev, Sean, Shane, and then Harry, and then we'll close it all out. Okay? So, Kris, what was your favorite picks of the night, man?
Personally, I like what the Giants did getting Andrew Thomas. He was my number 1 tackle. And I love what San Francisco did. They maneuvered themselves around. They got some extra picks. They got Kinlaw on the inside, and then they got Brandon Ayuk, fast receiver, to go in their offense. So that's what I like.
What about you, Kev?
I love what San Fran did, how they fleeced the system. You got Kinlaw, and then you got Ajaku. I think my favorite pick is Arizona Cardinals getting Isaiah Simmons to fall to the 8th pick, because he was just outstanding for me. But they got him. So hats off to the Cardinals and the 49ers.
What about you, Sean?
I'm going to give, as much as I hate the Redskins, I'm going to give them credit for not doing something stupid and just taking Chase Young. Yeah, sometimes you get too long to think about something and you just fuck it up, which I fully expected them to do. I'll also echo, good job on the Niners, man. Just a good team, just making themselves better. I think Javon Kinlaw was a steal at 14. And also, the Cowboys also got a steal at CeeDee Lamb at 17.
Yeah, dude, that was I forget about that. That feels like it was hours ago that
it was
that Dallas did that pick. I think that might have been the steal of the draft in my head. Shane, what's your thoughts? What were some of your favorite picks? Maybe one of your least favorite picks?
Oh, and Henry Ruggs.
CeeDee Lamb, for how late the Cowboys got him, I was a big fan of. If the Chargers didn't have to trade up, I would be even bigger of them getting Kenneth Murray, but I'm still a big fan of them getting Kenneth Murray. And where the hell did Chiason go again?
This was Jags.
Jags, number
Jags.
20.
All right, that defense, man, they're rebuilding it, bit by bit.
Brick by brick.
Harry, what were some of your favorites?
Probably my favorite pick. I'm just gonna go off the last two. I think CeeDee Lamb was a good pick. I don't think Cowboys needed another receiver, but I think it was a good pick for two reasons. One, it was a good bargaining chip to get Dak to re-sign, and also it hurt the Philadelphia Eagles. Let's be realistic here. They needed a receiver, so they took the best guy off the board in that regard and got CeeDee Lamb.
And did anybody have a particular pick? We'll go back in order of one that they really hated, that they thought was just totally stupid. You cannot say Austin Jackson to Miami. And we'll go back in a row. Kris, you're first.
You already know what I think. Tua Tagovailoa.
Tua Tagovailoa. Licky mahalo. Kev, what's your thoughts? What's the worst pick in this 32?
The one that had me scratching my head was Miami getting Noah from Auburn so late.
Igbahogany?
Huh?
Igbahogany? Noah?
Yeah, I thought I was like, you still got that safety out there still dangling. I'm like, get him, but whatever.
Well, they still can get him. That's the thing. They have a high second round pick. That's the benefit of having all those picks.
So
Sean?
I guess they're gonna go back and get him again.
It's probably not the worst pick, but it's the pick I hate the most, Justin Herbert. I just do
Justin
not
Herbert
believe
to the
this guy
Chargers?
whatsoever. Too tall, too white, too boring. To the Chargers at 6.
Too much mayo.
Yeah, far too vanilla. There's a reason why there are no Chargers fans.
Shane, what's your thoughts? Any pick you particularly hated?
Arnett 19 to the Raiders.
Yeah, I did not care for that one either.
With Fulton and Diggs and
Fulton and Diggs are still available.
Yeah. And
Glad
I
he
would have
was still
taken
available at that point.
I would have taken
Shane took
Ebenogany.
the cyanide pill already.
And Shane, Harry, what was your least favorite pick?
Mekhi Becton.
I could say, I wasn't a fan of Justin Herbert, but I gotta go with my Jets. Becton, what the fuck, man?
Yep.
Seriously, you could have taken worse, but you took Becton. Fuck you, Joe Douglas. That's all I gotta say.
You guys have any closeout thoughts? Anything you want to talk about for tomorrow? Any kind of thoughts you want to leave us on? Guys, you were shocked that fell to day 2?
McKinney.
McKinney, yeah.
McKinney, Epinesa, Josh Jones.
And with those guys being available, I think it's hard for Cincinnati to keep the pick. I think someone's going to trade up into that spot to get first dibs on one of those two guys.
It's very possible.
Yeah.
McKinney, Fulton, Diggs, Winfield, Epinesa, all surprising day 2 guys to me.
Even Gross Matos being available. I thought he was at the end of the first round.
There were some shocks with the linebackers too, especially Brooks getting up into there.
Mm-hmm.
All right. You guys are all invited to come back on tomorrow if you want. Reach out, let me know. Thank you for coming on. Thank you, Shane. Thank you, Kris. Thank you, Sean. Thanks, Kev. Thanks, Harry. Thanks, Ryan, even though you had to take care of the baby. He's not here right now. And thanks.
I got
you
a
guys have a good
baby.
night. I appreciate you coming
They
on.
call him sandwich meat.
What's up?
I'm saying I got a baby and I call him sandwich meat.
No, that's a different guy who has a baby. He's not even a baby anymore. The kid's like 29 years old now.
That's right. They call him Poppy.
Yo, who do you think's going to get a job first, him or his kid?
When do you think he's going to start telling people he's got more than just one kid? Anyway, I don't want to rag anymore on him. Thank you guys for coming out. I appreciate it. Again, we'll talk about you guys coming on tomorrow if you want. Have a good night.
All right, man.
Walter, thanks.
Good night.
Thanks, bud.
Well, that was fun, everybody. Thanks for coming on. You can follow the podcast at Draftvice on Twitter, at Draftvice_football on Instagram. We're going to be back tomorrow talking about day 2 of the draft. Steve, what were some of your favorite picks from day 1 of the NFL draft?
I enjoyed Herbert going at 6. I watched him during his career. I felt like he did deserve to go high. I mean, if you think about it, when Tua got hurt early in the season, Herbert was now like the number 1 pick in the draft. And Burrow came from behind. Tua got healthy again recently, and people are, Miami took a gamble on him. But I'm just glad that Herbert, at the end of the day, didn't fall like some people thought.
I didn't think Herbert was
going
to fall.
I didn't think he was going to fall either. I just think he deserved what he got, and I think he'll have fun in the Chargers playing the new stadium. He's the center of attention.
He gets to stay on the West Coast, stay near his family.
Yeah. Another pick too. I like is Tampa Bay taking Wirfs when they did.
I'll tell you the pick I liked. I liked the Jedrick Wills pick, the best tackle in this draft.
Yeah.
Guy who I had as a top 5 guy. I loved it. I absolutely loved it. As a Browns fan, I'm ecstatic. I know I was a big fan of them trading down, but when you have an opportunity to take a guy who is literally a blue chipper, probably the best guy at his position, not just in this draft, would probably be better in other drafts as well. I was a huge fan of Jedrick Wills coming out. I loved watching his tape. I think he can convert to the left side. And if he doesn't, they could stick Conklin there. I don't care either way. They now have an offensive lineman. They now have a tackle for the future. They now have 2 tackles for the future going into next year. If there is a next year, you never know. COVID-19 and all. Again, there's a lot of players left on the board. There's Trayvon Diggs. There's Jalen Hurts. There's Lloyd Cushenberry. There's going to be a lot of fun players, a lot of interesting picks in day 2 of this draft. I had fun. I love this. I loved watching it. This is like my Christmas, if you will. I've been watching the draft for the ritualistically. We've watched it together for the last
2-3
I think
years.
actually every year. I think 1 year I did not watch it with you.
Yeah.
So last 1 year in the last 5, I've watched this draft with you, man. I appreciate it. I love having you on. I loved watching it, and this is a good draft. And day 2 is going to be amazing. I think day 2 is sometimes better.
Going to be actually more important for every team involved. You're going to have teams that we didn't see draft tonight: Steelers, Patriots, Bills,
Chicago,
and also the Rams.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams that were not picking in the first round this year. A lot of teams that had extra first-round picks because they traded out, traded them away.
As well. Yeah.
I liked this draft, man. There's picks that I liked. There's picks that I didn't care much for. I actually didn't hate the Raiders taking Ruggs. Like I said it before.
No, it was a good pick. I think Shane was just overreacting a little bit.
Well, it depends.
Judy was on the board. I mean,
yeah, like there's guys who you might like better than him, and I get that. I totally agree with Shane's perspective on it. I absolutely loved this draft. I thought it was fun. I think the biggest pick that I had a problem with, and I think I've been saying it since it happened, was the Austin Jackson pick. I think there's a clear problem that I have with Austin Jackson, which is I don't think he's a good tackle. And I think not to say I don't think he's a good tackle for right now. I think there's a future for him. He could develop. He's just learning the position. Totally get that. But I've seen him. Like I said, there's 2 pass rushers who have not gone off the board yet, who ate his lunch. One guy, he had at least a good back and forth with. That was Epinesa. One guy, Bradley Anai, he took him out back, spanked him, and said, "Dude, I'm your daddy now." So I loved that pick. I didn't care much for. I actually don't hate the Igbehogany pick. I don't think that was a horrible move.
I just don't know with the guys who are still on the board. I mean, you at that point, you still had Gladney on the board?
Well, they probably think he can either kick out to outside and move Xavier Howard in, or they could start him at slot corner and have Xavier Howard on the outside. Their game is going to be blitz. That's what it is. That is what they are trying to aim for, is to blitz you as much as possible with having good coverage. They're doing now what the Ravens did last year. They're just doing it with a 4-3 front, or a little bit of multiple fronts. They got Kyle Van Noy. They got Shaq Lawson. They got Ogba. They're going to try to play the run. They're going to blitz you as much as they can. They're going to play coverage. I actually didn't hate Igbehogany. I think it depends on how you felt. The corners are weird, man. Like I said, it's a scheme-specific position. A lot of people, and safety too. Safety is one of the most scheme-specific. That's why you see safeties that you think are first-rounders go in the second round. That's why you see safeties that you never heard of show up in the first round. They will pop out of nowhere. We've had no safeties in the first round. We had 1 running back. I'm a little shocked they didn't take a receiver, because I think that they could use a little bit of speed, especially like maybe a slot slot receiver. Maybe they just don't believe that any of the guys who they had those options.
I also think the fastest wide receiver still on the board.
KJ Hamler.
KJ Hamler.
Well, that's a guy they can get on day 2. And they have 3 opportunities on day 2 minimum to get that.
Mm-hmm.
I dug. I actually didn't hate the Tua pick either. Again, I think if my perspective on it is you take the shots that you can take at trying to get as good of a quarterback as you can. But I do think the smoke was out there, man. They were like Herbert. Tua,
at the end of the day,
OT.
we did see 3 or 4 trades, I think, but
there wasn't a single trade in the top 10.
Not until like 13. Well,
13.
13.
And that was for 1 pick back.
Yeah.
San Francisco, you guys conquered the game on 1 pick back trades. I don't get that.
Yeah.
And in fact, it's coming up on here is the 14th and the 117th pick for a 7th rounder and the 13th overall pick. That was and then eventually they used that extra pick to move up and get Brandon Ayuk. Dude, it was a fun draft. I'm ecstatic. I can't wait for tomorrow. I think a lot of receivers and a lot of corners go off the board. I think that's when you're going to start seeing some of those safeties get off the board that everybody keeps talking about. Xavier McKinney, Grant Delpit, Antoine Winfield Jr., Ashton Davis, Jeremy Chin. There's a lot of good safeties there's about 5 to 7 safeties that are going to go on day 2, I think. There's also going to probably be about 10 receivers minimum, maybe 15 that go on day 2. It's impressive because there's, you're talking about 60 picks, about a quarter of them might be receivers. There's some tackles left on the board. Josh Jones has not gotten off the board yet.
Interior lineman as well.
There's a lot of interior linemen. Yeah. They're probably going to go towards the end of the 2nd, early 3rd. No elite guys kind of fell, but there's guys that are good, interesting guys. Lloyd Cushenberry and Damian Lewis out of LSU. Hennessy out of starts with an L.
Can't think of it, but anyway.
Yeah, it's been almost 3 hours tonight. Tons of receivers. Denzel Mims, Michael Pittman Jr., who we've both been
Mims is
high
still on there too, yeah.
So if you're looking for a guy to play a split end, you got 2 guys there to play split end. Hamler's probably be a good guy out of the slot. There's a lot of options in this draft. I'd be excited. Tight end, you're going to see the first tight end probably go off the board at the end of the 2nd round, early 3rd. Defensive line, you're going to start hearing a couple more defensive tackle names go off the board as well. Maybe a Jordan Elliott. Earlier we were talking with Shane was on. He mentioned
Gallimore.
Yeah, Neville Gallimore. I know some people like Blacklock. So again, there's going to be a lot of players available on day 2 of this draft. Stay tuned. A lot of running backs. There's 4 running backs who I think are highly gradable as running backs. There's still J.K. Dobbins, DeAndre Swift, Jonathan Taylor, and then Cam Akers. There's a lot of guys who might make it to later rounds of the draft, like day 3 guys. So day 2 is going to be fun.
Yeah,
I'm excited. I want to see if Jalen Hurts gets picked, where he goes. If he goes to maybe the Pittsburgh Steelers, because I would not like him there.
Well, and don't forget that New England traded back. I don't know where they wound up in the 2nd round. I believe they're in the 2nd round now.
Yeah,
they're also
where the Chargers were.
They're looking for a quarterback. So
holy shoot! Yeah, we don't even know what the Patriots are doing. Everybody, it's like what are the one of the 2 teams that always trades back, and it was the Patriots. Seahawks stayed.
Patriots only team in the AFC East without a quarterback.
And they'll still probably win 9 games. Just
stop.
It's just how Belichick rolls, man.
Mm-hmm.
Any final thoughts before we close out?
I'm gonna make a little prediction. 3rd round would be somewhat of a surprise. I think seeing the last pick in Kansas City, I want to mention my guy from Boston College, A.J. Dillon. I think he might make an appearance tomorrow.
Maybe at the end.
Maybe.
Like one of the compensatory picks in the 3rd round.
I think he might.
I think he's more of a day 3 guy, though.
I mean, I'm just saying. I think he might move up there. He had
a good.
He had a good combine, and if you watch this films because of the combine, you realized. I mean, I saw everything. Everything I saw, I liked. So.
So I didn't really ask anybody about their particular teams and what they hope for day 2. But what do you hope for the Jets on day 2?
Jets need to go wide receiver now. They got the tackle out of the way. It's not the one I wanted, but
Like I said before, there is potential upside.
He's
Mackay back
big.
there.
He's big. My problem with him being big, he's probably. I mean, he had a good combine, if you want to call it that. They had a. What do you have? A 5.
He was more.
Five.
Yeah, his spark score was insane. He had 501 40 time.
But he just seems lazy. I don't like the drug thing. And
Well, that was a. Okay, so we don't know the details on that.
Here's
There's a
the
lot
other-
of guys who
I
came
get
up
it.
with
I get it.
with
I just don't
with
understand
drug test issues because I think what happened this year is there's a lot more diluted samples this year because they changed the times of when they were doing everything. So I think a lot of guys, drank right before they weighed in, and then they had to go right to do the drug test. They had a lot more diluted samples.
I
than
got it.
expected.
I just don't like. I don't like him over Wirfs when it comes down to it. So they got to go wide receiver. I'm glad that there's a lot of wide receivers on the board.
Mm-hmm.
Mims, you got still T Higgins. You still got Pittman. KJ Hamler, if you want to go that route. But there's still a lot of wide receivers. They got to pick up a lot of wide. They got to pick up one wide receiver. I like them going wide receiver again in the third. I wouldn't mind them trading up back into the second, grab 2 wide receivers. Boom, boom.
I would like that too because you could probably get different types of receivers
That's my whole
in that
point.
second
It's like
round.
if you
Hamler and like a Pittman.
Yeah, and I'm not opposed to them trading up, getting one of these other guys. They need a defensive end. I'll take Epinesa.
They need pass rusher. They need corner.
Yeah, I'll take a pass rusher and then trade back in to get a wide receiver.
Guys, tune in tomorrow. We're going to be doing, again, day 2 of the draft. We're going to have some of the people on who are on tonight. We'll definitely be here, and I look forward to it. It'll be fun. Thanks for showing up. Thanks for showing out. Have a good night.
Good night.